a small resentment spirit, Fusang, who survives by absorbing resentment in the 21st century, is forcibly dragged into a Mary Sue world by a kitchen stove system. Tasked with raising children, two high-level green tea bitches maintain a superficial harmony while secretly competing with each other. However, these two little ones are quite cute. The antagonist is as docile as a puppy. The male lead is as mysterious as a cat. And Fusang's mission is to raise these two from childhood into genuinely good friends. The scene changes. Fusang gets out of the car. The scorching sun outside makes her frown. As a parrot born from the resentment of others, she is somewhat averse to this kind of weather. However, thinking about the male lead and the antagonist, both having extremely miserable childhoods, the resentment on them must be extraordinary. That's right, she shamelessly feels her heart stir. Just arriving at the orphanage, there's so much resentment. It seems agreeing to this task really wasn't a bad idea. As the granddaughter of the world's richest man, the director naturally wants to pick out well-behaved and obedient children for Fusang to choose from. Seeing such a beautiful young lady, the children all look at her with expectant eyes. Fusang looks around several times, but doesn't find her target. The system her mind suddenly comes online. The male lead is in the backyard. Director, please take me to the backyard to have a look. The expression on the director's face stiffens for a moment. Miss Gu, the backyard is too messy. It's all right, I'll just take a quick look. This one sentence successfully stops the director from saying anything further. As soon as she arrives in the backyard, she sees several children bullying the male lead. Despite their innocent age, the words they speak are exceptionally vicious. Chu Yinsui, pushed to the ground, remains expressionless, his dark eyes watching them. But this only results in more vicious insults and kicks. Go die. Vicious emotions rise in Chu Yinsui's heart. He clenches his fists tightly. Fusang watches from a distance, a complex, indescribable emotion in her eyes. They're bullying you, and you don't even fight back? The gentle voice of a young girl rings in Chu Yinsui's ears. His long, thick eyelashes tremble. Finally, some emotion flickers in his dark eyes. Then, he looks up in the direction where Fusang is standing. Unexpectedly, the male lead is quite handsome as a child. Seeing an adult has arrived, the two children lose their previous arrogance. Chu Yinsui acts very obediently. Those who bully others are bad children, implying he is a good child. After saying this, he gets up from the ground. He pats the dust off the back of his pants. A hint of amusement flashes across Fusang's eyes. What a clever little rascal. So young, yet already so skilled at hiding his emotions. Formidable indeed. Worthy of being the male lead. If she hadn't sensed that strong resentment just now, she might have actually believed him. The world's richest man in the book actually had such a miserable childhood, abandoned by his parents and living in an orphanage since he was young. His eccentric personality made him the target of bullying. But luckily today, a beautiful older sister is going to take him away from this place. Chu Yinsui stares blankly, somewhat in disbelief, but he still obediently follows behind Fusang that he'll definitely be back in 3 days, dejected. I heard the director say that those who adopted him all had accidents on the way back. He's a jinx. The children's undisguised words reach Chu Yinsui's ears clearly. He hangs his head and says nothing. Maybe they're right. He will definitely be sent back. Fusang glances back at the group of children standing together. You're quite noisy. No wonder no one adopts you. Chu Yinsui looks up at the beautiful young lady in front of him, a hint of confusion in his dark eyes. Was she just offending him? Maybe he will be different this time. Fusang, in her carefree manner, doesn't notice his subtle emotions. She opens the car door and shoves him into the car with one hand. Do you know how to fasten your seatbelt? Because those who adopted him before all came in cars. Fusang drives very fast, not considering the 6-year-old child in the passenger seat at all. Chu Yinsui grips the seatbelt tightly, his face pale. He doesn't dare to say he gets carsick, only enduring the nausea rising in his stomach. Seeing this, the system becomes extremely anxious. Master Fusang, you're raising a child. Don't speed. The male lead can't handle it. Fusang is a little annoyed but slows down nonetheless. Suddenly, a white car drives against the traffic. Fusang quickly drifts to avoid the collision. However, Chu Yinsue's head hits the dashboard. Seeing the child injured, Fusang becomes irritated. She angrily gets out of the car to confront the driver of the white car. The driver, a middle-aged man, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly apologized. But before he could finish, a haughty female voice came from behind. What a coincidence! A beautiful girl with seaweed-like curly hair looked at him disdainfully. Miss Fusang, having just transmigrated, didn't recognize her. The system quickly reminded her, "This is your half-sister." Triggering specific characters generates plot lines. Seeing Fusang stunned, the young woman haughtily declared, "How about this? Apologize and I won't make a fuss." Oh, what a little brat, Fusang thought, putting her hand in her bag. She pulled out a wad of cash and threw it directly in the girl's face. Rich people really are unreasonable, but it would be nice if she threw it to me. Back in the car, Chu Yinsui, as if he had done something wrong, softly apologized. Why apologize? It wasn't your fault. They were the ones driving recklessly. Fusang looked indifferent. Chu Yinsui clenched his small fists tighter. Everyone who wants to adopt me ends up having an accident. Just like the kids at the orphanage said, I'm a jinx. I'll be abandoned this time too, right? But why does it still hurt? Fusang gently rubbed the little boy's head. So? What does my adopting you have to do with them? You're hurt. Let's go to the hospital. Even a future domineering CEO was afraid of hospitals as a child. Despite the doctor's best efforts to be gentle, Chu Yinsui dodged like he had maxed out his dodge skill, perfectly avoiding the doctor's touch. Fusang said helplessly, he doesn't like being touched by strangers. Is there any way to reduce the swelling quickly? The doctor thought for a moment, then kindly asked, Little one, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Chu Yinsui shook his head, his face expressionless, but secretly hid his injured hand behind his back. Then it's not a big problem. Go home and apply some ice. Leaving the examination room, Fusang heard the system prompt. The antagonist is 50 meters north of you. Slightly excited, Fusang pulled Chu Yinsui along quickly. As they approached, they felt a strong wave of resentment. It seemed to be the antagonist, Xiaoyu, without a doubt. A group of people were gathered ahead, including patients' families and nurses. Little boy, think carefully. Are there any other friends or relatives at home? Before them stood a dirty child with messy hair and a grime-covered face. His eyes were dark and bright, yet hollow and lifeless. He weakly said no. Fusang stared blankly that he seemed so pitiful. Is this really the future world-destroying antagonist? However, seeing the child in need, Fusang stepped forward resolutely. Excuse me, how much are his medical expenses? I'll pay. Her clear, youthful voice resonated through the bright corridor, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Fusang's striking appearance. Her looks alone screamed wealth. Xiaoyu, too, looked over with him. His vacant eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion upon seeing Fusang. Naturally, the nurse was happy someone was willing to pay. She gave Fusang the bill and instructed her to pay on the first floor. Chu Yinsui remained silent throughout, his initial confusion turning into resignation. Fusang clearly came from a wealthy family, but he didn't understand why she would suddenly help a strange beggar. Just like at the orphanage, there were so many children she could have chosen to adopt, yet she picked him, the solitary one. Did choosing them mean Fusang had some peculiar preference? The world-destroying antagonist from the book was so pathetic as a child. As Fusang paid for Xiaoyu's mother's medical expenses, the people around them cast disdainful glances at Xiaoyu. But he remained indifferent, long accustomed to such looks. Xiaoyu's numb demeanor resembled a lifeless puppet. Meanwhile, the carefree Fusang basked in the resentment emanating from the two boys on either side of her, oblivious to their feelings. After paying, she said to Xiaoyu, We'll meet again. Xiaoyu stared at the older girl, stunned. He watched Fusang's slender figure disappear through the hospital doors. Will we really meet again? A flicker of longing appeared in his vacant eyes. That little boy her brother? I'm so envious of him. Xiaoyu clutched the receipt in his hand. Don't be silly. How could a sewer rat like me ever stand in the sunlight? The scene changed. Fusang brought Chu Yinsui to her home. Chu Yinsui felt uneasy from the moment he got out of the car. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful house. He couldn't quite grasp it. Fusang introduced her grandfather to him. The child immediately tensed up, stiffly greeting, Hello, Grandpa. Gu Nanshu noticed his nervousness and reached out to ruffle his hair. What a good boy. He then told Fusang to take him to see his room. The boy almost gasped. Was this really his room? He then noticed his scraped hand, his face flushing slightly. Fusang suddenly walked over and took his left hand. The sudden action caught Chu Yinsui off guard. The girl sighed. "If you're hurt, tell me. Don't hide it, okay?" She then carefully cleaned his wound with alcohol. "Will you send me back?" Chu Yinsui blurted out, a childish question. Send him back where? The system hurriedly offered suggestions, truly afraid of what shocking thing Fusang might say. Seeing Fusang's silence, a pleading look appeared in the child's dark eyes. "That I can do housework. I can learn anything. I don't want to go back." Fusang smiled and tapped his young forehead. "Don't worry. Even if you begged me to let you leave, I wouldn't let you go." Finally, a smile bloomed on Chu Yinsui's face. His dark eyes seemed filled with starlight. Although he had received Fusang's reassuring words, he still worried she would send him back to the orphanage. These past few days, he had been trying his best to please everyone. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful, well-behaved child? What's it like to raise the male lead and the villain of a book into good brothers? They're quite cute when they're young. One as obedient as a puppy, the other as mysterious as a cat. Chu Yinsui had been at the house for 3 days, but he still worried Fusang would send him back to the orphanage. These past few days, he had been trying his best to please everyone. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful, well-behaved child? Today, he helped the housekeeper make sandwiches. Taking the opportunity, he casually asked the housekeeper, "Does my sister have any favorite things?" The housekeeper naturally understood his intentions. "You mean Little Miss? I practically watched her grow up. She has a very good and approachable personality. Don't worry too much. Little Miss personally adopted you from the orphanage, which means she definitely likes you." Did Fusang like him? Chu Yinsui didn't think so. He recalled their first meeting. He was being bullied by a group of children. Perhaps she pitied him. Chu Yinsui curled his lip and then carried his plate out of the kitchen. Fusang felt so unattainable, yet alluring. "Sister, I made this for you. Try it." Chu Yinsui, somewhat nervous, placed the sandwich in front of Fusang. After receiving her praise, his excited little face flushed. Gunan Shu, attended by the butler, slowly walked towards the dining room. Seeing Chu Yinsui, he greeted him warmly. "Yinsui, good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, Grandpa." Chu Yinsui was adopted under Fusang's mother's name, so it wasn't difficult for him to call him Grandpa. He was also very fond of this sensible little boy. "Yinsui, you're 6 years old now, right? Grandpa is thinking of sending you to school after the summer vacation." Hearing the old man's words, Chu Yinsui's eyelashes fluttered, and then he smiled. "I'll listen to Grandpa." Fusang dabbed her lips with a napkin, wiping away the remaining milk. "Wait until I bring the other child back, Grandpa. Then you can enroll them in school together. If everyone had a happy childhood, perhaps no one would become a villain." "Xiao Yu, this water is so hot. Are you trying to scald me to death?" The woman viciously cursed her child and then shoved him hard to the floor. She splashed the hot water, which she had deemed too hot for herself, onto the child's ragged clothes. Xiao Yu remained silent, enduring his mother's abusive rant. "What are you still standing there for, idiot? Don't you know to clean it up? Do I feed you for nothing?" The boy lay on the ground, his long hair covering most of his face. Even the patients in the other beds couldn't stand it. Why take your anger out on the child? It's not entirely his fault. Xiao Zhini perfectly embodied the term shrew. Despite the other person being a 50 or 60-year-old elder, the cursing continued. Xiao Yu numbly tried to turn and get the broom from the corner of the room. This kind of life happened every day. He was used to it, wasn't he? Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a familiar figure. Xiao Yu recognized him. It was the kind person who had paid his hospital bills not long ago. The girl's smile seemed to possess a magical quality. It chipped a small hole in the child's numb heart. His tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. Fusang's gaze swept over the villain. Then she asked who Xiao Zhini was. This woman looked rich at first glance. Xiao Zhini's expression immediately changed. "May I ask what you need?" she inquired. Fusang got straight to the point. "That I want your son. Name your price." Everyone in the room was stunned. What the hell? This is illegal. Even the system couldn't stand it. "Fusang, do you understand what tact is? Don't leave a bad impression on the villain." Fusang appeared indifferent. She directly handed the adoption agreement to Xiao Zhini, reminding her that any conditions were negotiable. Xiao Yu just stared blankly at them without saying a word. "You think you can take my son with just these conditions? Dream on." She threw the contract back at Fusang. "After all, I carried him for 10 months. Clearly, she was gonna haggle. Fusang didn't hesitate. 500,000 as emotional compensation. Xiao Zhini tried to compose herself. She looked directly into Fusang's eyes. Xiao Yu watched his mother with disappointment. He knew she wouldn't be satisfied. What's it like to raise the male lead and the villain of the book as good brothers? They're quite cute when they're young, though. One is obedient as a puppy, the other as mysterious as a cat. Will she really take me away? A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. Seeing Xiao Zhini's silence, Fusang increased the offer to 1 million. Xiao Zhini trembled with excitement. In her eyes, the child was a burden. She'd rather enjoy a life of luxury. But greed already filled her gaze. 1 million as compensation? Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Yu is my precious baby. The last vestiges of hope in Xiao Yu's heart shattered. He had never felt even a shred of maternal love from her. As expected, she would never be satisfied. 2,500,000. If that's not enough, then there's nothing more to discuss. Fusang shrugged, having seen through her all along. This was how the rich insulted people. Xiao Zhini was afraid Fusang would back out the next second. Take Xiao Yu. Handle the adoption procedures. From now on, Xiao Yu and I have nothing to do with each other. She grabbed Xiao Yu's hand. She shoved Xiao Yu forcefully, and Fusang caught him. Xiao Yu stared intently at Fusang. He desperately wanted to escape this place. Fusang silently scrutinized him for a moment. She turned and walked towards the door. Mustering his courage, Xiao Yu called out from behind, "I'm easy to take care of. I won't be any trouble." Fusang smiled faintly. Clearly, the little guy was overthinking things. Xiao Yu quietly followed behind Fusang. He didn't know what awaited him. Even if Fusang's place was a den of tigers and dragons, it was still 1,000 times better than staying with his mother. He had imagined many possibilities for his future, but he never expected to be taken to a bathhouse. Fusang initiated her plan to transform the little guy. Xiao Yu's body was covered in scars. She wondered how he had endured all these years. His body was clean now, but some things could never be washed away. After putting away his clothes, Xiao Yu nervously tugged at the hem of his shirt, his whole body tense. Fusang finally got a clear look at him. He looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. Your hair needs a trim, and your clothes don't fit well. Let's go to the mall. The little puppy nodded obediently. A haircut and shopping. Activities like shopping at the mall had always been a distant dream for him. Now, because of Fusang, everything had changed. On the way home, Xiao Yu looked up at her. This was the first time he had felt the warmth of human kindness. What's it like to raise the male lead and the villain of the book as good brothers? One is obedient as a puppy, the other as mysterious as a cat. However, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate when the two met again. Fusang quickly said, "Grandpa, this is Xiao Yu. From now on, he and Chu Yinsui are both my younger brothers." Gu Nanshu cheerfully beckoned Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, you don't have to be so formal at home. You and Yinsui are both part of our Gu family. If anyone bullies you outside, you come back and tell Grandpa. Grandpa will back you up." Although the old man's words were rambling, they brought warmth to the two children's ears. "Yinsui, why don't you show Xiao Yu's room?" Chu Yinsui obediently stood up. He looked at Xiao Yu with a kind smile in his eyes. Watching the two children disappear at the top of the stairs, Fusang felt a little worried. Could these two get along? Chu Yinsui brought Xiao Yu to the room next to his own and said proudly, "The room closest to sister is mine." Xiao Yu grunted in response. This person was strange. Chu Yinsui, worried that Xiao Yu might steal Fusang's attention, smiled innocently. "Take care of me from now on." Xiao Yu ignored him and eagerly opened the door. This was the nicest house he'd seen since his rebirth. Thinking he was immersed in a dream, Chu Yinsui's gaze fell on Xiao Yu's shoulder-length hair. He suddenly asked, "You're a boy, right?" Xiao Yu felt insulted. Just then, Fusang appeared. She walked up behind them and saw that they were both standing at the doorway without going in. She casually asked, "Don't you like it?" Xiao Yu clenched his hands and whispered, "I like it." Chu Yinsui stared at Xiao Yu's profile, letting out a soft oomph. But he quickly hid his displeasure and returned to his usual obedient demeanor. In the following days, Xiao Yu learned from the servants that Chu Yinsui was also adopted by Fusang. The two children competed with each other, but didn't dare to openly show their dislike. At least in front of Fusang, They had to act like they loved each other. Gu Nanshu saw all of this. Thinking about their backgrounds, he couldn't help but feel Shin Tong for them. They were only 6 years old. They should be cuddling in their parents' arms, but they had already experienced so much hardship. How could one not feel sorry for them? What's it like to raise the protagonist and antagonist of a book into good brothers? One as obedient as a puppy, the other as mysterious as a cat. Two master manipulators, appearing harmonious on the surface, but actually competing in secret. Even at mealtimes, they didn't forget to try to one-up each other. Xiaoyu struggled a bit, reached out, picked up a chicken wing, and with effort, placed it in Fusong's bowl. His face was slightly flushed. "Sister, eat the chicken wing." Chu Yinsui, not to be outdone, smiled sweetly that Annie's chicken wings are delicious. "Sister, eat more." The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. The two children looked at each other, the air thick with tension. Gu Nanshu, however, smiled warmly. "Grandpa is very happy to see you two getting along so well. In the future, if Grandpa is gone, you two must protect Fusong." The old man then turned to Fusong and said, "Grandpa has already arranged for school. Today, you can take Yin Sui and Aiyue to buy some school supplies." When Fusong brought the two little ones to the downtown mall, they attracted the attention of many passersby. "Oh my God, look at those two children. They're so beautiful. I wonder how stunning their parents must be." The passersby chattered, their discussion not escaping the ears of the three. Hearing them mention parents, Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu's expressions both darkened. Chu Yinsui had been abandoned at an orphanage since he was young. He had no father or mother, and Xiao Yu only had a deadbeat mother who was addicted to beating him. Fusong noticed the shift in their moods. She gently rubbed the heads of the two little ones. "Let's go. I'll take you to buy things." However, she was a bit careless and walked a little too fast, quickly putting some distance between them and the two boys. Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu had to jog to keep up. The system hurriedly reminded Fusong, "Are you a small motor? Can't you wait for them? You're not paying attention to the protagonist and antagonist at all." Hearing this, Fusong immediately slowed down. Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu noticed that she had reduced her pace, and the oppressive feeling in their hearts lessened. The two walked on either side of Fusong. The mall was bustling with noise. Xiao Yu wasn't used to crowded places and subconsciously reached out and took Fusong's hand. Chu Yinsui narrowed his eyes. Not to be outdone, he also took Fusong's hand. What's it like to be hand in hand with two incredibly good-looking kids? At this moment, even the straight-laced Fusong felt a surge of happiness. The children's palms were soft, and holding their hands was quite comfortable. Seeing that Fusong didn't reject them, the two little boys' cheeks flushed with shyness. So this is what it feels like to hold hands with an adult. Waves of emotion rippled through their hearts. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in Fusong's mind. "Fusong, the higher-ups sent me a book, 101 Ways to Raise Children. I think you could use it." Fusong stopped in her tracks and firmly refused. "Just throw that thing away. It's questioning my abilities and intelligence. Can I raise kids?" Indeed, the system was genuinely afraid Fusong would raise the two kids poorly. The two kids also sensed Fusong's unusual behavior. Chu Yinsui asked with concern, "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" The child's expression was so obedient that one couldn't find a single flaw. It made one's heart soften even more. Xiao Yu thought he was quick to speak. Indeed, his first impression of Chu Yinsui was correct. He wasn't a simple person. "Sister, if you're not feeling well, we can go home. We can come back another time." Xiao Yu looked extremely cute when he smiled. His large eyes were bright and clear. Fusong felt her heart melting. "I'm fine. I just heard a dog bark." The two little ones exchanged a look and rushed off to buy things. The system was left fuming. It considered itself an excellent system, yet its host called it a dog. Fusong was truly the most insulting host it had ever had. She was definitely the most difficult host it had ever managed. Fusong didn't care about any of that. Arriving at the stationery store, she switched to free-range parenting mode. "You two choose something in the store first. I'm going to the restroom." Chu Yinsui nodded obediently. "Sister, I won't run around. I'll also watch Xiao Yu and make sure he doesn't run around either." Xiao Yu hurriedly added, "Sister, I won't run around." Perhaps because he was too anxious, the antagonist's face turned red. Once Fusang disappeared from sight, the two perfectly demonstrated what a sudden change in demeanor looked like. Turning around, they looked at the goods on the shelves with expressionless faces. Just then, the protagonist felt a gust of wind. Xiaoyu walked up to him, his voice childish but cold. "Chu Yinsui, there's no need to try so hard." Chu Yinsui chuckled softly but didn't speak. Were the two masters of manipulation about to start a war? As the protagonist and antagonist, the two masters of manipulation were sizing each other up. A saccharine sweet voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Excuse me, you're blocking the way." The two little ones turned to look. It was a pretty girl leading a chubby little boy. She looked at the protagonist and antagonist haughtily. Aren't these the two kids who were with Fusang just now? Last time, during the car accident, Fusang embarrassed me. This time, I'll teach her a lesson. Go, Pikachu. Pikachu marched forward and viciously shoved Chu Yinsui. Completely unprepared, Chu Yinsui fell on his backside. The pain from the friction on his palms made him frown. The chubby boy grinned, the epitome of a spoiled brat. Chu Yinsui didn't immediately get up from the ground. He wasn't sure if he should retaliate, afraid of causing trouble for Fusang. The shoppers around them gradually began to gather. From an outsider's perspective, the protagonist and antagonist were the underdogs. Xiaoyu, standing to the side, was also caught in the same dilemma. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw Fusang's slender figure slowly walking towards them. His heart leaped into his throat. He might as well gamble. Xiaoyu shouted with all his might, "Bad guy! Apologize to Yinsui." The chubby boy was stunned, and even Chu Yinsui was taken aback. Why did Xiaoyu suddenly stand up for him? Their relationship wasn't that good. It wasn't until he saw Fusang appear before him that he realized this Xiaoyu is trying to show off. I can't lose to him. He quickly put on a slightly wronged expression, still sitting on the ground. Fusang saw her little one on the ground, and her brow furrowed immediately. My baby was bullied. Gu Qingying feigned surprise. "Fusang, what are you doing here? What a coincidence." Fusang vaguely remembered this girl. She didn't have a good impression of her. "The mall isn't yours. Why can't I be here?" Fusang's gaze fell on Chu Yinsui and the chubby boy. Faced with her sharp eyes, the chubby boy panicked immediately. "It wasn't me." Actor number one's voice rang out softly. "Sister, don't blame them. I wasn't steady on my feet and fell accidentally." Actor number two immediately followed suit. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't protect Yinsui well. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Wow. Two little actors with pitiful expressions. Fusang's heart almost melted. This scene was extremely dramatic. "I've taken notes," Fusang thought. "Did you guys learn anything? Asterisk, you have to give tit for tat to those who bully you. I'll take the blame if anything happens." Asterisk Fusang had just returned and saw her little one pushed to the ground. This time, she was truly angry. She usually treated them like precious treasures. Fusang pulled Chu Yinsui up from the ground. Looking up, she met Gu Qingying's eyes with an icy stare. "What kind of skill is it to bully a child? Come bully me." Gu Qingying's family couldn't compare to Fusang's. The previously arrogant siblings instantly lost their fire. Gu Qingying quickly coaxed. Xiaoyuan didn't do it on purpose. Quickly apologized to the older brother. Saying this, she pushed the chubby boy forward. The chubby boy, however, glared and muttered it was Chu Yinsui's fault. Fusang gently patted Chu Yinsui's shoulder. "Don't be afraid." "Did he push you?" Chu Yinsui hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Fusang, using as gentle a tone as possible, said to the chubby boy, "So you're saying you pushed Chu Yinsui because he was in your way?" "Right," the chubby boy said self-righteously. "Makes sense." Fusang pulled Chu Yinsui in front of her. A coldness flickered in her eyes. "Now he's in your way. Push him back just like he pushed you." As soon as she spoke, the onlookers began to murmur, their opinions on Fusang's parenting methods mixed. As Chu Yinsui walked towards the chubby boy, the boy lost his earlier arrogance. He was clearly a spoiled child, accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chu Yinsui's eyes were cold. With a slap, the chubby boy sat down on the ground, crying his eyes out. The surrounding people, however, blamed Chu Yinsui, saying he hit too hard and threatening to post the video online. Truly, public opinion is a fearsome thing. Chu Yinsui was at a loss, anxiously explaining to Fu Sang, I just pushed him lightly. The implication being that the chubby boy was exaggerating. Fu Sang smiled, seeing through his little act. Nevertheless, she reached out and ruffled his hair. Good job. You have to fight back against those who bully you. I'll have your back if anything happens. Chu Yin-sui, having grown up in an orphanage, had never experienced genuine care. Feeling Fu Sang's protection, he thought, is this what it feels like to be cared for? The shop assistant had to step in to mediate. Gu Qingying knew there was no advantage to be gained. She could only slink away, pulling the chubby boy with her. Fu Sang knew that both of the children she was raising had suffered hardships. Turning back, she gently told the two boys, I know you were afraid of causing trouble for me, so you held back. Remember, next time you're bullied, fight back. I'll always be on your side. Pinky promise. Chu Yin-sui and Xiaoyu looked up at Fu Sang. Both boys smiled, their eyes bright as stars, filled with hope for the future. Xiaoyu said, touched, I'll protect you, sister. Chu Yin-sui immediately added, I'm older than Xiaoyu. I'll protect him, sister and grandpa. What's it like raising two little drama kings? When the protagonist gets bullied, the antagonist is the first to defend him. The little guy even tells the protagonist sympathetically, it's all my fault for not protecting you. Not only was the protagonist dumbfounded, but even Fu Sang, who adopted them, was stunned. The antagonist, however, was deeply into his role, earnestly telling the protagonist, next time, I won't let anyone hurt you. Chu Yin-sui knew Xiaoyu was putting on a show for Fu Sang, but with her there, he couldn't react. So Fu Sang witnessed the two little actors politely deferring to each other while buying stationery. This amused her greatly. She even disregarded the system's parenting manual, smugly believing her own methods were superior. Using the manual would be an insult to her intelligence. Only the system noticed the boys' unusual behavior and was worried. Sure enough, as soon as they got home, Chu Yin-sui angrily confronted Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, did you take one of my books? Xiaoyu retorted, the shop assistant packed it wrong, and tossed the book to him. Chu Yin-sui, holding the book, gave him a provoking smirk. You can borrow it from me if you want, if you can even understand it. He then closed the door and left, leaving Xiaoyu fuming. Having never attended kindergarten, Xiaoyu couldn't read. He could only glare at the closed door. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xiaoyu grabbed the book and left his room. He wouldn't let Chu Yin-sui look down on him. I can ask sister to teach me. But he hesitated at Fu Sang's door. Would this bother her? Just then, Fu Sang opened the door and was surprised to see him. Xiaoyu, his face flushed, explained why he was there. Fortunately, Fu Sang agreed. She patiently taught him to read. Xiaoyu learned quickly, and Fu Sang happily ruffled his hair. So smart. My little genius. Absolutely perfect. Chu Yin-sui, standing outside the door, witnessed this scene. He clenched the book in his hand, crumpling the pages. Fu Sang noticed him. Yin-sui, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you come in? The boy's expression instantly changed. I saw you teaching Xiaoyu to read and didn't want to disturb you. Xiaoyu looked at the seemingly innocent Chu Yin-sui with suspicion. Fu Sang sighed softly. What a proud little boy. Stroking the little guy's head, she comforted him. You don't need to be so formal. He needs to learn to be a child. What's it like raising the male lead and the villain of a book to be good brothers? But they were quite cute when they were little. One as obedient as a puppy, the other as mysterious as a cat. Two high-class green tea bitches, appearing harmonious on the surface. But in reality, they were secretly competing. Look, just now, the little guy was all smiles and laughter in front of Fu Sang. But when Fu Sang went downstairs to answer the phone, the atmosphere became strange. The black-bellied male lead, Chu Yin-sui, dragged his little face and started his handiwork. You can't even write such simple characters? The puppy-like villain, Xiaoyu, was not to be outdone. That you're just jealous that I'm spending time alone with sister. The two little guys' gazes clashed in midair, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be elementary school kids arguing. But when Fu Sang returned to the room, what she saw was a beautiful picture of brotherly love. The little guys looked at each other. Chu Yin-sui gently pointed at the textbook. Read this sentence, Xiaoyu. Good job. Xiaoyu, with an obedient face, replied, I've memorized it. Seeing the two children getting along harmoniously, Fu Sang was quite surprised. Outside the door, she had clearly sensed their strong resentment. But now it seemed they were getting along quite well. Chu Yin-sui spoke up before Xiaoyu, a sweet smile on his face, his dark eyes full of mirth. Sister, I recognize all the words in this book. I can teach Xiaoyu. What could Xiaoyu do? He could only helplessly agree. Fu Sang expressed her satisfaction. At this moment, the system's voice voice rang out in her mind. Master Fu sang, look how well-behaved the male lead and the villain are. Shouldn't you take them on that graduation trip for fun? It turned out Fu Sang had just received a graduation trip invitation from her classmates. Having just transmigrated, Fu Sang was obviously not very interested. The system hurriedly reminded her, the previous you already agreed. If you don't go, you might offend people. A joke. Is Boss Fu afraid of offending people? She decisively hung up the phone. The system then resorted to humble brainwashing and enticement. Fu Sang, this is a good opportunity to take them out for some fresh air and let them become close brothers. Fu Sang thought about it carefully and felt it made some sense. She was persuaded. I'm going out in a few days. Do you want to come along? Chu Yen Sui and Xiao Yu looked up at her simultaneously. The joy on their faces was unconcealed, their eyes clear and bright. Seeing the two agree, Fu Sang had them pack their things that afternoon. Looking at the two little guys' cheerful backs, Fu Sang's face was full of affection. Children are easily satisfied. The night before departure, the two little guys repeatedly checked the things they were bringing, determined to be more prepared than the other. Both were too excited to sleep all night. Do children also suffer from insomnia? What's it like to fly for the first time? Looking at the nervous expressions on the male lead and the villain's faces, you'd know. As soon as the plane took off, Chu Yen Sui's face turned pale. He felt a little uneasy. Am I airsick? Fu Sang noticed his discomfort right away. It's normal to have ringing in your ears during takeoff. Chu Yen Sui was only 6 years old and obviously didn't know what was happening. He honestly replied in a soft voice, my ears are uncomfortable. Fu Sang took a piece of chewing gum from her bag and handed it to Chu Yen Sui. The sweetness of the gum spread on his tongue. A hint of joy flashed in his dark eyes. It really did feel better, just as Fu Sang had said. Jealousy number 1. Xiao Yu witnessed the whole process. He thought Chu Yen Sui was just being a baby. He was also flying for the first time. So why weren't his ears uncomfortable? Just pretending to be pitiful. Mustering his courage, he reached out and tugged on Fu Sang's sleeve. He whispered, sister, can I have one too? Fu Sang generously handed a piece to Xiao Yu as well. Jealousy number 2, Chu Yen Sui's jealousy flared up. Xiao Yu was really annoying. Every time he got close to sister, this annoying person would always interrupt. Soon, because they hadn't rested well the night before, the two little ones quickly closed their eyes, sleepy. Their heads nodded, and they leaned against Fu Sang's shoulder. Perhaps in this world, Fu Sang was the only person who could give them a sense of security. She carefully pulled out a blanket and covered the children. However, Fu Sang herself didn't realize that she had subconsciously begun to genuinely care for the two children. The summer weather was hot, and the resort was obviously a good choice. When the three arrived at the hotel, they were informed by the staff that there were only 2 rooms left. This made Fu Sang think. The two little guys had only one thought in their minds. There are only 2 rooms left. How will sister arrange it? Will she choose me? At this moment, Chu Yen Sui suddenly patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. I want to stay with you. Whichever room he chooses, I'll stay in. Xiao Yu, in turn, held Chu Yen Sui's hand, a sweet look on his face. Great sister. I also happen to want to stay with Yen Sui. Let's stay in this room then. It just so happens to have 2 beds. Okay, I'll listen to Ayu. Seeing the two little ones' cheerful figures, Fu Sang smiled knowingly. Getting along well, huh? It seemed this trip wasn't in vain. Just as Fu Sang was happy about the 2 kids getting along lovingly, the atmosphere between the two started to become subtle. Both little ones were diligently pushing their beds, trying to maintain a distance. Because neither wanted the other to stay with Fu Sang, they ended up with this back-and-forth maneuvering. But after all, they were children, and soon they ran out of energy. Their stomachs rumbled loudly. When a high-level green tea meets a super green tea, what kind of sparks will fly? While Fu Sang and the 2 kids were eating, she heard a sweet, cloying female voice calling her from behind. Curiously turning around, she saw a very attractive couple, that your Fu Sang's university classmate. Lin Yujia, she greeted enthusiastically. Sang, I'm so happy you graced me with your presence. The next second, she put on a wronged expression that I thought you were still angry with me and wouldn't come. I'm so glad you can forgive me. Fu Sang was bewildered. Had this girl studied face-changing opera? And when had she ever been angry with her? The system hurriedly reminded Fu Sang, boss, this is your plastic sister from before you transmigrated. The super green tea who tricked you quite a bit during university. Lin Yujia really couldn't stay still. Her gaze fell on Chu Yen Sui and Xiao Yu. What beautiful children. Perhaps her tea-like aura was too strong. Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu both subconsciously wanted to dodge. She, however, looked excited and bent down to touch the two children. Glared at by Chu Yinsui, she immediately switched to a frightened expression, saying, "You really are still angry with me. Even your children are full of suspicion towards me. What did I do wrong? Tell me, and I can change. Please don't be like this, okay?" Good heavens, she could even blame this on her. Fu Sang, reacting, chuckled softly. Stroking Chu Yinsui's head, she said, "No, look, my little brother is very well behaved, isn't he?" Chu Yinsui beside her also acted incredibly obedient. Perhaps the slap in the face came too quickly, making the green tea a little embarrassed. Children are shy. It's normal, the green tea's boyfriend said from the side. Judgia is making a bit of a fuss. I'll apologize for her. He then extended his hand towards Fu Sang, but his gaze held a bit of fervor. Inwardly, he was thinking about how to pursue the Gu family's heiress. Seeing this, the two kids clearly couldn't sit still. The green tea girl posed no threat, but her boyfriend was a player. The two little ones suddenly stood up and grabbed the player's outstretched hand, their faces full of innocence that made it impossible to find fault. "We accept your apology." However, both little hands were secretly applying pressure. Zhou Yuqi felt a sharp pain in his hand. Is it my imagination, or are they doing this on purpose? Looking at the two kids' innocent faces, he couldn't quite decide to "Don't worry, brother. Sister won't fuss over such a small matter. But I wonder if this big sister will be angry." Lin Yujia felt a wave of tea-like fragrance wash over her, just as she was thinking about how to respond. She felt her clothes being tugged. High-level green tea, Chu Yinsui looked at her with innocent eyes. "Sister, I didn't mean to avoid you just now. I'm just a little shy. You won't be angry with me and cause trouble for my sister later, will you?" Green tea. There really are all kinds of people. Lin Yujia finally couldn't keep up the act, just as annoying as their sister. She reached out as if to grab the little ones, but Fu Sang grabbed her wrist in midair. Fu Sang was utterly disgusted with her. "Touching my little brother? Do you think I'm dead?" Fu Sang's grip was strong, making Lin Yujia wince. The player boyfriend hurried to smooth things over. "We're all classmates. Let's talk it out." Seeing Fu Sang release her grip, he ignored his own girlfriend and instead comforted Fu Sang. "Don't let a small matter ruin the friendship between classmates. Calm down. Let's go have some fun. I'll treat you." Fu Sang cut him off coldly. "Stop flirting. Your girlfriend is watching." Leaving the arguing couple behind, she took the two kids and left gracefully. An 18-year-old girl was forcibly added to a stay-at-home mom chat group. What the heck? That's right. This is the system's reward to Fu Sang for raising two kids. Two kids. At this moment, Fu Sang's mind was racing. "Communicate my foot. I am raising shipyard machines. How can they be the same?" The annoying voice of the group system rang out. "This is a system-bound group. You can't leave." Just then, a message popped up in Group 10. "Ugh, lately my son has been clamoring for candy every day. If I don't buy it for him, he throws a tantrum on the floor. Yeah, my son is also really into sweets lately. He just threw a fit." Fu Sang, who had just been complaining about the group, started thinking. "So all kids like sweet things, huh? You two wait here for me. I'll be right back." The two little boys agreed, but their minds were full of questions. Where did sister go? A moment later, Fu Sang returned with two cotton candies in hand, strawberry-flavored and orange-flavored for Xiao Yu. Seeing the happy expressions on the two boys' faces, it seemed these were their favorite flavors. Fu Sang felt a warm feeling in her heart. She didn't know why, but seeing them happy seemed to improve her mood as well. Just then, Xiao Yu noticed Fu Sang's gaze. The little guy stretched out his hand, offering the cotton candy to Fu Sang. His eyes were bright. "Sister, have some." Fu Sang hesitated for a moment, then bent down and took a bite. It melted in her mouth. It was quite delicious. Chu Yinsui watched this scene, the smile on his lips fading. His lowered eyelids hid a flash of coldness. He had been beaten to the punch. Xiao Yu was so annoying. Fu Sang senset ju dansu sha slidits bleu. She was always very perceptive of people's emotions. "You don't like it?" Chu Yinsui quickly explained, his beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. "I like everything sister buys." Just then, Xiao Yu took Fu Sang's hand. "Sister, there's a beautiful lake over there. Let's go take a look." "Okay." Chu Yinsui followed behind, thinking to himself, "I wish she were only with me." The gentle breeze carried a slight chill, but it was refreshing against his face. Fu Sang really enjoyed the temperature and the surroundings. She gazed at the scenery in the distance. When she looked down, she saw the two boys staring at a family, taking pictures nearby. The parents' faces radiated happiness and joy, and the child surrounded by them was also smiling brightly. A look of loss filled the two little boys' large eyes. Fu Sang didn't have the experience of raising children, nor did she have much experience interacting closely with humans. But she could sense a subtle loneliness in the two boys' hearts. Let's take a picture together. As a memento, they looked up at Fu Sang, blinking in confusion. Take a picture? They asked uncertainly. Fu Sang nodded and took out her phone. She glanced around. Then she walked over to a girl and handed her the phone. Could you please take a picture of us? The girl readily agreed to her request. Fu Sang chose the spot where the family of three had been standing. The shimmering lake provided a beautiful backdrop. Fu Sang stood in the middle, the two children stiff and slightly awkward as they faced the camera. Hey, relax your expressions a bit. Miss, could you crouch down? Fu Sang followed her suggestion and crouched down, bringing herself to the same level as the two children. All three of them were incredibly good-looking. The children's features were still childish, but it was easy to see how stunningly handsome they would become. Countless girls would surely be captivated by them in the future. Just as the girl was about to press the shutter button, Chu Yin-sui casually turned his head and placed a cool kiss on Fu Sang's cheek. With a click, the moment was captured. I treat you like a brother. Why would you kiss my sister? With a click, the moment was captured. A faint blush crept up Chu Yin-sui's cheeks, reaching all the way to the tips of his ears. Fu Sang was a little stunned. Why did Chu Yin-sui suddenly kiss her? Did he want more motherly affection? Xiao Yu, still unaware of what had happened, blinked his large eyes in confusion. Fu Sang stared blankly at the photo. Do human children like to kiss when taking pictures? She clearly hadn't taken the incident to heart. At this point, Xiao Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Sister, can I see the picture? But when Xiao Yu saw the photo, the joy in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock. Chu Yin-sui was too cunning. Xiao Yu tugged on Fu Sang's skirt, gently swaying it. He looked up at her, his voice soft and almost coquettish. Sister, I want to kiss you and take a picture like Yin-sui did. Chu Yin-sui, his rival, clearly sensed Xiao Yu's intentions. He couldn't let him succeed. So, he took Fu Sang's hand, feigning a yawn. Sister, can we go back to the hotel and rest now? Fu Sang checked the weather. It was indeed getting late. They still had other places to visit tomorrow. They should head back today. On the way back, Xiao Yu slowed his pace, watching the two laughing together. The child's heart understood clearly. Astra's sister, why wouldn't you take the same picture with me? Are feelings based on who came first? Perhaps she prefers Chu Yin-sui, who came first. Astra's little heart was already filled with self-doubt. Fu Sang, however, didn't notice anything unusual. She continued to take them out as planned. When Fu Sang asked the two little ones to row the boat, Xiao Yu, facing Fu Sang, could only pretend to be happy. Arriving at the grassy area, Chu Yin-sui gave the flowers he picked to Fu Sang. Seeing Fu Sang's happy expression, Xiao Yu stared blankly, at a loss. He didn't dare to give her the flowers he had picked, just as he didn't dare to confirm his suspicion that Chu Yin-sui was more important to Fu Sang. Finally, Fu Sang noticed Xiao Yu's state. Well, what's wrong? You've been so down all day. She knocked on the little one's head. What are you spacing out for? Aren't you coming to play? Xiao Yu tightly gripped the flowers in his hand, not wanting Fu Sang to see his distress. He turned and ran. Let's hurry and climb the mountain. The sun is almost setting. He tripped hard on a rock on the ground. Just as he was about to fall, Fu Sang caught him. Fu Sang was worried sick. She quickly asked if the little one was hurt. Xiao Yu just hung his head and didn't speak. Worried about his state, Fu Sang decided to take the two little ones home. But Xiao Yu felt even worse. He thought he had ruined the trip. He was afraid Fu Sang would find him troublesome. He wanted to become a better person. Perhaps only then would he be qualified to always stay by his sister's side. By the time the three of them returned home, it was completely dark. Fu Sang, concerned about their health, told the growing boys to go back and rest. Perhaps because he had been too tense these past few days, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with exhaustion. His luggage felt much heavier. Asterisk, my head is so dizzy, so sleepy. What's wrong with me? Asterisk back in his bedroom. The little one quickly washed his face with cold water. Looking at his weak self in the mirror, he told himself he couldn't sleep yet. He hadn't finished his studies for the day. To always stay by sister's side, I must become an outstanding person. He had to constantly strive to surpass Chu Yin Sui. Only then would Fu Sang choose him. Late into the night, the little one's cough grew worse and worse. Looking at the glass of water in front of him, he wanted to reach for it. However, the dizziness intensified. A wave of suffocation washed over him, knocking him and the glass to the floor. What kind of mother becomes her son's nightmare? In his dream, Xiao Yu was still living in the slums with his mother, Xiao Zhini. Xiao Zhini was addicted to alcohol. When drunk, she took pleasure in beating him. The scars on Xiao Yu's body would barely heal before being replaced by new ones. He tried to resist, but this only enraged Xiao Zhini further. He was only 6 years old. No matter how hard he tried, he was no match for an adult. Every time Xiao Zhini lashed out, Xiao Yu was like a lifeless puppet, letting her hit and scold him. Even in pain, he would only bite his lip and not make a sound. Xiao Yu loathed the word mother. Every night, he silently prayed that Xiao Zhini would disappear from this world. But heaven didn't favor him. Xiao Zhini was still alive and well. Xiao Yu vaguely remembered one year when Xiao Zhini took him to live in a young man's beautiful house. During that time, Xiao Zhini rarely lost her temper. She even spoke to him gently. But Xiao Yu wasn't happy. Instead, he was terrified every moment. The man would play simulated shooting games. He usually made Xiao Yu stand there as his target. When the red dot aimed at Xiao Yu's forehead, he would pull the trigger. With the sound of a gunshot, the pale-faced child would collapse to the ground. "Coward, your posture is wrong. What a wimp. Can't you just stand still?" His mother would watch coldly and even join in. During that time, Xiao Yu was tortured beyond recognition. He was only 4 years old. Xiao Yu had never experienced warmth. He felt enveloped by darkness and despair. No one loved him, and he didn't love anyone. Perhaps he had never received God's favor. Filthy, gloomy, and unlikable, he was someone even God had abandoned. Xiao Yu lay restlessly in the hospital bed, his small face flushed with an unnatural redness. Asterisk why? Why does everyone hate me? Asterisk Fu Sang looked at Xiao Yu with concern. No one hates you, August. Young Master Qiao, you probably hasn't been sleeping well these past few days. He also caught a cold, which caused a low-grade fever. Chu Yin Sui stood by the bed, his dark eyes now tinged with worry. Sister, is he all right? Hu Sang rubbed the little guy's head. It's okay. Don't worry. Go to the kitchen and ask someone to make him some porridge. Yeah, good boy. Don't leave me. Xiao Yu's tearful voice, broken and intermittent, reached Hu Sang's ears. Fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The system's voice rang in her ear. The villain is definitely dreaming about what happened before. Hu Sang, you should try holding his hand. Hu Sang looked carefully at Xiao Yu. Finally, she heeded the system's advice and reached out to hold the child's hand. A surge of resentment rushed towards her. She could clearly feel Xiao Yu's despair. Even as the villain in the previous life, she was secretly startled. Hu Sang stood up from the chair, then bent down and gently kissed Xiao Yu's forehead. Her voice was gentle. I'm here. No one will bully you. I will always protect you. Whether it was the kiss or the words that worked, the restless boy gradually calmed down. The furrow in his brow began to smooth out, but his grip on Hu Sang's hand didn't loosen. Even the robust system was filled with curiosity. Master Hu Sang, how did you do that? Hu Sang replied matter-of-factly, isn't there a stay-at-home mom support group for questions like this? After waking up, Xiao Yu peeked at Hu Sang, who was lost in thought. Did sister just kiss me? If that's true, I'd rather my illness lasted a little longer. His small hand unconsciously tightened around Hu Sang's. Under Hu Sang's meticulous care, his cold had completely recovered, but he became even more clingy to Hu Sang. This was quite an eyesore for Chu Yin Sui. Watching Chu Yin Sui's frustrated yet helpless expression, Xiao Yu felt a little smug. He wouldn't tell Chu Yin Sui that sister had kissed his forehead, because that was his little secret. What does it feel like to raise someone else's husband? From the day she brought the two little guys to school to register, she noticed a particularly eye-catching little girl in the noisy crowd. The system quickly reminded Hu Sang, that girl in front is the female lead of the original story. Looking at the pretty little girl, Hu Sang fell into thought. Are the children I'm raising destined to become rivals for this little girl? She couldn't help but become interested and asked the system to transmit the complete plot of the original story. The scenes appeared in Hu Sang's mind. Young Shen Lu, she was a kind and cheerful girl. Everyone liked her. Of course, Chu Yin Sui and Xiao Yu were no exception. Her appearance was like a ray of light, shining into the dark lives of two world-weary individuals. She gave companionship to two lonely people and became their only salvation. She ignited their passion for life. However, when her kindness and compassion turned into indecisiveness, and faced with the frantic pursuit of both boys. Her wavering led to increasing misunderstandings between the male lead and the villain. Ultimately, they ended up in a destructive conflict, completely breaking apart. The two world-weary individuals ended up destroying the entire world. Seeing this, Hussein couldn't help but complain about the cliché plot. Are the children I'm raising really that starve for love? She then asked, so, once they grow up with the female lead, I can leave, right? After receiving confirmation from the system, Hussein's mood became somewhat complicated. Asterisk, isn't this the outcome I've always wanted? But why do I feel inexplicably annoyed? Asterisk, just then, she suddenly felt a tug on her skirt. Sister, my mom isn't here. Can you help me comb my hair? Hussein, lost in thought, was obviously a little puzzled. But seeing the female lead acting coquettishly towards her, even Hussein couldn't refuse. However, the expressions of the two boys behind her didn't seem very friendly. Sister, thank you. You're truly beautiful and kind. The little girl's big eyes seemed to hold stars. After speaking, she gave Hussein a big hug. Hussein thought that the female lead in the original story was just like this and didn't think much of it. She never imagined that Shun Lu, she was also a transmigrator. As soon as she arrived, she went to orphanages, hospitals, and various other places but couldn't find the male lead. So, in the end, she decided to wait at the school. While she was happy to find the main characters, there was an extra sister beside them who didn't exist in the original story. Seeing how dependent the main characters were on her, Shenlu, she couldn't help but wonder, could my transmigration be affecting the plot? Asterisk, whatever. It's better with a sister. Asterisk, I can just get close to the male leads by getting on her good side. And Big Sister is so pretty. As a member of the Appearance Association, the female lead's eyes were full of little stars. She was already confident in her plan. That's why she hugged Hussein just now. But she didn't know that because of that hug, she left a bad impression on the main characters. Faced with their little glares, Shenlu, she couldn't help but wonder if she had the wrong script. However, with her superior transmigration skills, she quickly adjusted her state and still greeted the main characters with a bright smile. The two little boys' coldness made the atmosphere awkward once again, until Hussein rubbed the two little ones' heads, warning them that they were shy and not very sociable. She's being so enthusiastic. Shouldn't you respond? That's how you make friends. The two little boys quickly agreed. The next second, sunny, friendly smiles filled their childish faces as they enthusiastically greeted Shunlushi. As Hussein left, she reminded the two little ones to get along well with the other children. The adults all warmly bid farewell to Hussein. But after arriving in the classroom, the boys put on a do not approach expression. This made Shenlushi, the female lead, think, wow, are both of these future CEOs so moody as children? Forget it, I'll figure out how to win them over later. This is definitely the most unsuccessful transmigration I've ever experienced. She chose to transmigrate to the male lead's childhood, but their first meeting resulted in her being given the cold shoulder. Moreover, they were incredibly docile toward a sister who didn't exist in the book. To understand the situation, she tried to talk to them again, wanting to find out who this suddenly appearing sister was. The two boys' cold stares almost made her retreat. Why are you asking about this? Mind your own business. Don't be so cold. I'm just asking casually. Everyone appreciates beauty. A classmate chimed in, I saw your sister too. She's like a fairy. Can I trade my mom for your sister? My mom can cook and do laundry. Both little boys clenched their fists angrily. They knew Hussein was their age-defying. At this moment, a chubby boy walked over, his aura very powerful. The other students unconsciously made way for him. The two boys were no strangers to the newcomer. It was the same kid who caused trouble at the stationery store last time. The class bully, Yu Xiaoheng, disdainfully slandered Hussein that Hussein is like a shrew. She bullies people just because she's rich. The two little boys stood up, filled with righteous indignation. But Yu Xiaoheng wasn't fazed at all. He even mocked them, temporarily putting aside their differences. Working together with surprising Moachi, they left him speechless. Seeing that they dared to talk back, the chubby boy furiously glared at the surrounding classmates. Who do you think is more scared? The intimidated boys could only agree with him. At this point, the female lead angrily went to argue with Yu Xiaoying, but she was quickly suppressed by his status as the class bully. Xiao Yu and Chu Yinsui only felt that his behavior was childish. Bored, they packed their bags and prepared to leave. Seeing himself ignored, Yu Xiaoheng became even angrier. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Yu and yanked him back hard. No one's here to back you up. Xiao Yu, completely unprepared, fell hard to the ground. Not satisfied, Yu Xiaoheng dumped the textbooks out of Qiao Yu's bag. A fatherless, motherless child doesn't deserve nice things. He then ripped Qiao Yu's notebook. Seeing their angry expressions, the chubby boy thought he had one. What are you going to do about it? Qiao Yu, sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up and punched him in the face. You're messing with my sister's things. You're asking for it. Qiao Yu vented his anger on him. The sight of the fight scared the surrounding classmates. Hearing someone go to get the teacher, Chu Yansui and Shun Lu, she hurried to stop Qiao Yu. Stop hitting him. You'll get big sister in trouble. Hearing about his sister, Qiao Yu finally calmed down. By now, the chubby boy on the ground was already in tears. Soon, the chubby boy's mother, Mrs. Yu, arrived at the school. Without bothering to understand the situation, she demanded an explanation from the teacher and scolded Qiao Yu for being a wild child. Are you deaf? You hit someone and can't even apologize? The chubby boy hid in Mrs. Yu's arms, putting on a pitiful act. Qiao Yu didn't care about the insults. He was more worried about causing trouble for his sister. Would big sister not like him anymore? Shun Lu, she couldn't stand it and spoke up for Qiao Yu. However, she was no match for the loud and unreasonable Mrs. Yu. She was quickly silenced by Mrs. Yu's barrage of words. After confronting Shun Lu, Mrs. Yu turned to berate Qiao Yu's parents. Kids with such bad manners must have terrible parents. Clearly, the chubby kid's arrogance was inherited. Hearing their sister insulted, the two silent boys instantly bristled. You can scold me, but you absolutely cannot scold my sister. A wife must have a mother. Evil people are never self-aware. The younger one can't win, so the older one comes to school to fight their battles. Facing the shrewish Mrs. Yu, even one of the main characters, a transmigrator, was defeated. But her arrogance continued. Oh, what if I scolded them? Little brats with no upbringing, who sang, just arriving at the doorway, heard these harsh words that a woman like you who only knows how to curse should look at herself first. Qiao Yu looked up at who sang, his pale face showing a trace of guilt. But the chubby kid, emboldened by his parents' presence, acted like a dog whose leash had found its owner and became arrogant again. This wild child scraped my skin. He must be expelled. He and Mrs. Yu sneered, "So, this is the wild child who fought with my Yuer." Hearing her son called names, Mrs. Yu flew into a rage. Who are you calling a wild child? Furious, she raised her hand to hit who sang. The two boys quickly shielded who sang behind them. However, her raised hand was caught in midair by who sang. A slight squeeze made Mrs. Yu cry out in pain. Mrs. Yu quickly begged for mercy, as if her arm would be ripped off if she was a second late. Hu Sang's icy voice rang in her ear. You should set a good example in front of the children. The three children breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Luxi's eyes lit up, instantly becoming a little fangirl. Sister, you're so cool. Unable to win with words or force, Mrs. Yu ran to the teacher to complain. This whole family is violent. He hit my son. He even wanted to hit me. Hu Sang gently rubbed Qiao Yu's head. You, tell sister what happened. Qiao Yu's heart was filled with conflict. How could he explain without causing trouble for his sister? Mrs. Yu became smug. See? He can't even make up a lie. Let's check the surveillance footage. At this, Yu Xiaoheng panicked, but Mrs. Yu maintained her arrogant expression. After reviewing the footage, the teacher announced the results. Why Yu Xiaoheng initiated the bullying. Qiao Yu's actions were in self-defense. Despite the undeniable evidence, Mrs. Yu continued to defend her precious son. She tried playing it off as a joke, then resorted to full life. The problem must lie with Qiao Yu. Her thick skin was truly something. Hu Sang, of course, wouldn't indulge her to go get his workbook. Tear it up just like he tore yours. Seeing Qiao Yu hesitate, Hu Sang gently told him, don't be afraid of bullies. Don't be afraid to cause trouble for anyone. We should learn to protect ourselves better. Chu Yansui had thoughtfully brought over the chubby kid's workbook. Don't let me look down on you. Qiao Yu took the workbook. He seemed to have grown accustomed to enduring, gradually forgetting what courage was. A coward wasn't qualified to stand by his sister's side. If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he protect his sister? As the workbook was torn in half, Qiao Yu's gaze became firmer. The chubby kid, seeing Qiao Yu's look, burst into tears. I didn't do anything wrong. I just returned what you did to me. As Hu Sang took the two children back, Mrs. Yu was still arguing with the teacher. Hu Sang rubbed the little one's head. You were great. Chu Yansui also felt he did well this time. Qiao Yu felt, for the first time, the feeling of being protected by his family. The little boy took their arms. I finally have a complete family. From now on, wherever they are is home. One person's loneliness is 5 people's fault. Since Xiao Yu's fight and injury, he became even more attached to Hu Sang, constantly finding excuses to be near her. He even went so far as to use nightmares as an excuse to have his sister hold him while sleeping. Chu Yin Sui, the #1 vinegar jar, was about to explode. He could only vent his frustration by filling his notebook with Xiao Yu's name at school. He couldn't just sit idly by. At this rate, he'd be kicked out by Xiao Yu sooner or later. Then, Shen Luxi's voice came from behind. Why isn't Xiao Yu here? Clearly, she still wanted to pursue the male lead. Chu Yin Sui didn't want her to discover his little secret. He hurriedly hid his notebook that he's sick and called in. Just then, a boy walked in, stammering that the math teacher was looking for Chu Yin Sui. Shen Luxi, with her years of transmigration experience, sensed something was wrong and followed uneasily. Sure enough, trouble was brewing. The class bully, Yu Xiaoheng, was pointing at Chu Yin Sui angrily, wanting to repay yesterday's humiliation tenfold. Seeing Chu Yin Sui's indifferent expression, clearly disrespecting his status as the class bully, Yu Xiaoheng was furious. He immediately swung his little fist, aiming for Chu Yin Sui's chest. But Chu Yin Sui caught it firmly. Oh my, the little bully panicked. He strained with all his might, but couldn't break free. After Chu Yin Sui easily let go, the little bully stumbled and fell due to the momentum. Seeing this, the female lead's eyes practically sparkled. As expected of the male lead, so cool. Seeing the little bully crying on the ground, Chu Yin Sui had a flash of inspiration. If he were bullied too, wouldn't he be able to cling to his sister like Xiao Yu? So he bent down and picked up a twig. Seeing this, the little bully panicked even more. What are you doing? If you dare hit me, I'll tell my mom. Chu Yin Sui declared with utmost seriousness, "You're using this to bully me." The little bully and Shen Luxi, who was secretly watching, were both stunned. Not giving him time to react, Chu Yin Sui immediately tried to shove the twig into the little bully's hand. The little bully panicked even more that "You're so bad. Stay away from me. Hurry up. Stop messing around." The little bully desperately resisted, abruptly breaking free from Chu Yin Sui's grasp. He ran away as if his life depended on it. "Mommy, school is so scary. I want to quit." Chu Yin Sui was left looking regretfully at the twig in his hand. "You can come out now." Shen Luxi, having been discovered, was about to sneak away when a cold voice came from behind her. "How much did you see?" The whole thing. It was quite a show anyway. Now that the charade was exposed, Shen Luxi voiced her question. "Why did you want Yu Xiaoheng to hit you?" Chu Yin Sui didn't answer, instead looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, the perfect picture of a melancholy little prince. "That I have a question for you now." Shen Luxi was practically swooning. How could she refuse? Chu Yin Sui's face flushed slightly. "Oh, you know how to attract a girl's attention." "Huh? What do you mean? Are you trying to chase me?" Clearly misunderstanding, Shen Luxi coughed lightly. One word, impressed. She then handed him a list with utmost solemnity. Shen Luxi declared confidently, "Just follow what's on here. You'll definitely impress her to the moon and back." Chu Yin Sui looked at the reading list seriously. "Really?" Shen Luxi's nose tilted up proudly. "Of course. Trust me, I'm never wrong. Doing this on special occasions like birthdays or holidays will impress her even more." Chu Yin Sui couldn't hear the rest. His sister's birthday seemed to be approaching soon. One was eager to teach, and the other was genuinely willing to learn. Back home, Chu Yin Sui diligently took notes in his little notebook. He stared intently at the illustrations in the novel, which was about a cat demon falling in love with its owner. Are Shen Luxi's novel recommendations really reliable? Why does my face feel a little hot? Behind every precocious male lead, there's a girl silently guiding him. When Chu Yin Sui asked Shen Luxi how to attract a girl's attention, he never expected that she would give him a huge list of domineering CEO romance manga. However, one was truly daring to suggest, and the other was truly daring to learn. Back home, Chu Yin Sui flipped through the book's contents and took notes diligently. When he saw the cat demon whispering in the female lead's ear, "Accept this gift. From now on, you will belong to me forever." The little guy's face turned red. "But what should I get my sister for her birthday?" A meow interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound downstairs, he saw Hu Sang holding a small black kitten. "I found him at the door." He looked a lot like you, so I played with him for a bit. Then I realized he was injured. Chu Yinsui looked intently at the kitten's eyes. How does he look like me? However, when he tried to feed the kitten, it remained cautious and didn't approach him. When he saw how close the kitten was with Hussein, only letting its guard down around her, he realized they were indeed similar in that aspect. Seeing Hussein give the kitten medicine, he was even more convinced. The way she cared for the kitten was very much like how she had cared for him. Back then, she was like a light that shone into his life, drawing him in unconsciously. Suddenly, the girl's clear laughter interrupted his thoughts. Jealousy number 1 felt slightly annoyed. This cat is really good at acting cute. Why does he keep rubbing against me and licking me? Chew. Yinsui recalled the domineering CEO manga he had just read and put on a thoughtful expression that I saw it in a tree before. Cats mark their owners with their scent. He's doing that to declare his ownership. Hussein teased the kitten that's an interesting theory. But unfortunately, Grandpa has asthma, so we can't keep him. But I'll send him to the best animal shelter. Chu Yinsui didn't know why, but seeing the kitten being sent to the shelter gave him a strange sense of empathy. If Hussein hadn't chosen him at the orphanage, would he be the same as the kitten? I never want to leave Hussein, but how can I make him belong to me forever? The little guy fell into deep thought. Looking at the drawing of the gift in front of him, he thought, if I give this to Hussein as a birthday present, will it leave my mark on him? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu stared at the ceiling, also lost in thought. Sister's birthday is coming soon. What should I give her as a present? Chu Yinsui has been acting suspiciously lately. I wonder if he's secretly preparing a gift for sister. But then I remember Chu Yinsui saying that when he grows up, he'll earn a lot of money and buy Xiaojini. Should I get the little guy to help me investigate? But when he arrived outside Chu Yinsui's room, he found him gone. Huh, what's on his desk? Xiaoyu curiously opened it. A book titled Domineering CEO's Guide to Picking Up Girls suddenly appeared before his eyes. I didn't expect him to have this kind of hobby. At school, Xiaoyu was still thinking about what gift to give his sister. He noticed a few girls in the class playing a wish paper game. Shenlu Shi, after spotting him, invited him to join. Seeing Xiaoyu's confused expression, she explained it to him. You write your wish on this piece of paper, then put it in the magic envelope. 3 months later, your wish will come true. Shenlu Shi saw Xiaoyu's interest. Oh, you want to play together? I'll give you a few. They're very effective. The little guy smiled happily, his beautiful peach blossom eyes exceptionally charming. The female lead was smitten again. With a grand gesture, she gave Xiaoyu many sheets. However, both of them had ulterior motives. Shenlu Shi thought that after Xiaoyu finished writing, she could take one and know his wish to better strategize her pursuit. And Xiaoyu was thinking of using this method to find out Hussein's wish. There are always people who use the guise of magic to create surprises for you. Xiaoyu returned home and saw Hussein lying lazily on the sofa. While admiring his sister's beauty, he felt a little reserved. Sister, can you play the wish paper game with me? Afraid that Hussein wouldn't understand, he quickly explained, you write your wish on a piece of paper and put it in an enchanted envelope to make it come true. Hussein stared blankly at the wish paper. This kind of thing is obviously fake. She refused directly. However, seeing the disappointment written all over the little puppy's face, her heart softened. Oh well, he's my little pup. Who else would I spoil? All right, let's play. However, when it came time to write, Hussein became conflicted. She was rich, beautiful, and bold. Clearly a winner in life. She really didn't know what to write. No choice, she'd just write down some heartfelt words. A while later, Hussein finally woke up. When she asked Xiaoyu where the envelope with the wish was, Xiaoyu rubbed his head, pretending to have forgotten, and asked Hussein to just give him the note. This way, he could check Hussein's wish before putting it in the envelope. He congratulated himself on being so clever. Back in his room, Xiaoyu unfolded the note with anticipation. I hope to raise a morally upright and academically excellent younger brother like Zheng Miaohong. I hope Yin Sui can forget the coldness of the past and only remember the warmth of the present. I hope you can forget the darkness of his family and always stand in the sunlight. I hope they gradually become strong and will no longer be bullied by anyone in the future. I hope they can face the rest of their lives with strength and independence, grow up healthy and happy, and live a safe, smooth, and carefree life. Xiao Yu's eyes filled with emotion as he read the contents. He secretly vowed to fulfill his sister's wishes. In the living room, Grandpa Gu also wanted to throw a big birthday party for his precious granddaughter and asked for Hu Sang's opinion. Hu Sang clearly didn't want one. She just wanted to celebrate her birthday at home with her grandfather and two boys. At this moment, a news report on TV caught their attention. Gushy Technology is facing a broken capital chain. If they can't fulfill their orders, they will face 50 million in penalties. After watching the news, Grandpa's face changed drastically, and he stood up to leave. Hu Sang noticed something was wrong with her grandfather and summoned the system to ask what was going on. The man on TV was Hu Sang's father, Gu Shuai. He had married into the family, changing his surname, and relied on Hu Sang's mother to become rich. He was a quintessential social climber, but he had an affair and had an illegitimate daughter with another woman. In the end, Hu Sang's mother died of depression because of him. After hearing this, Hu Sang couldn't help but curse this scum. She silently prayed to never see him. But who can escape Murphy's Law? Hu Sang never expected that on her birthday, someone would play such a trick on her. To surprise Hu Sang, the two boys started a fierce competition. Chu Yin Sui was learning to bake a cake with the housekeeper, while Xiao Yu meticulously decorated the birthday party venue. The mansion's servants were exhausted, feeling like the country owed them a younger brother. On her birthday, the two boys led Hu Sang downstairs, wanting to surprise her. However, as soon as they reached the living room, a nasty voice ruined their mood. "What is this? How dare you bring this out?" Hu Sang was startled to see the person before her. It was her deadbeat father, Gu Shuai, sprawled on the sofa, arrogantly complaining, "The service at the Gu residence is getting worse and worse. This kind of tea is actually served to guests." Upon seeing Hu Sang, he immediately switched to a warm demeanor that it's been a few years, sang. "You've become even more beautiful." Faced with this fake enthusiasm, Hu Sang didn't want to engage with him. She told him to get to the point. Gu Shuai waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing important, just that your aunt and I miss you." Hu Sang fought back her disgust. "Then why didn't you come to see me before?" Gu Shuai was taken aback. His naive daughter, who was easily appeased, seemed different today. Regardless, he had to coax her today. Only then could his business turn around. He then looked at Hu Sang with a feigned, loving expression. "Dad has neglected you all these years. This time, Dad has arranged a birthday banquet for you at the most expensive hotel, and I've also invited prominent figures from society. I just want everyone to see that I have a beautiful and outstanding daughter." His words sounded sincere, but Hu Sang couldn't help but think he practically had "I have ulterior motives" written all over his face. The system also quickly warned her that this was a Hongmin banquet. Yet, Hu Sang agreed. The two boys also sensed something was wrong and tried to dissuade Hu Sang. Seeing their downcast expressions, Hu Sang comforted them. "I'll be back soon. Remember to tell Grandpa. Trust me, there are just some things I have to do." Arriving at the banquet, Hu Sang felt out of place. Why such a grand affair? She couldn't understand his motives. Gu Shuai put on a doting act, but Hu Sang couldn't muster any interest. She turned away coldly, making Gu Shuai grind his teeth in anger. For the sake of his plan, he had to endure it. They say there's a lot of drama in wealthy families, but only by experiencing it firsthand can one understand how terrifying it can be. Hu Sang saw that her scumbag father had organized such a grand birthday party for her. Wasn't this clearly a sign of some scheme? And Gu Shuai put on a doting act with Hu Sang. Faced with the cheating scumbag, she turned away coldly, giving him the most polite response. Gu Shuai seethed inwardly. At this moment, a guest asked why Gu Qingying wasn't present at the birthday banquet. Gu Shuai knew his opportunity had arrived. He took the microphone and introduced Hu Sang to the business elites as his publicly acknowledged daughter. He emphasized that she was Gu Nanshu's granddaughter of the Gu Corporation. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion among the guests, surprised that he had climbed onto the Gu family's high branch. Hu Sang also understood. She was brought here as a prop. She just didn't know what tricks he was planning. Soon, Gu Shuai began his performance. While celebrating Hu Sang's birthday, he casually revealed to the guests that Hu Sang was the apple of the Gu family's eye and deeply loved by Grandpa Gu. "I'm also benefiting from her." These words took on a different meaning in the ears of the guests. Did benefiting mean that the Goo Corporation would invest in his new project? Could he make money lying down? They all started to consider investing. Seeing the desired effect, Gu Shuahai was overjoyed. Of course, everyone present is my friend and will also be a friend of the Gu family. He never explicitly mentioned leveraging the Gu family, but every word implied it, playing the word game perfectly. He dared to use the Gu family's name to commit fraud. Hussein couldn't stand it anymore. She directly tore off Gu Shuahai's mask of loving fatherhood. As soon as she spoke, Gu Shuahai froze, his celebratory drink halfway to his lips. He almost lost his composure. However, this was his only chance to save his company. He put on a loving facade again and turned to tell Hussein a fairy tale. Hussein, however, was full of mockery, meeting his every move. What did our Gu family say they would invest in you? These words sobered the onlookers. It turned out they were almost victims of Gu Shuahai's deception. Gu Shuahai seethed with hatred. Still blocking Fusang, he said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone. A child can't represent the Gu family." Then, do my words carry any weight? A deep roar interrupted the chaotic scene. The man was Grandpa Gu, the family patriarch. Although leaning on a cane, the wealthy old man still commanded a powerful presence. He looked at his granddaughter with pure adoration. I'm afraid someone might bully our Sang-Sang. But facing the now stunned crowd, his expression turned. I see why. Lu Sang is my only granddaughter, and she will be the future heir of the Gu Corporation. Every word she speaks represents the Gu family, and those with ulterior motives who wish to take advantage of our Gu family. His gaze landed on a panicked Gu Shuahai. Seeing Fusang being led away by Gu Nanshu, Gu Shuahai gritted his teeth in anger. He wouldn't let this matter rest. The happiest and most secure life is like this. No excessive wealth, no bloodshed, just love and someone waiting for you at home. When Fusang returned from dealing with Gu Shuahai and the others, it was already late at night. She saw the two little ones, Padre Doju-sang, sleeping soundly, obviously waiting for her. On the table was a mountain of gifts. She immediately recognized the special gifts prepared by her two little ones. Picking up a handmade cat-shaped earring, she was surprised by Chu Yin Sue's dexterity. Xiao Yu's gift was a necklace and 1,000 paper cranes. Unfolding the crane, she found a perfect test paper inside. The gift from the two little ones filled Fusang's heart with warmth. Stroking their heads, she whispered, "Thank you," noticing also a large two-tiered strawberry cake they had made. Feeling guilty for not being there to celebrate their birthdays with them, Fusang lit the candles on the cake. Clasping her hands together, she made a wish to celebrate their birthdays together next time and for the two little ones to grow up healthy and happy. After blowing out the candles, Fusang gently carried the two little ones back to their room. "Good night, Xiao Yu." "Good night, Yin Sui." The next morning, the two little ones were still sighing over not having seen Fusang the previous night. As Fusang came downstairs, she greeted them with a good morning. When they saw her wearing their gifts, they were thrilled. Fusang apologized again for coming home late and expressed her love for their gifts. The two little ones were overjoyed. As long as Jia likes them, they said. Gu Nanshu couldn't help but tease. They were moping around all morning. You arriving instantly cured them. The little ones blushed at being called out. Then, Grandpa Gu abruptly changed the subject, deciding to transfer his company's shares to Fusang. Fusang was surprised. "Grandpa, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" The two little ones also looked curious. Clang! Gu Nanshu nearly dropped his bowl in shock. Remembering how Gu Shuahai had bullied his precious granddaughter yesterday, the old man's anger flared. He wanted Fusang to rightfully represent the Gu Corporation. Fusang quickly comforted her grandfather, assuring him she hadn't been harmed and that such a person wasn't worth his anger. As for the shares, Fusang said she didn't want them, knowing she wasn't suited for business. Seeing her grandfather's insistence, Fusang, acting as a hands-off manager, transferred the shares to the two little ones. Seeing their shocked expressions, she, of course, couldn't reveal that she knew they would both grow into domineering CEOs. "Don't be so surprised," she reassured them that I have other plans for not taking the shares. Learning that Fusang was going to deal with Gu Shuahai, the household sprang into action. Grandpa Gu brought out a rack of suits for his bodyguards. Even the house staff sharpened their knives, eager to join the fight. Little Xiao Yu tied his headband, declaring he could protect his sister. Chu Yin Sui, equally serious, presented Fusang with a bottle of pepper spray. Fusang was inwardly amused, thinking it was unnecessary, but the feeling of being protected by her family was wonderful. Fusang was finally going to deal with her troublesome father. Meanwhile, Gu Xuehai was carefully reviewing the acquisition contract from his secretary. While pleased with the buy family's offer, he fixated on the buyer's name. Like a blood-sucking vampire, he was determined to drain every last drop from the buyer. The day to meet the buyer arrived quickly. Gu Xuehai plotted inwardly. After he finished with this big fish, he would deal with the Gu family. He walked towards Sang Yushi with a fawning smile, but he never expected. Sitting opposite her was unexpectedly Fu Sang. Seeing Gu Xuehai's utterly shocked expression, Fu Sang dropped the act. She was the one who bought his failing company. Hearing this, Gu Xuehai's emotions were a roller coaster. Looking at the scene before him, it all felt surreal. Fu Sang told the two children to go play for a bit. Then she directly tossed the acquisition contract to him. Any questions? Gu Xuehai carefully examined the contract, confirming its authenticity. But why would she help him? Could it be that she didn't want Shu to find out? Gu Xuehai, feeling incredibly self-satisfied, started to set a trap for Fu Sang, trying to get her to invest in his new project. Fu Sang watched his tearful expression and asked what new project. Gu Xuehai pulled a chair next to her and began to lavishly praise the charity project he was currently negotiating. Fu Sang fought back her inner turmoil. Isn't your father still 20 million in debt? Why are you doing charity work? Gu Xuehai, seeing his parents in a bad light in her mind, shifted to a melancholic expression and told Fu Sang a tragic love story. Everything was for Fu Sang's mother. If she were still alive, she would definitely support him. Fu Sang thought to herself, the biggest act of charity my mother ever did was marrying you, you scum. But she still asked how much the project budget was. Gu Xuehai rubbed his hands together and asked for 30 million. Perhaps Fu Sang felt the power of love, as she indicated she knew more. But this project would no longer have anything to do with him. Gu Xuehai's jaw dropped in disbelief. The filial Fu Sang made herself clearer. She announced that she was firing Gu Xuehai, telling him to leave the company and retire early. Hearing this, Gu Xuehai became enraged, furious at Fu Sang's supposed lack of filial piety. He slammed the table and chairs, spewing a string of highly offensive words. Fu Sang calmly reminded him that he would have to pay for any damaged items. Then she took out the share confirmation document, forcing him to acknowledge the current situation. She then dialed the security department. Seeing Fu Sang about to leave with the two children, Gu Xuehai, refusing to give up, tried to attack Fu Sang from behind. But he was quickly pinned down by the arriving security guards. Watching Fu Sang happily leave with the two children, he seethed with resentment, vowing that this wouldn't end here. Fu Sang, you care a lot about these two children, don't you? I will repay this humiliation tenfold. You'll never imagine what lengths your family will go to in order to sabotage your blind date. At that moment, Fu Sang was facing the mountain of debt from Gu Xuehai's company, suffering a major headache. Meanwhile, Grandpa Gu was blissfully enjoying a Thai massage from the two little ones. However, both children were physically with Grandpa Gu, but their minds were on Fu Sang. From this angle, they had a perfect view of Fu Sang struggling with the overwhelming bills, which caused her to yawn. Gu Nanshu had witnessed Fu Sang's hard work over the past few days. Feeling Xintong for his granddaughter, he brought up the idea of finding her a boyfriend, someone to share her burdens. Fu Sang was clearly taken aback. Grandpa Gu then sat beside Fu Sang and enthusiastically introduced the eligible young men he had selected. Fu Sang tried to decline, but seeing the concern in her grandfather's eyes, she relented that you're not getting any younger. It's time for a passionate romance. Faced with this irresistible enthusiasm, Fu Sang could only agree. Scrolling through her phone, she picked a boy who didn't seem too objectionable. Seeing their sister agree to the blind date, the two children couldn't sit still. Their sister was going to have a boyfriend. A level 10 alarm went off in their minds. No one could steal their sister's affection. At 2 a.m., inside a hastily erected tent, the two little ones began a heated discussion. Chu Yinsui held a photo with a serious expression. The situation is dire. I hope we can temporarily put aside our previous disagreements and work together to find out this guy's background. Xiao Yu smirked. I will never let someone of unknown origin steal our sister. The cat and dog alliance was officially formed. Looking at the photo in front of him, he stabbed it with a pen. The unfortunate Jiang Liu, just like that, became the sacrificial lamb of the protagonist and antagonist collaboration. 2 days later, Xiaoyu brought information to Chu Yinsui. I found out. This guy is Shun Luxi's cousin. Chu Yinsui added, I've also found out the time and place of the date. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ronghui Plaza. Time was running out for the two. Chu Yinsui suggested calling Shun Luxi first to scout out the enemy. But Xiaoyu, saying time was of the essence, directly dialed Shun Luxi's phone. Shun Luxi's voice soon came through the phone. After the two identified themselves, Shun Luxi was somewhat flattered. After all, the male lead she'd been pursuing for so long hadn't even met the prime minister. Xiaoyu cleared his throat. We're calling you today to ask about your cousin, Jiang Liu. Chu Yinsui added, like, what does he hate? What does he dislike doing? This made Shun Luxi even more confused. Why were they only asking about things he disliked? But both of them spoke with a serious tone, promising a generous reward later. Ultimately, as a tool, Shun Luxi couldn't resist the allure of their good looks and spilled everything. On the other end of the phone, Chu Yinsui quickly jotted everything down in his little notebook. They quickly formulated a battle plan. Confident, the two exchanged a smile. Everything was in place. Let that guy suffer a bit. What should we do if our goddess sister is going on a blind date? The two little ones discussed late into the night and decided to stir things up. Fu Sang, wearing a pink dress, looked as delicate as a Barbie doll. Just as she was about to leave, the two little ones pounced on her, their innocent expressions making it impossible to find fault. The school assigned a crafts project to do with parents. We need your help to finish it. Fu Sang felt a little apologetic after hearing this. She was supposed to go on a blind date arranged by her grandfather today. The understanding Chu Yinsui immediately started fishing for information. Where's your date? We don't want you to be late. Fu Sang smiled gently. Punto, it's okay. It's just at the nearby shopping street. Just a simple meeting at a cafe or something. The little ones felt they had found an opportunity and immediately became excited. That's sister's first date. How can the other person be so casual? It should be in a romantic place like a park. Sister's date must have some flair. Chu Yinsui then suggested Fu Sang change the date location to Nanhu Park. After all, there's a lot of fun stuff there, and you can go boating. That's the holy land for young people's dates. Xiaoyu also chimed in, that's right. I heard there are a lot of dessert shops there. Isn't a date supposed to be about eating sweet treats? Fu Sang thought about it and agreed. Just like that, she fell into the little rascal's trap. She gently stroked the heads of the two little ones, expressing her gratitude. She couldn't let down their kindness. Seeing Fu Sang agree, the cat and dog alliance celebrated the success of the first step of their plan in their hearts. Then, they both simultaneously grabbed Fu Sang's hand. They started to act cute, saying, actually, we really want to go to Nanhu Park too. Their big eyes were full of longing. Their repeated calls of sister almost made Fu Sang lose her way. This made her wonder what was up with the little rascals today. Fu Sang crouched down and politely declined the little one's request. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring two tag-alongs on a blind date, but she promised to take them there another time. The two little ones' faces were filled with disappointment. Okay, we'll listen to sister, they said dejectedly. Watching the disappointed little ones leave, Fu Sang felt like a villain. The system also followed Fu Sang, its eyes welling up, complaining about her cold-heartedness. Arriving at the park, Fu Sang met her blind date. It had to be said, Jiang Liu was a very sunny young man. Fu Sang couldn't find any fault with her date. The two obviously didn't notice the cat and dog agents in the bushes not far away. Black cat agent had locked onto the target. Everything was going according to plan. Puppy dog agent sent out the signal. They were determined to make this a memorable date. Walking along the path, the two chatted idly. Jiang Liu said he had noticed Fu Sang a long time ago. Fu Sang, however, noticed the rustling bushes nearby. Driven by curiosity, she decided to investigate. Sure enough, she found the two little devils inside, holding a map and plotting something. What are you two doing? Fu Sang's voice came from behind them. The startled cat and dog agents nearly jumped out of their skins. Oh no, sister found us. Faced with a rival who wanted to steal their sister, how would the two little ones fight back? The cat and dog agents crouched in the bushes, plotting their next move. Caught red-handed by Fu Sang, the two quickly came up with a lame excuse to cover their awkward situation, not forgetting to discreetly hide their secret plan for dealing with the rival behind their backs. At this moment, Jiang Liu walked over, his face full of curiosity. Fu Sang awkwardly explained, "These are my two younger brothers. They wanted to come so badly. They secretly followed me. Would you mind if we brought them along?" Jiang Liu ruffled his hair, but it's no problem. But he didn't know how much psychological damage this decision would cause him. To lighten the mood, Jiang Liu suggested they go to the tea shop ahead to quench their thirst. Chu Yin Sui suddenly perked up. "August 8th. I heard there's an ice cream shop here with amazing ice cream. I really want to try it." Xiao Yu chimed in, playing the supportive role. "Yes, yes, yes. I want to eat it too." Fu Sang looked at Jiang Liu with a helpless expression. What could poor Jiang Liu do? He could only agree, unaware that he was falling step by step into the two little ones' trap. Step 1. The taste bud attack. When the two little ones joyfully shared the dessert with Fu Sang, Jiang Liu could only smile and force himself to swallow the food he hated most. Step 2. The physical attack. On the cruise ship, the little ones flanked Fu Sang, admiring the beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, Jiang Liu, steering the boat from behind, had already thrown up multiple rainbows. Don't worry, there's still a third step. They dragged Jiang Liu, who was allergic to pollen, to a flower field. "Mimi, give Jie some flowers." Jiang Liu, lost in a sneezing fit, still maintained his masculine stubbornness, wanting to give Fu Sang flowers. Seeing this, the two little rascals' eyes were filled with mischief. Even if Fu Sang were slow-witted, she finally understood their little scheme. She stopped Jiang Liu, who was about to buy flowers. She apologized. "Sorry, wait for me a moment." She angrily pulled the two little ones aside. After scolding them for a while, she finally stopped. "Do you two not want me to go on this blind date?" Their little scheme exposed, the two hung their heads guiltily. Fu Sang sighed. "Just tell me what you're thinking. I won't be angry." The two little ones mumbled, "We don't want Jie to go on a blind date." Fu Sang was puzzled. Chu Yin Sui finally worked up the courage to say, "I'm afraid someone will take Jie away." Xiao Yu also confessed, "I'm afraid Jie won't want me anymore after she gets married." After confessing, the two avoided her gaze, awaiting judgment. Fu Sang wondered, are all orphanage kids this adorable? The system, seeing the male lead and villain so dependent on Fu Sang, was nearly moved to tears. Fu Sang crouched down and gently told the children, "Jie won't go on any more blind dates." Hearing this, the children's eyes lit up, but they still seemed unsure. Fu Sang stroked their heads and reassured them that she wouldn't leave them. However, she criticized their prank. "Poor Jiang Liu. How innocent is he?" She flicked them on the forehead. "Never do this again, understand?" The two little ones acknowledged their mistake and sincerely apologized. Fu Sang smiled with relief. Then she stood up. "Wait here for me. I'm going to apologize to Jiang Liu." A moment of silence for Jiang Liu. After Fu Sang left, the little ones smiled triumphantly. But they overlooked the danger behind them. By the time they reacted, someone had covered their mouths. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Just as the two kids were celebrating their victory, they ignored the danger behind them and were abducted with a drug cloth over their mouths and noses. Jiang Liu couldn't believe that his encounter with the girl he admired was just a fleeting moment. When Fu Sang said goodbye, he belatedly sensed a loss. He reached out and grabbed Fu Sang's wrist, his face flushed with nervousness. He expressed his hope to see her again. Then, realizing his forwardness, he blushed even more. Fu Sang helplessly confessed to Jiang Liu that her blind date was arranged by her grandfather, so they could only be friends if they met again. Jiang Liu watched the girl he admired walk away, leaving a beautiful regret. When Fu Sang returned to find the two children, they were gone. She took out her phone and called Xiao Yu, but there was no answer. This made Fu Sang feel uneasy. Her well-behaved boys would never leave without saying goodbye. Where could they have run off to? She quickly called the system to check their location. The system hurriedly opened the GPS to search for the two brothers. When the system found it couldn't locate them, they finally panicked. It was as if the children had vanished into thin air, evaporated. And this wasn't even part of the original plot. Just then, Fu Sang's phone suddenly rang. After the call connected, a grating voice on the other end said, "Fu Sang, Chu Yin Sui, and Xiao Yu are in my hands. If you want them safe and sound, prepare 2,000 by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And don't even think about calling the police. I can't guarantee their safety if you do." The kidnapper hung up after speaking. Fusang asked the system if it could trace the call's exact location. The system could only request the general area from the main server. Time was of the essence. Fusang prepared to head to the closest location first. Meanwhile, in a dark warehouse, the two boys slowly woke up. Feeling a stinging pain in their hands, they realized they had been kidnapped. While the kidnappers were away, Chu Yin-sui crawled towards a glass on the table. After shattering the glass, Chu Yin-sui picked up a shard to cut the ropes. Just then, the heavy iron door creaked open. Oh no, they're back. Xiao Yu nervously warned. Quick, let's pretend to be asleep. We'll act when they let their guard down. Not long after they lay down on the ground, they heard footsteps. They're still out cold? We gave them a hefty dose. Then they vaguely heard the two kidnappers expressing dissatisfaction with the price offered by their boss. At that moment, the long-haired kidnapper noticed the broken glass shards on the floor. He sinisterly alerted his companion. Looks like our little mice aren't so obedient. He quickly found Chu Yin-sui clutching a shard. Trying to pull a fast one on me? You're looking for death. The kidnapper viciously tried to wrest the shard from his hand. Chu Yin-sui gritted his teeth and held on tight. The pain in his palm made him tremble. Xiao Yu, disregarding the danger, yelled at the kidnapper, "Let him go. You won't get the ransom if you hurt us." He was met with a kick from the thug. While Chu Yin-sui was distracted, the long-haired kidnapper snatched the glass shard. Did you really think the Gu family would pay the ransom and you'd get away with this? The kidnapper hauled Xiao Yu up, clearly having other plans. Chu Yin-sui desperately shouted, "We're worth more alive than dead." This piqued the kidnapper's interest. Chu Yin-sui tried to remain calm as he faced him. "If you let us go safely, the Gu family will give you 10 times more than your employer offered." The kidnapper seemed to be swayed. After all, his primary motive was money. He finally put Xiao Yu down. He turned and said menacingly to the two boys, "Smart kids don't live long." Meanwhile, Fusang sped towards them in her car. The system had confirmed the boys' location and had already called the police to initiate a rescue plan. But Fusang couldn't wait. Worried only about the boys' safety, she floored the gas pedal, ignoring the system's pleas. She rammed the warehouse gate. The loud crash attracted the two kidnappers. A fiery red Ferrari appeared before them. Fusang stepped out, looking drastically different from her usual self. Blue veins bulged in the hand, gripping a metal pipe. Recognizing their rescuer, Chu Yin-sui and Xiao Yu cried out in joy. Seeing only Fusang, the kidnapper started to taunt her. But Fusang didn't play by their rules. She swung the pipe and knocked one of them to the ground. She was incredibly strong. The kidnapper screamed in pain. Seeing her boys hurt, Fusang was truly enraged. These were her precious little ones. Her internal rage meter was exploding. Hearing the commotion, the other kidnapper approached, clearly shocked by Fusang's sudden appearance. Fusang's expression darkened. She swung the pipe at the thug, who smugly dodged it. The next second, she kicked him in the leg, sending him to his knees in agonizing pain. The girl's cold stare made the kidnapper tremble. "Touching my precious babies? You're tired of living." What followed was a flurry of blows from the pipe, leaving both kidnappers begging for mercy. The two boys watched the violent scene unfold. She was undeniably cool, but also terrifying. 47 minutes later, after venting her fury, Fusang dropped the pipe and went to check on the boys, gently untying their ropes. Seeing their battered state, she blamed herself for not protecting them. As the three talked, one of the kidnappers crept up behind the boys with a knife. At the critical moment, Fusang shielded the two boys with her body. A sharp pain shot through her chest, and blood stained her white shirt crimson. "You're really looking for death." Fusang gritted her teeth, straightened up despite the pain, and placed her hand on the large man's shoulder. Then, she bent her leg and rammed it into his groin. The man's vision went black, and he fainted from the pain. At this moment, the police arrived and subdued the remaining kidnappers. Fusang gasped for breath, the pain making it impossible for her to stand. The boys rushed over, concerned. Seeing their sister injured, tears welled up in their eyes. Pale-faced, the young woman comforted them. "It's okay. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon." But before she could finish speaking, she collapsed to the ground. She saw the two boys crying over her. She felt a surge of self-deprecating humor. "It must be my eyes that are failing me. If you could go back to high school, would you still remember those memories?" The young woman lay on the cold operating table. Inside the intensive care unit, a group of doctors worked tirelessly to save her. Fu Sang's soul, however, had already floated out of her body. Am I dying? The system said with a sigh. You're having an out-of-body experience. What do you think? Fu Sang's expression was complex. So the mission is interrupted. Do you think I can go back now? But why did she feel a pang of reluctance? With a sigh, she turned to leave. At this moment, the system stopped her. The mission isn't complete. You can't run. Fu Sang's expression was complicated. You want me to go back to that half-dead body? No thanks. I'm afraid I'll just dissipate completely. The system smirked. I have other ways for you to continue the mission. Then, with a sly smile, it continued. This body might be useless, but we can just switch to a new one. 9 years passed in a flash. A white-haired young woman arrived at the school. She was strikingly beautiful. The young woman's arrival became the hot topic among the students. They all discussed how lucky class 3-1 was. The school's heartthrob was already there, and now the school beauty had arrived. Mom, I want to transfer to class 3-1 too. Inside the classroom, the teacher asked her to introduce herself. I'm Fu Sang. The simple 4 words were very much in line with Fu Sang's style. The young woman chose a secluded corner and sat down. At this moment, the student in front of her turned around. Fu Sang, do you know Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu? Fu Sang was clearly taken aback. Then, the female student said inexplicably, You look familiar, Fu Sang. You look a lot like an older sister I knew when I was little. Faced with this overly enthusiastic and chatty classmate, Fu Sang felt a sense of familiarity. The system whispered, Fu Sang, she's Shen Luxia, the female lead in the original story. She's already grown up so much. I wonder what the 2 boys are like now. System, show me their pictures. The useless system replied, I just arrived. I haven't organized the data yet. The remaining time was spent with the 2 staring at each other, mutually annoyed. Lost in thought, Shen Luxia's voice broke through. Fu Sang, do you understand? Fu Sang felt a bit awkward. Sorry, I really haven't met you before. Shen Luxia seemed disappointed by the answer. However, based on her years of Chanyud experience, Fu Sang still felt something was off. Shen Luxia continued her enthusiastic probing. You know, Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu are famous figures in our school. Are you interested in learning more about them? If this were the original Fu Sang, she would definitely be curious about the male lead and the villain. The class bell rang, interrupting Shen Luxia's plans. Just as Fu Sang was thinking, the back door of the classroom was pushed open. If you go back to high school, will the boys you raised still listen to you? During the second class in the afternoon, the back door of the classroom was pushed open from the outside. With a creak, Fu Sang looked up curiously. A strikingly handsome young man stood there. His narrow, dark eyes held a hint of nonchalance. The red teardrop mole under his right eye was particularly captivating. The teacher's annoyed voice rang out. Chu Yinsui, you're late for class. Don't you know you're supposed to report in? Get out. Fu Sang, who had been drowsy, instantly woke up upon hearing the name. She couldn't accept her boy's current appearance. How did he become so devilishly handsome? He's completely different from the cute and obedient child he used to be. Fu Sang consulted with the system. Can we send him back for a remake? Chu Yinsui, however, completely ignored the teacher and walked in on his own. Glancing at the newly arrived Fu Sang's back, Chu Yinsui said coldly and commandingly, Classmate, I don't like sharing a desk. Change seats. Fu Sang wasn't bothered in the slightest. Are you always this rude? She thought, too lazy to switch. But when the boy got a clear look at her face, his pupils suddenly constricted. After a long moment, he murmured, Sister? Fu Sang's current appearance wasn't that different from before. Both had bright, round eyes and similarly delicate and beautiful features, especially that cold and proud air. But overall, there was an indescribable strangeness. Chu Yinsui clenched his hand at his side. Then, under the gaze of the entire class, left the classroom. Everyone assumed he had left in anger. However, a few seconds later, they heard a polite, Excuse me. The teacher and the students were stunned. It was simply unbelievable. Why was Chu Yinsui suddenly so obedient? The boy, his face flushed, returned to his seat, but his gaze was fixed on the girl beside him. Fu Sang felt a little guilty that he wouldn't recognize us, would he? She thought. The system reassured her, Don't worry, bro, we're reborn. The system is very thorough. Ding, ding, ding. Having been bombarded with notifications for an entire class period, Fu Sang finally made it to the bell. Then Chu Yinsui came up to talk to her. What's your name? Fighting back her guilt, the girl replied, Fu Sang. The same 2 simple words, Fu Sang sounded like a thunderclap in Chu Yinsue's mind. Suddenly, another student's voice rang out. Chu Yinsue, the teacher wants you in the office. Also, Xiao Yu, do you want to tell him? Chu Yinsui looked annoyed that I'm not close with Xiao Yu. Don't bother me with his business. Then he turned and left abruptly. After hearing this, Fu Sang was a little anxious. That shouldn't be. They were so close before. How did they become enemies? She questioned the system. You better give me a reasonable explanation. The system tearfully explained the situation. After your death, there was a misunderstanding between them. Now, your task is to help them reconcile. Fu Sang expressed her confusion. How can there be a misunderstanding just because someone died? At that moment, Shun Lucia's voice reached her. Fu Sang, you're so amazing. Chu Yinsui actually talked to you on his own initiative. Fu Sang was dumbfounded. Wow, him taking the initiative to talk to someone is a big deal. This piqued Shun Lucia's curiosity. You don't know? He's famously aloof and hard to approach. Him being so proactive now might mean he wants to pursue you. Wow, Chu Yinsui pursuing me? Isn't that a fantasy? What would you do if you went back to high school and found out the kid you raised became the school heartthrob? Shun Lucia was clearly enjoying the drama. You don't know? He's famously aloof and hard to approach. Him being so proactive now might mean he wants to pursue you. Wow, Chu Yinsui pursuing me. Isn't that a fantasy? Fu Sang had a look of utter despair. Shun Lucia took all of this in that is he really not Fu Sang? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm a hardcore yin control anyway. The girl enthusiastically grabbed Fu Sang's hand. Let's go to PE class together. But Fu Sang's stamina was severely depleted after her rebirth. She politely declined, citing feeling unwell. Warm sunlight filtered through the curtains. Fu Sang lay lazily on her desk, dozing like a cat. When the haughty Chu Yinsui arrived at the classroom, he stared blankly at Fu Sang. He had seen that expression on his sister's face before. It wasn't just a 70 to 80% resemblance. It was identical. Even the pronunciation of their names was very similar. Could people be reincarnated? The boy scoffed softly. Even if they could, it wouldn't happen to me, he thought. Someone who couldn't even protect those closest to them couldn't expect divine favor. He then walked away. Hearing the movement, Fu Sang lazily opened her eyes. Looking at Chu Yinsue's unapproachable face, she suddenly said, "You look more like a delinquent than a student." Chu Yinsui stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around, his voice tinged with coldness. "Oh, you have a problem with me." Fu Sang, just waking up. Fu Sang was clearly still drowsy. "And oh, I just don't like your delinquent look." The girl's smile was soft, but her words weren't very pleasant. But Chu Yinsui wasn't angry. He silently approached Fu Sang, bending down to meet her gaze, his smile somewhat alluring. Then what kind of look does Fu Sang like? He stared intently into Fu Sang's eyes, as if trying to find some sort of proof. But she remained unfazed. Fu Sang kissed a group of tragically fated resentment-generating machines. The system was exasperated. What kind of provocative statement is that? Chu Yinsui was taken aback upon hearing this. But soon, she let out a soft chuckle. Student Fu Sang's preferences are quite unique. Then, a hint of sadness appeared, very similar to someone I know. Fu Sang remained calm. Yes, that's so. The world is so big. It's normal to have similar people. The young man sighed softly, as if all the strength had been drained from his body, and turned to leave. Back home, Chu Yinsui tried hard to calm himself down. But whenever he closed his eyes, Fu Sang's image would appear. Why does he look so much like my sister? Just then, a phone notification interrupted his thoughts. Opening it, he saw only two simple messages. Someone who looked a lot like your sister came to school. It was clearly a message from Xiao Yu. While he was still pondering, the phone began to ring. An anxious voice came through. "Didn't a transfer student come to our class? Someone who looks a lot like your sister. One second he's a cute and innocent boy. The next he wants to be all over you. What should I do?" Chu Yinsui, as usual, went to ask Fu Sang for help with the problem. Looking at the well-behaved boy, Fu Sang reached out and pulled him closer, then began to explain the difficult points of the problem. The next second, a sturdy figure loomed over him. Fu Sang looked up in shock. A charming face filled her vision. "Teaching me like this, I still don't quite understand. Why don't you go a little deeper?" Fu Sang froze. A sudden jolt, accompanied by a yell of "no," abruptly woke him from his shock. Fu Sang, Dorofli Shenkin, secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Early in the morning, after arriving at the classroom, Fu Sang discovered that the two boys had skipped class again. Somewhat annoyed, she grumbled, "What are these little brats up to? Why are they both learning bad habits? Back at her seat, Shun Lucia greeted her enthusiastically. Why are you sighing so early in the morning? Are you in a bad mood? Fu Sang pointed at the empty seats that they often skip class. Speaking of these two oddballs, Shun Lucia became interested. Not that often. They just occasionally arrive late. Chu Yinsui, because of her failing grades and constant fighting, the teachers don't bother with her anymore. As for Xiao Yu, because his grades are too good, the teachers don't need to worry about him. Seeing Fu Sang's shocked expression, Shun Lucia became even more animated. Just as she was about to say more, the teacher's voice interrupted them in idle chatter during morning reading. Fu Sang rested her chin on her hand, clearly preoccupied. What happened during the years I was gone? How did these two kids change so much? After class, walking down the hallway, Fu Sang asked the system to gather information about the boys' recent activities. While going upstairs, passing a corner, she accidentally bumped into someone. Before she could apologize, the other person snapped, "Are you blind? Or are you trying to get reincarnated?" The boy in front of her had extremely short hair, with a few strands falling around his ears. His long, beautiful peach blossom eyes stared straight at her. Standing before him, Fu Sang appeared particularly petite and vulnerable. Fu Sang looked up speechlessly. With just one glance, she called out his name. "Xiao Yu." The young man subconsciously called out, his voice choked with suppressed emotion. Xiao Yu's entire being seemed to lose control, a look of ecstasy flashing in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. The next second, however, it was replaced by disappointment. "I'm so sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Fu Sang felt incredibly depressed. How did my Xiao Yu learn to act? Xiao Yu's handsome face was filled with dejection. He was just a transfer student who looked a lot like her sister. Very similar, but ultimately not her. The young man's retreating figure looked somewhat desolate. This scene was witnessed by other students, who quickly took pictures with their phones. The school beauty and the school hunk bumped into each other. There's something going on between them. Quick, post it on the school forum. Back in the classroom, Fu Sang felt a splitting headache. She became increasingly worried about the two boys' situation. Just then, Shun Lucia rushed over and grabbed Fu Sang. "Fu Sang, come quick. They say Chu Yinsui went to the hospital." This seemingly delicate girl was actually quite skilled at arguing with shrewish women. Fu Sang had just returned to the classroom when she heard the news about Chu Yinsui going to the hospital. When she arrived, she saw a middle-aged couple pointing at Chu Yinsui and cursing. Their harsh words clashed sharply with their expensive attire. The boy being scolded, however, remained indifferent. The enraged woman raised her arm to strike. However, her raised arm was caught mid-air. Fu Sang looked at the wealthy couple with an icy expression. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to harm her boys. The woman she stopped became even more furious. Where did this little brat come from? Mind your own business. Chu Yinsui was very surprised by the girl's appearance. What are you doing here? Fu Sang glanced at the two people. With narrowed eyes and raised eyebrows, she replied, "Backing you up." Backing him up? The woman looked at Fu Sang's figure as if she had heard the funniest joke. "You? Can you even handle this? You've clearly never experienced the harsh realities of society." Fu Sang gesmirkt. Looking at the haughty expressions of the two in front of her, she continued, "You think Chu Yinsui's family is rich, so you're targeting him, right?" The woman's face paled, clearly having been exposed, but her expression quickly changed to anger. She shrieked, "Targeting him for money? Get your facts straight. He beat my son so badly, he ended up in the emergency room. Isn't it only right that he pays for it?" Fu Sang remained calm. She turned her head and asked Chu Yinsui, "Who started it?" Seeing Fu Sang's face, Chu Yinsui's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Looking inexplicably wronged, he insulted my sister. I was just defending myself. Fu Sang, of course, believed Chu Yinsui. Did you hear that? We were in self-defense. The man clenched his fists, furious, and wanted to hit someone. Fu Sang's tone took on a teasing lilt. "You want to hit me? No problem at all." The next second, she told Chu Yinsui, "Get your phone out and record this. Record him hitting me first. I'm just a weak little high school student acting in self-defense." Chu Yinsui, though finding it amusing that Fu Sang described herself as weak little, obediently took out his phone and started recording. Then, Fu Sang puffed out her chest and strutted forward. "Come on, hit me. I promise I won't extort you." The man backed up a few steps, flustered, and looked at his wife. The woman cursed and lunged at Fu Sang with her hands, but Fu Sang easily caught them. "Honestly, I don't hit women, but you're so asking for it. I'll have to make an exception." Then came Fu Sang's counterattack. Fu Sang was strong. She shoved the woman to the ground, who wailed in pain. "You little brat with no manners. I'm not leaving until you're bankrupt." Fu Sang told her seriously, "You were clearly trying to hit me and fell down yourself. I was acting in self-defense. It's all recorded on the phone." The woman lay on the ground. "I don't understand anything about recordings. All I know is that you hit me." Chu Yin Sui, watching Fu Sang argue with the woman, was lost in thought. She really was like his sister. When he was bullied before, his sister would also support him without question. Chu Yin Sui tugged on Fu Sang's sleeve, lowering his eyes and saying softly, "I can handle this myself. You can go back." Fu Sang looked reluctant. "In a way, you're my." Before she could finish, the system warned her in her mind, "Do not reveal your identity as Fu Sang to anyone. It will cause major chaos." Meeting Chu Yinsue's gaze, Fu Sang calmly changed her words. "Students should help each other out. I can't just let you be bullied by these people. In this world, there are always some people who will believe you unconditionally." Chu Yinsui, looking at the girl defending him, still asked her to leave. Hearing this, Fu Sang became a little annoyed. She shook off his hand. "I didn't realize you were so ungrateful before." Chu Yinsui instantly caught the key word. Before. Had he met her before? Doubt lingered in his mind. Before he could ask, a doctor walked over. "The patient is awake. Where are his family members?" The woman rushed to the doctor. "I'm his mother." The doctor took off his mask. "The scratches are superficial. Just some bruising. Nothing serious." As the woman walked away with the doctor, she didn't forget to threaten them. "Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this." The two of them clearly didn't take her words seriously. Fu Sang rubbed her chin and commented, "Nice fight. Just the right amount of force." Chu Yinsue's eyelid twitched. "Don't you think I'm scary?" Fu Sang chuckled. Her eyes curved, the light within them somewhat dazzling that he was the one who started it. "You were just defending yourself. What's scary about that?" Chu Yinsui looked unconvinced, continuing to ask, "Why do you believe me so easily? What if I was the one who started it?" Fu Sang answered seriously, "My gut tells me you wouldn't lie." She certainly wouldn't say, "I'll watch you grow up." By the time the matter was resolved, it was already evening. Their shadows stretched out on the gravel path. Chu Yinsue's handsome, somewhat devilish features softened. He lowered his voice. "I owe you one. What do you want?" He didn't believe anyone would be nice to him without reason. Fu Sang considered for a moment before speaking. "Dress properly. Don't be so sloppy. You should learn from Xiaoyu. He dresses so neatly." Before she could finish, the expression of the boy beside her instantly darkened. He interrupted her. "You're close with Xiaoyu?" Fu Sang remembered encountering number 2 from the Creation Institute today at the stairwell landing. Having met once, Chu Yinsui suddenly bent down to her eye level, his dark eyes devoid of any warmth. "Love at first sight? Miss Fu Sang, don't use his standards to judge me. I won't forget the favor you did me tonight, but don't mention his name in front of me again." Fu Sang looked at the boy's retreating figure with a complicated expression. It seemed the brotherhood between the two boys had truly fractured. At this moment, she only felt exhausted. Despite his anger, Chu Yinsui didn't just storm off. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he escorted Fu Sang back. After seeing her into her apartment building, he turned and disappeared into the night. What magic did this new girl possess? To be rumored to be involved with both of the school's heartthrobs? Chu Yinsui himself didn't understand why he had come to school so early in the morning. He also didn't understand what it meant that he had been dreaming about Fu Sang recently. Yawning, he went to the mirror and looked at his reflection, deeming his outfit satisfactory. But recalling Fu Sang's comment last night that he looked slovenly, his slender fingers touched the loose collar of his shirt, and he fell into a struggle. After a long while, he reluctantly buttoned his shirt. At that moment, the discussion of two classmates looking at their phones caught his attention. They were mysteriously discussing the gossip of Fu Sang and Xiaoyu being a couple. Hearing this, the boy subconsciously took out his phone. Seeing the two of them in the photo, although it didn't necessarily mean anything, the jealousy in his eyes betrayed his feelings move. A cold voice came from behind him. Chu Yinsui subconsciously looked back. Xiaoyu. Seeing one of the subjects of the gossip, Chu Yinsui's already irritable mood worsened. He directly lifted his leg to block the doorway. The two stared at each other. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt like a fight could break out at any moment. Xiaoyu was completely uninterested in these petty actions. He kicked away the so-called obstacle and walked directly to his seat. Students from a neighboring class also came running to see the two heartthrobs in the same classroom. Seeing them in class together gave them a surreal feeling. The bell rang, accompanied by the sound of a girl running. Finally, just before the last bell, she arrived at the classroom. Fu Sang hadn't even had time to wipe the sweat from her face. Her tired eyes made her collapse onto her desk and fall asleep. Chu Yin-sui, sitting next to her, looked at the girl with a gentle gaze. Was it because she went back too late yesterday? Suddenly remembering something, he took out a can of coffee and gently placed it beside her. Xiaoyu, behind them, also noticed the girl. He hadn't expected her to be sitting there. But what did Chu Yin-sui mean by giving her coffee? His gaze darkened, taking on a warning tone. No one could be his sister's pick-me-up. Chu Yin-sui obviously noticed Xiaoyu's gaze. He didn't bother to respond and turned his head away. After morning reading, it was time for PE class. Fu Sang yawned as she arrived at the field. The system complained incessantly beside her. I brought you here to repair the relationship between the male lead and the villain. How can you sleep? Do you know how bad the atmosphere between those two was just now? Fu Sang sighed helplessly and said she knew what she was doing, then went back to change clothes. When she came out again, the previously clear sky had suddenly become overcast. Thunder rumbled. Rushing back to the classroom, she discovered Xiaoyu huddled in a corner, trembling. Each clap of thunder made the pain on the boy's handsome face more apparent. You'd never guess how a typical clueless girl would comfort someone. Fu Sang looked at Xiaoyu with worry and softly called his name. Her call coincided with a clap of thunder, and Xiaoyu's body trembled even more violently. The system reminded her that Xiaoyu was afraid of thunder and that she should comfort him quickly. Seeing the boy like this, Fu Sang's heart ached. Why hadn't she seen him like this when they were younger? The system sighed. Do you think a child living under someone else's roof would show you his fear? He was just enduring it. Xiaoyu's eyes remained tightly closed, tears welling up at the corners. The system grew anxious. The most important thing now is to comfort the villain quickly. This is our chance to shine. How do I comfort him? The clueless girl felt like she had hit a knowledge blind spot. So, she decided to search for answers online. There it was. Looking at the carefully chosen answer, Fu Sang nodded with satisfaction. She gently shook the boy's shoulder. Seeing Xiaoyu look up with confusion, Fu Sang gently told him not to be afraid. What's a little thunder? The ghosts wandering around us are much scarier. You just can't see them. To be more convincing, she gave Xiaoyu a "I'm not lying to you" look. After hearing this, Xiaoyu, whose charming peach blossom eyes were usually alluring, teared up. He hurriedly pushed Fu Sang away. The system was speechless. Fu Sang, you little devil. Who tells someone they're surrounded by ghosts when they're scared? Don't make such a fuss. Don't be so naive. Fu Sang scrolled down a bit further. Most of the advice was about distracting him or hugging him. She immediately grabbed Xiaoyu's wrist, almost knocking the boy over. Xiaoyu was shocked by her bold move. Before the next clap of thunder, Fu Sang quickly covered his ears with both hands. Don't be afraid. Along with the thunder, her warm words fell upon his ears. Xiaoyu's breathing evened out. He stopped resisting and gripped the girl's hand. He clearly sensed her scent. Like his sister, she had a faint fragrance. He couldn't place it, but it was very comforting. Sister, the boy murmured into Fu Sang's ear. Is the person who used to protect you still around? In her embrace, Xiaoyu clearly sensed her scent. She had a faint fragrance, like his sister. He couldn't place it, but it was very comforting. Sister, the boy subconsciously murmured. Bored, Fu Sang looked at his ears. Her fingers intentionally, yet seemingly unintentionally, brushed against Xiaoyu's ear, which quickly turned red. Amused, Fu Sang touched them again enough. Xiaoyu suddenly snapped, looking up abruptly. He unexpectedly locked eyes with Fu Sang. The boy's face was pale, but with a hint of flush. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were clear and bright. He had just recovered from his fear and was momentarily dazed, not scared anymore. Fu Sang withdrew her hand, carefully studying the villain's appearance. Xiaoyu blushed and quickly looked away, his reply as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing Xiaoyu's shyness, Fu Sang's eyes filled with reminiscence. Uzai is still so easily embarrassed when he grows up, but he was cuter as child. He would cling to me and wouldn't try to act cool. Another clap of thunder suddenly boomed, startling him into instinctively grabbing Fu Sang's wrist. Fu Sang didn't pull away, letting him hold on. Then, she gently stroked his head. I had a younger brother a lot like you. He was also afraid of thunder. It's okay. I can stay with you until the rain stops. The The rain, which had been pouring down from the eaves, finally ceased. The puddles on the road reflected their figures. Xiaoyu continued to hold Fu Sang's hand. They remained silent for a long time. Then, Xiaoyu softly murmured, "Thank you." His words coincided with the last drop of rain. Not far away, Chu Yinsui stared blankly. The sight of them holding hands was particularly jarring. The boy's dark eyes were filled with an unreadable expression. What was their relationship? Could there be a replacement in matters of the heart? Standing in the rain, Chu Yinsui watched them holding hands, a strange feeling stirring within him that he couldn't decipher. By the time he got home, soaked from the rain, it was already late at night. In the entryway, he saw Qiao Yu's shoes. A servant, seeing his drenched state, said, "Young Master Qiao came back around 7 o'clock. Young Master Chu, please wait. I'll make you some ginger tea." Chu Yinsui declined the servant's offer. Back in his room, he collapsed into a chair. A splitting headache, brought on by the rain, tightened his features. He expertly pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The exhaled smoke gave him the illusion of relief. His sister's death had made him acutely aware of his own helplessness. He had vowed to protect those around him. However, his gaze fell upon a photo on his desk. It was taken during a trip the three of them had taken when they were younger. Staring at the photo, Chu Yinsui murmured, "Sister." He suddenly flipped the photo face down. He didn't want to reveal his true self in front of his sister, even if it was just a photo of her. Smoke curled upwards, acrid and stinging. Slumped in his chair, the boy's handsome features became obscured. Exhaustion filled Chu Yinsui's narrow eyes. For some reason, he suddenly recalled this evening when Xiaoyu intimately held Fu Sang's hand, and Fu Sang didn't show any disgust or pull away. It really was love at first sight, huh? He felt a bit irritated. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. Xiaoyu must be treating Fu Sang as a substitute for his sister, and he would absolutely not let anyone replace his sister. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was still working on the wheelchair he was making for Old Man Brown. The young man was a bit of a perfectionist. He always wore glasses when working on things. His gentle features gave him an ascetic look. He was thinking about the next step in the wheelchair's construction process. But then he suddenly remembered the scene of Fu Sang comforting him during the thunderstorm. He had to admit, some of Fu Sang's actions were really similar to his sister's, especially when it came to comforting people. Xiaoyu stared blankly at a photo of himself with Fu Sang. When he was sick with a fever as a child, it was Fu Sang who stayed by his side without leaving. She even gently kissed his forehead. He still kept this secret from Chu Yinsui. Could there really be two people so alike in the world? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called a friend, asking him to help look up some information on Fu Sang. Some people say that people are reincarnated after death. Someone as kind as his sister would definitely be reincarnated. Maybe Fu Sang, his current classmate, was his sister's reincarnation. Fu Sang's death had always been a lingering nightmare for Xiaoyu. He had been kidnapped and witnessed his sister's life slowly fade away before his eyes. After that, the light in his dark life had vanished. But he always remembered that Fu Sang liked him to have long hair. He always remembered his sister's expectations of him. How miserable could this young man be? He had only slept for 5 minutes when he heard rumors about the girl he liked and his own brother. Chu Yinsui had caught a cold after being caught in the rain yesterday and not taking care of himself. He had a splitting headache. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, he slumped onto his desk. Fu Sang noticed his condition and was about to ask him how he was feeling, when suddenly a carton of milk appeared before her. "This is a thank you for yesterday," said Xiaoyu, his icy, handsome face displaying a rare warmth. Fu Sang never refused gift from the boys. She tore open the straw wrapper and drank it. Strawberry had always been her favorite flavor. Xiaoyu gazed at her adoringly. "I knew you'd like it." He knew his sister liked this flavor too. But from a distance, the scene took on a different meaning in the eyes of their classmates. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Some said they were in love and had known each other since they were childhood sweethearts. Others thought Fu Sang was holding something over Xiaoyu's head, forcing him to be with her. The classroom buzzed with gossip. Chu Yinsui's sleep was restless, especially hearing Fu Sang's name linked with Xiaoyu. His headache worsened with the added irritation. A dry cough ripped through his throat, silencing the class's discussion. The hostility in his eyes was intimidating. He stood up, enduring the throbbing in his head, and walked over to Fu Sang. He grabbed her wrist and walked out of the classroom under the shocked gazes of their classmates. Fu Sang was completely bewildered by Chu Yinsui's sudden action. Xiaoyu watched them leave, his eyes filled with gloom. This further fueled the classmates' gossip. Was this a love triangle? Fu Sang followed behind, looking at the young man's slender figure. She didn't understand why Chu Yin Sui had done this. Perhaps she was too lost in thought, because she bumped into his back. Are you dating Xiao Yu? Chu Yin Sui's voice was cold, yet strangely earnest. Fu Sang was even more confused now. Dating Xiao Yu? She just wanted to give them both motherly love. How childish could boys be when they got jealous? Chu Yin Sui, after hearing rumors about the girl he liked and his brother, angrily took Fu Sang to the rooftop. Childishly and seriously, he asked Fu Sang if she was dating Xiao Yu. Fu Sang thought the boy in front of her must have slept wrong and become delusional. Why was he acting so strangely? The system chuckled mischievously. The male lead is jealous because you're close to Xiao Yu. Delusional, my foot. Fu Sang sighed. Perhaps this was the trouble with raising two boys. She had to spread her affection evenly. The young man's tall figure loomed over her. His complexion was pale, and his narrow, dark eyes gazed at Fu Sang. He leaned down, suddenly moving closer. Fu Sang shifted uncomfortably, wanting to step back, but the young man's arm blocked her. Do you know Xiao Yu is just using you as a substitute? The warm air of the words made Fu Sang feel a little uncomfortable. Curious, Fu Sang asked who he was a substitute for. Chu Yin Sui chuckled softly, his voice cold. Has anyone ever told you, you look a lot like Gu Fu Sang? Being so close, the strength emanating from the boy made Fu Sang feel very good. She involuntarily moved closer to Chu Yin Sui. If you want to think of me as your sister, that's totally fine. The boy was flustered by this action, a blush creeping onto his pale, handsome face. He suspected Fu Sang was feigning ignorance. A normal person, upon hearing they were being treated as a replacement, should be angry, not as cheerful as Fu Sang. Fu Sang watched the boy, his head seemingly splitting from thinking so hard. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him to bend down until she could reach. Only then did she raise her hand and touch his aching temples. The temperature of the girl's fingertips was cool. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but the pain seemed to lessen. Do you get headaches often? Fu Sang asked indifferently. Chu Yin Sui looked at the girl with a complicated expression. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Suddenly, he straightened up and Fu Sang's hand slid down his cheek. Putting some distance between them, he asked Fu Sang with utmost seriousness, "Who are you?" The girl in front of him felt exactly like Gu Fu Sang. Except for the age discrepancy, everything else matched. Fu Sang met his scrutinizing gaze without fear and smiled innocently. "Who do you think I am?" Chu Yin Sui suddenly fell silent. Just then, the bell rang for class. Hearing the crisp ringing, Chu Yin Sui turned and left. He only left behind a cold sentence. Xiao Yu is not a good person. Stay away from him. Watching the boy's unusual behavior, Fu Sang felt that he had just issued a dangerous warning. The system, however, sensed that things were starting to head in the wrong direction. After school, Fu Sang was walking down the street, still pondering how to repair the brothers' relationship, when a dozen delinquent teenagers stopped her. The boy with bandages all over his head pointed at Fu Sang excitedly. "Big brother, it's her. She's the one who interfered at the hospital last time." What was going on? A dozen young thugs were blocking a female student's way home, claiming it was for revenge. Fu Sang turned around slowly. "Are you talking about me?" Her beautiful, doll-like features made them momentarily stunned. The bandaged boy pleaded with the others, asking his big brother to avenge him. The teenager called Big Brother lit a cigarette, his eyes full of disdain. "That a girl? And you want me to come and fight for you? Are you a coward?" "Big brother, she's Chu Yin Sui's girl." Fu Sang just felt that this person's words were asking for a beating. This sentence did indeed provoke the big brother. The teenager tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished the embers with the tip of his shoe. He walked towards Fu Sang, his eyes carefully studying the girl before him. Not bad looking. "How about you consider leaving Chu Yin Sui and coming with me?" The sweltering heat was making Fu Sang impatient. "Are you done? Don't delay me going home to enjoy the air conditioning." A glint of gold flashed in Zhang Yubai's eyes. Interesting. Faced with all of them, she could still remain so calm. More and more people were moving towards Fu Sang, almost surrounding her. Just then a car drove by. Chu Yin Sui was sitting in the car. From the corner of his eye, he saw the slender figure surrounded by a group of boys. He recognized Fu Sang at a glance. A coldness settled in his heart. A few seconds later, he slowly spoke and instructed the driver to stop the car. I'm Zankyubai. How about coming with me? I seem to be quite interested in you. The boy had good looks, a rebellious air, and a lazy demeanor. The Xiaodi beside him started to chime in. Girl, our boss has taken a liking to you. Just give in. Fu Sang looked at the hooligans in front of her and gave a disdainful smile. Come with you? What do you think you stand compared to Chu Yinsui? Zhang Yubai was taken aback, then asked, Who's Chu Yinsui? Fu Sang chuckled softly. You figure it out. The boy seemed to have lost his patience. He issued what sounded like an ultimatum to Fu Sang, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A cold voice sounded from behind Fu Sang. Chu Yinsui's tall figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. He stood with his back to the light, his eyes dark and gloomy, cold and ashen. Fu Sang was surprised to see him here. Before she could ask why he was there, his hand tightly gripped her wrist. With a hint of exasperation, he said, You really know how to cause trouble. He naturally shielded Fu Sang behind him. Zhang Yubai's smile was somewhat unruly. The hero arrives to save the damsel. What perfect timing, Chu Yinsui. He glanced around at the group. A bunch of guys bullying a girl. Real brave, aren't you? Zhang Yubai retorted self-righteously. We just wanted to make friends with her. The two teenagers stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense. Fu Sang reached out and grabbed Chu Yinsui's arm. With a serious expression, she said, Step aside. I'm afraid I might hurt you. The moment these words left her mouth, the surroundings fell silent. Wasn't this a blatant insult? Who was she to talk? Fu Sang, with her delicate appearance, looked at the dozen or so delinquent youths and declared she could handle them easily. The insulted thugs were instantly enraged. They had to teach this fierce girl a lesson. Fu Sang excitedly rubbed her hands together at a bunch of guys bullying a girl. Real brave, aren't you? One-on-one or all at once? The leader of the delinquents yelled, Get her, boys. A flurry of fists flew towards Chu Yinsui, who dodged them effortlessly. He turned back to Fu Sang with a haughty look. Go on. Get out of here. Don't cause trouble. Can't you see how dangerous these guys are? Fu Sang, feeling patronized, thought this guy was seriously underestimating her. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, grabbing for Fu Sang. With a glance from the corner of her eye, the girl caught the outstretched arm, twisting her waist with a sudden burst of strength. She executed a perfect throw, swift and clean. Mentally, she scoffed, and I was worried you were going to get yourself killed. Even amidst the siege, the two didn't forget to bicker. Perhaps because they were handling the situation too easily, the delinquents surrounded them. Fu Sang and Chu Yinsui stood back to back, confronting them. Fu Sang just wanted to go home and enjoy the air conditioning. She pushed at the young men, but don't waste my time. Chu Yinsui, with a strange expression, told them to come at them together. How arrogant could they be? Furious and humiliated, one of the thugs cried out to their leader. Zhang Yubai narrowed his eyes that I don't hit women. I'll cover their medical expenses. He turned to leave, but Fu Sang stopped him. Okay. The excitement in her voice made it hard to read her intentions. Without their leader, the remaining thugs were quickly dealt with. Chu Yinsui expertly surveyed the aftermath. Your moves aren't bad. Stay away from these thugs in the future. Fu Sang suddenly grabbed the boy's arm, opening his injured hand. Her eyes were full of concern. You should take care of yourself. She took out a Band-Aid, nagging, if you don't treat these wounds, they can easily get infected. This will probably take 2 or 3 days to heal. Chu Yinsui stared blankly at the petite girl, frozen in place. He blinked back tears. His older sister used to bandage his wounds like this. Little meatball, don't get this wet, she'd say, and he would always obediently agree. Now, this girl was giving him the same instructions. He swallowed, but he felt like he'd lost his voice, unable to utter a single word. I'm going. Take care of yourself. The girl's turning figure pulled him out of his memories. His feet unconsciously followed her. Fu Sang noticed. Why are you following me? Chu Yinsui quickly composed himself and offered an excuse that was hard to refuse. We're going the same way. Fu Sang studied his eyes for a moment. She knew they lived in opposite directions, but she couldn't bring herself to call him out. They walked in silence for a while. Seeing that Chu Yinsui had no intention of leaving, Fu Sang prompted, I'm home. You live around here too? The boy averted his gaze, unsure what to say. Fu Sang sighed, that if you wanted to walk me home, you could have just said so, as if afraid of hurting his pride. She stood on tiptoe and gently smoothed his messy hair, that you're really not as cute as you were when you were little. At these words, Chu Yinsui froze, as if electrocuted. He watched her enter the building before finally turning to leave. As he walked, he touched his forehead, replaying the scene in his mind. A blush crept onto his handsome face. Just then, Qiao Yu's resentful voice snapped him back to reality. Chu Yinsui, do you see her as a sister? The boy's innocent affection was an unconscious lingering attachment, a unique possession deep within his heart. Even if discovered by a rival, he would stubbornly deny it. Xiao Yu, having seen them together, had a look in his eyes so dark it could drip water. Chu Yinsui, do you see her as a sister? Chu Yinsui stopped. Their eyes met. That aren't you entangled with her too? You even held hands. Don't tell me you fell for Fu Sang at first sight. He didn't see her as a sister at all. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, just helping a classmate. Chu Yinsui scoffed, as if he'd heard something funny. He shoved past the boy blocking his way. Walking straight past, Xiao Yu's alluring peach blossom eyes flashed with a complex emotion. He knew they both felt the same conflicting emotions towards Fu Sang. But this scene marked the beginning of a new rivalry between them. The scene changes. The system anxiously calls out to the sleeping Fu Sang, interrupting her pleasant dream. Fu Sang just wants to swat the system away with a pillow. However, the little system anxiously explains its distress. It's not that I don't want you to sleep. Due to our poor performance, future tasks will be mandatory. If Miss Fu Sang fails to complete them, there will be penalties. Hearing this, the older girl finally woke up. Propping her chin on her hand, she lazily asked what kind of garbage order this was. However, the next second, the system announced a new task. Please go to the hotel immediately to rescue the male lead. Time limit, 3 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in a random penalty. Fu Sang instantly sobered up. She wasn't afraid of any penalty. She only knew that she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her precious boy. Fu Sang quickly took a taxi to the 5-star hotel where Chu Yinsui was. The place reeked of extravagance. Fu Sang didn't need to ask the system for confirmation. She knew Chu Yinsui was definitely inside. She reached the room without attracting anyone's attention. Inside, it was noisy and chaotic. A group of older men were constantly forcing drinks on Chu Yinsui. The young man furrowed his brows, trying to endure. His temples throbbed, the pain making him clench his hand. Because of his young age, some people looked down on him and insisted on giving him a hard time. Young Master Chu, this glass is for you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Chu Yinsui picked up the glass, trying his best to hide his discomfort. Fu Sang walked over and grabbed the arms of the two men who were about to clink glasses. The group, seeing this unexpected guest, were clearly confused. Chu Yinsui was equally shocked by the girl's appearance. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the group, Fu Sang said, Uncle Lu is looking for you for a photo shoot. The board is deciding on the next quarter suppliers. It's best not to be late. Chu Yinsui narrowed his eyes. He knew Fu Sang was lying. The young man lowered his gaze, and for some reason, he suddenly felt relieved. He stood up, gave the group a cursory nod, and turned to leave. Hearing that Lu was calling for Chu Yinsui, the predatory older men didn't dare to detain him any longer, only offering polite excuses about catching up later. Away from the hypocritical private room, Chu Yinsui asked coldly, How did you know I was here? Fu Sang replied casually, I just happened to be passing by. Chu Yinsui didn't believe her, but his headache hindered his thoughts. His face instantly paled and his legs weakened, causing him to almost collapse. Fu Sang's first reaction was to catch him. Whether it was for being caught by Fu Sang or the alcohol, a blush crept onto the young man's pale face. He mumbled a thank you and pulled away, not wanting Fu Sang to see his vulnerability. But his swaying body betrayed him. Chu Yinsui felt his body tilt, half his weight leaning against the girl. He thought Fu Sang would be flustered, but her expression remained unchanged. Ever since he left the Goof family, he hadn't relied on anyone. This was the first time he felt a sense of security, unconsciously letting down his guard. Fu Sang guided a taxi. Once inside, Chu Yinsui leaned against Fu Sang's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Then she gave the driver the Gu family villa's address. Going back home, to the place where she once lived. Before her rebirth, she was an incredibly wealthy heiress. She used to drive a fiery red Ferrari when bringing boys home. But now, she could only take a taxi. After giving the driver her home address, she thought, going back home, for the first time, the girl felt a sense of uncertainty about what was to come. To her, that place held someone she felt deeply indebted to. The car ride was a bit bumpy. Fu Sang carefully supported the young man's head with her hand. The burning touch instantly alerted her. An unnatural flush stained the young man's handsome face. His furrowed brows reflected his poor condition. Fu Sang was worried. He's so hot. Is he running a fever? I wonder if they've changed the private doctor in the past few years. I should ask Xiaoyu. Chu Yinsui was leaning on her left shoulder, hindering her movement, so she could only dial the phone with one hand. On the other end, Xiaoyu looked at the unfamiliar number, hesitated, and then answered. Fu Sang got straight to the point, asking Xiaoyu for the private doctor's contact information. Hearing Fu Sang's voice, Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement. Why do you need that? Fu Sang paused. Chu Yinsui is drunk and has a fever. Xiaoyu's enthusiasm instantly turned icy. Just leave him. Let him die from his illness. He hung up abruptly, leaving Fu Sang bewildered. Wow, what deep hatred is this? A notification pinged. The next second, her phone received the doctor's contact information. Even through the screen, you could feel Xiaoyu's inner conflict. He scolded her, yet still called. What kind of confusing behavior is this? After hanging up, Xiaoyu's mind had already drifted elsewhere. Bien Rong casually tapped a few times on the circuit board and turned to leave, ignoring his friend's attempts to stop him. He hurriedly said he had something to do at home. Meanwhile, Fu Sang, supporting Chu Yinsui, had already rung the doorbell of the Gu family villa. Chu Yinsui's tall frame was completely slumped against the petite girl. Fortunately, a maid, hearing the doorbell, rushed to the door. After opening the door and seeing the young woman, the maid's mind went blank. She stammered, "Young miss." Fu Sang quickly explained that she was bringing a drunk classmate home. The maid, belatedly realizing the situation, only thought to offer help after the two had entered. Fu Sang declined the maid's assistance and directly took Chu Yinsui to his room, instructing her on what to do next. The maid, just recovered from her initial shock, was stunned again. This aura was just like the young miss. After putting Chu Yinsui on the bed and waiting for the doctor to set up the drip, she carefully placed a cool towel on his forehead. After a flurry of activity, he was finally settled. Carefully looking around Chu Yinsui's room, she noted it was still the same as when he was a child. Her gaze, however, suddenly landed on the table near the window. There was an ashtray with cigarette butts and ash still inside. Fu Sang narrowed her eyes and then looked back at the boy lying on the bed. So young, yet he'd already learned to drink and smoke. A hint of displeasure flashed across Fu Sang's face. She dumped the contents of the ashtray into the trash can. As Fu Sang left the room, she happened to run into Xiaoyu, who had just returned. The boy's medium-length hair was tied back with a hair tie, with strands framing his handsome face. His long, beautiful peach blossom eyes were captivating, yet devoid of any emotion. What a coincidence, Fu Sang, Xiaoyu said. Fu Sang, not understanding the meaning behind his words, casually replied, "Is it?" Xiaoyu stared intently into Fu Sang's eyes. "How did you know my house was here? If you were given a chance to be reborn, how would you keep a secret from your loved ones in your past life?" Xiaoyu, suppressing his unease, scrutinized Fu Sang's eyes. "How did you know my house was here?" A sense of danger erupted. Fu Sang retorted, "Is the richest man's house that hard to find?" Xiaoyu interrupted her, his voice growing colder. "I just heard from the maid that you didn't ask where Chu Yinsui's room was. You just brought him straight here." Fu Sang's true nature as a master manipulator was revealed. "Chu Yinsui told me before," she said nonchalantly, uttering an obvious lie. "This kid is really hard to deal with now that he's older. Gotta go. I've delivered him. Excuse me, I have things to do." Xiaoyu remained motionless. He changed his tone and asked, "Are you and Chu Yinsui dating?" Fu Sang was dumbfounded again. Why did this sound so familiar? Dating my foot. Why did both the male lead and the villain want her to be dating the other? Did that make any sense? They would both become obsessed with a girl named Shin Lucy later on. She was just a bound, defective product, a commoner with a task and punishment system. As she completed future tasks, she would leave this world forever. The thought of handing over the plot device she had painstakingly raised made Fu Sang a little melancholic, a little unhappy. This feeling showed on her face, which Xiaoyu interpreted as the awkwardness of being caught in a lie. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart, a tightness in his chest that made it hard to breathe. Chu Yinsui isn't a good person. He's using you as a substitute. Fu Sang had heard similar words from Chu Yinsui, though not verbatim. Fu Sang sighed. She knew exactly why she was in this world. Just as she was about to say something, a frail voice called out from behind her, "Sang, Sang." The old man's voice trembled slightly. Fu Sang turned around. Gu Nanshu, leaning on his cane, emerged from a room. He looked at Fu Sang, her face so similar to his granddaughter's, and his eyes suddenly welled up. The hand gripping his cane visibly trembled. Gu Nanshu had aged considerably. He was now in his 70s, his face lined with wrinkles, his back hunched. Compared to others his age, he looked much older, having endured the loss of his wife and daughter. Later, his only granddaughter also passed away due to an accident. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the old man. His health was failing, and he no longer had the energy to manage the company. That was why Chu Yin Sui was so eager to learn how to run it. If it weren't for the company of Chu Yin Sui and Xiao Yu, Gu Nanshu would have probably lost all hope in life. Xiao Yu stepped forward to help the old man. The old man's eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling. Sang, you've finally come back. Fu Sang looked at Gu Nanshu, her composure almost crumbling. She couldn't reveal that she was Gu Fusang. Fighting back tears, she greeted him, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm a classmate of Xiao Yu and Chu Yin Sui. My name is Fu Sang." Fu, with the person radical. Gu Nanshu's eyes dimmed, filled with loneliness. According to the plot, Gu Nanshu only had a year left to live. The system's voice rang in her mind. Only 1 year left. Fu Sang looked at the old man, her eyes full of reluctance. Gu Nanshu reached out a trembling hand towards her. His gaze lingered on the girl, unwilling to look away for even a second. "Young lady, it's getting late. Stay for dinner." At this moment, he truly saw her as his granddaughter. He was deceiving himself. Fu Sang held the old man's hand and agreed. She also wanted to spend more time with her grandfather. The table was filled with his favorite dishes. Gu Nanshu sat at the head of the table, smiling. Sang, see if you like this. If it suits your taste. Xiao Yu sat next to Fu Sang and suddenly picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in her bowl. Smiling brightly, he said, "Eat more if you like it. Don't be polite." But Fu Sang really couldn't bring herself to eat the vegetables, so she avoided eating them. This small action, however, took on a different meaning in Xiao Yu's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and asked casually, "Fu Sang, don't you like green vegetables?" Gu Nanshu didn't overthink it like a villain would. He went along with it. "You don't like green vegetables? Don't eat them then. My granddaughter used to refuse to eat them no matter what." The young man smiled meaningfully. Unexpectedly, "Fu Sang, you're quite similar to my sister in this regard." Fu Sang tensed up, taking a sip of porridge to cover her nervousness. She then reminded herself that she was a firm believer in marriage. Xiao Yu clearly wasn't ready to let her off the hook. He seemed to be pondering something. "But Fu Sang, you just ate other vegetables." Fu Sang sighed inwardly. As expected, both the grown-up male leads were unpleasant. A simple dinner, yet it perfectly showcased the shrewdness of these scheming individuals. Chu Yin Sui still had the faint, slightly pungent smell of alcohol on him. "Fu Sang, you're here too?" The young man feigned ignorance. Hearing this, Fu Sang turned around to greet him. Chu Yin Sui sat down without acknowledging her. Xiao Yu's eyes instantly darkened. Gu Nanshu also sensed something. He too caught a whiff of the alcohol. "Yin Sui, is your cold any better? Tell me if you want anything. I'll have Mrs. Lu make it." Chu Yin Sui responded gently, saying he enjoyed the food on the table. He then picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in his mouth, not forgetting to add that he wasn't a picky eater like Fu Sang. He had clearly overheard their earlier conversation. "What's going on? Why are these kids acting so strange today?" Fu Sang instinctively complained to her grandfather about Chu Yin Sui's drinking. Hearing this, Gu Nanshu sighed, his face looking even older. "Those old fogies at the company asked you to go out for business dinners? You could have just refused. I still have that much authority." As he spoke, Gu Nanshu's eyes teared up. Xiao Yu pulled out a tissue and handed it to the old man. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about these things. We can handle them ourselves. You need to rest well." He then assured his grandfather that he would take care of Chu Yin Sui. Although Chu Yin Sui didn't like Xiao Yu, he couldn't fault his words and nodded in agreement. Fu Sang felt that at this moment, the male lead and the villain weren't at odds with each other. It seemed they weren't completely bad to the core. However, the transmigration love system reminded her, that's only because Gu Nanshu is present. Once he passes away, the male lead and the villain are bound to become enemies. Fu Sang's eyes dimmed. She desperately wished time could stop at this moment. In the original story, the further along it went, the worse the male lead and villain became. In the end, the villain's reputation was ruined and he died young. The male lead, due to his protagonist Halo, lived a prosperous life. She didn't even know if he ended up marrying the female lead, because the later parts of the plot were blurry. Fu Sang had asked about it before, but the system always dodged the question, claiming it was a heavenly secret. After dinner, Fu Sang thanked her grandfather. The old man bid her farewell reluctantly, urging her to visit often. Suddenly, Chu Yen Sui pulled her towards his room. Looking at Chu Yen Sui's unwavering gaze, Fu Sang had a bad feeling. Xiao Yu watched them leave, a feeling of unease settling in his chest. After spending some time with the old man, he grew increasingly anxious and excused himself to go upstairs. Chu Yen Sui had become suspicious of Fu Sang's identity. He stared intently at Fu Sang and asked, "How did you know about the book?" Fu Sang, lying without a flinch, replied, "I was just thinking about getting you out, so I said it casually." Chu Yen Sui scoffed, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" His gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming deadly serious. "For the last time, how do you know about him?" The girl was clearly startled by this sudden shift. "Did I give myself away?" She couldn't help but step back, but a pair of strong hands steadied her. Chu Yen Sui was close to the answer, but Xiao Yu interrupted. His gaze grew sharper, his hands clenching into fists. Xiao Yu shielded the girl, his sharp gaze fixed on Chu Yen Sui. He said teasingly, "What secrets are you two whispering about?" This girl almost turned the male lead and the villain into best buddies. But after being reborn, he was relentlessly pursued by the grown-up kid. To survive in this world, he could only hide the secret of his rebirth. But the grown-up kid wasn't so easy to deal with. Faced with the male lead's relentless questioning about his identity and that piercing gaze, Fu Sang panicked and stepped back, but a pair of strong hands steadied her. Chu Yen Sui was close to the answer again, but Xiao Yu interrupted. His gaze grew even more intense. He was practically itching to fight the villain right then and there. Xiao Yu steadied the girl, teasingly asking, "What secrets are you two whispering about?" Fu Sang looked up into the young man's eyes. "That you've been waiting here the whole time." But Xiao Yu denied it immediately. "You're overthinking it." He was incredibly calm. A playful glint flickered in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Fu Sang felt a headache coming on. Before she could say anything, Chu Yen Sui's gaze turned icy. "Just admit you were eavesdropping." Xiao Yu, caught red-handed, met Chu Yen Sui's murderous gaze without flinching. "This is a public area. I can be wherever I want." Great, two grown men arguing, with me stuck in the middle. Fu Sang sighed with the weariness of someone who'd seen it all. Asterisk, at least I dodged the questioning. Time to slip away. Asterisk. Xiao Yu watched the girl's retreating figure, his eyes filled with unspoken words. After Fu Sang left, the young man seemed to make a decision. Chu Yen Sui, you'd better stay away from Fu Sang. Mind your own business. He seemed to think that saying another word would be a waste of time. The next morning, Fu Sang arrived at school and saw Chu Yen Sui's empty seat. Is this guy being a good boy for once? Or is he skipping class again? Just then, Xiao Yu approached from behind and gently touched the girl's hand. "Here you go." A rare, gentle smile graced the young man's already handsome face. It was almost mesmerizing, but Fu Sang, unfazed, took the milk and asked, "Isn't your seat somewhere else, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu, looking at the girl, said he wanted to get closer to Fu Sang. "I wonder what this kid is up to." Fu Sang quietly drank her milk, lost in thought. She suddenly asked, "Is Chu Yen Sui still sick?" Xiao Yu's voice lost some of its warmth. "I don't know." His indifferent tone and those three simple words made Fu Sang exclaim, "You two can't keep going on like this." The smile on the young man's face vanished. A cold voice sounded beside her ear, "Don't mention him in front of me." His hand reached for Fu Sang's milk, as if to pull out the straw. He then threatened, "If you drink my milk, you have to be my girl." Asterisk, wow, he's getting worse with age. Only children have to choose. Adults can have both. Asterisk. This pure and innocent transfer student was, in the eyes of the other girls, a total vixen. She'd only been there a short time, but she was already cozying up to the two most popular boys in school, holding hands and hugging, and doing it all so openly. But they didn't know that it was the boys who were initiating everything, because the girl looked a lot like their deceased older sister. As Fu Sang drank Xiao Yu's milk, looking like the picture of friendly classmates, the sound of knuckles rapping on the desk echoed through the room. Fu Sang looked up. It was a girl with a neat and tidy appearance, but the sneer on her lips gave a cold impression. The class monitor stared sternly at Fu Sang. Homework. The next second, she turned to Xiao Yu with a sweet smile. Xiao Shun, she said, using an affectionate nickname. A classic case of treating boys and girls differently. Xiao Yu looked away, seeming indifferent, forgot to do it. His reply was short and simple, but the class monitor's face lit up like an apple, her demeanor girlish. She offered to help Xiao Yu with his homework. No need, he refused just as concisely. Seeing this, Fu Sang was secretly gloating. The next second, the system issued a task. Please assist the villain in completing the test paper. Time limit, 1 hour. Failure to complete within the time limit will result in consequences. What kind of bizarre task is this? I felt overwhelmed. Somewhat awkwardly, I raised my hand to interrupt. I picked up the test paper and told Xiao Yu, homework must be done. If you don't know how to do it, I can teach you. Both of them were dumbfounded. The class monitor felt it was Fu Sang who had severed the red string of fate between her and her male idol. Turning around, she told the classmates around her without any attempt to hide her feelings. Fu Sang is a fake nice person. That vixen, on one hand, is ambiguously involved with Chu Yin Sui, and, on the other hand, she's hooking up with Xiao Yu. Who knows what shameful things she's done in private? Gu Jia's veiled words naturally fell into the ears of the two. Xiao Yu lazily propped his chin with one hand, his eyes full of displeasure as he reminded Fu Sang. The young man tried to find anger on Fu Sang's face, but there was nothing. She appeared very calm. Does a dog bite back after it bites you? Time waits for no one. Hurry up and do the test. Xiao Yu spread out the test paper with one hand. He didn't know why, but a desire to tease her arose. The young man pointed to the most difficult question and slowly said, teach me. Fu Sang directly blurted out the answer. Now it was Xiao Yu's turn to be stunned. Didn't she agree to teach him? Why did she just give the answer? Fu Sang saw that he still lacked motivation, so she looked up and asked, is there a problem? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you consider this teaching? Fu Sang retorted, why doesn't it count as teaching? The young lady seemed to have a deep misunderstanding of the meaning of the word teaching. Xiao Yu felt it necessary to remind her, you just gave me an answer. No process. Fu Sang's tone was not gentle that you're a top student. Do you need me to teach you the process? Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Yu felt like all the bamboo shoots on the mountain had been picked by this girl. What followed was Fu Sang directly reciting the answers, and Xiao Yu writing them down cooperatively, giving off a harmonious vibe of one genuinely learning and the other pretending to teach. The scene was so beautiful that it made the class monitor and other female classmates even more annoyed. She wants both of the school idols. They had clearly already labeled the newly arrived Fu Sang as a seductive vixen. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to teach Fu Sang a lesson. The class monitor finally waited for this sentence. A bad idea had already formed in her mind. You know how the new students confess. When Fu Sang arrived at school and was discussing with the system how to educate the rebellious 7 children, she was stopped on the road by a handsome, delinquent-looking boy. Zhang Yubai stood there, looking slovenly and laid back, a half-smoked cigarette held between his index and middle fingers. Smoke curled upwards as he slowly exhaled. He didn't know why he had come to this school. Zhang Yubai liked girls with large chests. The few girls he had dated before were all of the voluptuous type, but somehow he had only glanced at her in the crowd and couldn't forget her face. Today, he had come here as if possessed. Fu Sang obviously recognized the young man in front of her. Although Fu Sang's personality seemed quite interesting, judging by her appearance, she was a model student. She wore a neat autumn school uniform, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed to be filled with sparkling starlight. With a high-nose bridge and bright red lips, she could even pass for a doll. Seeing Fu Sang, Zhang Yubai took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the white smoke. The smile on his lips was unruly and rebellious. Why aren't you with that bastard Chu Yin Sui? Don't dirty yourself. The pungent smell of smoke wafted over. Fu Sang narrowed her eyes and casually fanned away the smoke. No matter what, Chu Yin Sui was still her mission target, and she wouldn't tolerate a random delinquent slandering him. Her haogong towards him plummeted. Zhang Yubai saw that Fu Sang was so protective of Chu Yin Sui. He dropped the cigarette, but ground it out with his toe. The dying embers seemed to mirror his fading interest. He stepped closer to Fu Sang. You don't understand Chu Yensui at all. That kid, why not consider following me? Fu Sang's expression was one of shock. The boy's rebellious gaze held a hint of sincerity, yet was also full of possessiveness. I've got my eye on you. Want to be my girlfriend? The sudden confession left Fu Sang speechless. She felt that this boy was seriously ill. They barely even knew each other. Many students passed by. Seeing Zhang Yubai, they unconsciously quickened their pace, hiding and watching the gossip between the neighborhood thug and their school beauty. Fu Sang stepped back. Xiao Yu's cold voice rang out. He grabbed Fu Sang's wrist and naturally shielded her behind him, his eyes sharply fixed on the delinquent. She won't be your girlfriend. Xiao Yu's voice was icy, giving off an undeniable air of finality. Zhang Yubai was speechless, looking at the delicate young man in front of him wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Wasn't this a typical weak scholar? He felt like he could take on 10 of him. Fu Sang was also a little surprised by the boy's appearance, but the onlookers seemed even more excited. Whoa, Xiao Yu's here too. This morning is way too lively. Hearing Zhang Yubai's words, they realized that this newcomer, appearing halfway through, was Chu Yensui's little Loki. With a contemptuous look and mocking words, he slung an arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder. Good student, go back to class. This doesn't concern you. He'd clearly threatened people before. Slap. His wrist was seized. 0.5 seconds. You can still leave now. Xiao Yu's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Zhang Yubai felt the pain in his wrist, and his smug expression was instantly replaced with panic. He was surprised the boy was so strong. Time was up. With a powerful twist of his waist, Xiao Yu threw the sneering boy to the ground. Now it was too late to run. The sharp pain made Zhang Yubai's face drip with cold sweat. He felt like this whole family was insane. What's it like to raise the male lead and the villain from a book? Before her rebirth, the two boys were cute and obedient. But after her rebirth, the studious male lead's grades plummeted, and he became the school bully in the students' eyes. The villain's grades, on the other hand, skyrocketed, making him the teacher's pet. When the girl was bullied, the villain stepped forward. He easily handled the thugs. She couldn't help but complain to the system. Xiao Yu is so good at fighting too? I really don't know what they've been through all these years. The system replied helplessly. Maybe they train each other. You know, after you passed away, the war between them never stopped. The two boys stared at each other in speechless silence. Xiao Yu clapped his hands with a smile, as if nothing had happened, and turned to ask Fu Sang, "Are you okay?" Zhang Yubai seized the opportunity and ran away with a yelped, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." Afterward, worried that something similar might happen again, Xiao Yu walked with Fu Sang. But the journey wasn't peaceful. Shrill voices whispered incessantly. My Xiao Shun actually fought with Zhang Yubai for Fu Sang. My hopes for school life are dashed. She's such a flirt. Chu Yensui and Xiao Yu aren't enough for her. She even has to go after the ultimate school bully, Zhang Yubai. What vixen? These hurtful words trailed off. Xiao Yu felt a pang of sympathy and glanced at Fu Sang. But her expression was calm, as if she were an outsider. Did you hear what they were saying about you? He asked. Fu Sang responded indifferently, seemingly unfazed. He offered a well-meaning suggestion. Aren't you going to say something back? At this rate, you'll be isolated. Fu Sang thought for a moment before replying. Useless socializing is pointless to me. I only care about the people I care about. The people you care about. Xiao Yu's emotions were stirred. He stopped Fu Sang. Then who do you really care about? Fu Sang looked up at Xiao Yu, remembering how cute the male lead and the villain were as children. Lowering her eyes, she reminisced about the good old days. Nothing is insurmountable, but some things are irreversible. She cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness that you're too young to ask so many questions. Stepping into the classroom, she heard Shun Lucy's voice. Class monitor, what did you put in Fu Sang's desk? Fu Sang was still wondering what was going on when she was angrily called over by Shun Lucy. The class monitor was sneaking around her desk, like she put something in it. Shun Lucy pointed accusingly at the class monitor, who looked flustered, further confirming the suspicion. It's in your desk. Fu Sang glanced over and then reached in her desk, pulling out a box. This school beauty was bold, daring to grab a toad barehanded. Fu Sang reached in and took it out. Inside was an extremely ugly toad. Several girls screamed, clearly terrified of the creature. Looking at the croaking toad in the box, Fu Sang remained expressionless, even finding it childish. Shin Lucy couldn't stand it anymore. How could you do this? Fu Sang's voice was calm, and she told Shin Lucy to step back. With a slight smile, Fu Sang said, "Don't stutter. Own up to what you did." Her reaction was completely unexpected. They expected her to burst into tears, but her expression didn't change at all. Seeing Fu Sang walking towards her with the toad, the class monitor stammered, "WH, what are you going to do?" She was clearly trying to avoid responsibility. Fu Sang scoffed and picked the little toad out of the box. She walked towards the class monitor step by step. This terrified the would-be tormentor. She could play pranks as long as someone else was the victim. Trembling, she told Fu Sang to stay away. At this moment, she truly looked like the weak one. Her opponent was like this. Fu Sang's eyes were filled with intimacy. "Don't stutter. Own up to what you've done. You're playing with him." She walked slowly towards the class monitor. The class monitor's last line of defense crumbled. Her words were reduced to pleas for mercy. With a loud scream, the toad leaped onto the class monitor. She looked up and was about to run. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her and pulled her back. Having fun? Fu Sang's voice was suddenly cold, revealing her true feelings. The class monitor's body trembled. No, not fun. Fu Sang's eyes were full of warning that don't play these silly games again. I always get revenge. Remember that. The class monitor, her defense is broken, could only numbly agree. Fu Sang always believed in one thing. If you can't crush someone who bullies you the first time, there will be countless more times. She didn't cause trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it. For situations like this, a psychological attack was a more perfect solution than physical violence. Looking at the girl before him, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with sadness, unlike the other students who looked at her like she was a monster. My sister taught me the same thing. If you're bullied, you have to retaliate. Back then, I didn't go easy on you Xiao Hong who bullied me. No. Who is she? Why does she have so much of my sister's shadow? Is reincarnation real? Lost in thought, he walked out of the classroom and around the corner. He overheard the class monitor and her followers plotting something, bring her to the restroom. Were they planning to target Fu Sang again? Xiao Yu had just arrived back in the classroom when he heard a girl call Shun Lucy out, claiming to be sent by the English teacher. The two walked away together. Shun Lucy suddenly sensed something was wrong. Just as she was about to question the other girl, hands reached out from behind her. They covered her mouth you know how terrifying school violence can be. The girl had told her classmates that someone was planning to prank her, and now she had been lured out by someone pretending to be a teacher. Without giving her time to react, they covered her mouth and dragged her into the restroom. The class monitor shoved her against the wall. Several other students surrounded her. The class monitor's usually sweet voice turned sharp. "Snitching on Fu Sang means you're against me. Understand?" Shin Lucy's expression was a mixture of emotions. Even a transmigrator like her was about to be bullied. Perhaps not satisfied with the effect, the class monitor's voice became even sharper. "You snitching little bitch. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The girls surrounding her smirked. Seeing this, Shin Lucy knew she couldn't use force. She nervously tried to explain it was a misunderstanding. But seeing the class monitor's eagerness to get physical, Shun Lucy had a premonition of what was about to happen. Her voice grew more anxious as she naively reminded them of the consequences of their actions. Her weakness only fueled their cruelty. The class monitor, holding a bucket of water, sneered, "What a righteous little angel. We're so scared." She abruptly threw the water all over Shun Lucy. With a scream, Shun Lucy collapsed in the corner of a stall, soaked and miserable. She was completely at a loss. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her and dragged her forward. Ignoring her struggles, "Take a picture of her. Let's see if she dares to meddle again." One of the followers took out her phone and agreed. As if that wasn't enough, she yanked Shun Lucy's hair. Her clothes were pulled open. Restrained, Shin Lucy couldn't break free, let alone stop them from taking pictures. Tears streamed down her face. She comforted herself with the thought that once she got her golden finger, she would make them pay. She huddled in the corner, motionless. The class monitor nudged her with her foot, her face full of disdain. "Serves you right. Whose dog couldn't you be? You had to be Fu Sang's." The door suddenly opened. The unexpected sound startled everyone. Fu Sang saw the pathetic state Shin Lucy was in and, not yet understanding what had happened, her voice laced with anger, exclaimed, "What the hell? Shen Lucy was trembling, her clothes disheveled. Fu Sang took off her own jacket and draped it over her. Then she turned to face the bullies, hand over the phone. It had just been a guess, but when she saw the panic in their eyes, it confirmed her suspicion. Don't accuse us falsely. What makes you think we took pictures? The class monitor stammered, her eyes darting around, avoiding Fu Sang's gaze. Fu Sang didn't have much patience. She reached out and grabbed the class monitor's shirt. Then, with a gentle lift, the other person, whose feet were close together, was hoisted into the air. Their face turned crimson. Then Fu Sang's effective voice was heard. Own up to what you've done. What's the big deal about answering a call? Fu Sang reached for the phone in the class monitor's hand, but just as she was about to grab it, someone from the side suddenly rushed over. Fu Sang reacted quickly, and with a swift knee strike, took them down. The attacker lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, their eyes filled with resentment towards Fu Sang. You should be glad I held back. Otherwise, you'd have at least 3 broken ribs. Too lazy to bother with them further, she snatched the phone. If you don't want to end up like them, just unlock this for me. Fu Sang was beautiful, her features gentle, especially her round, doe-like eyes, which made her look very soft. But at this moment, she was inexplicably frightening. The class monitor wasn't stupid. She knew that if Fu Sang got the evidence, she would face disciplinary action from the school. She wouldn't agree. Disgust filled Fu Sang's expression. Why don't you ever learn? She immediately commanded the system to delete the photos from the phone. Then, step by step, she approached the class monitor. She truly felt extreme disgust for this kind of scum. This kind of person needed to be dealt with through force. Just as she raised her fist to strike, everyone stopped. A large group of teachers poured into the restroom. They saw Fu Sang's fist about to land on the class monitor's face, and then looked at the girl writhing in pain on the floor. They instantly understood what had happened. This was a major bullying scene. Reputation is crucial for girls, because she was pursued by 2 of the school's heartthrobs. The girl was branded a fox spirit by her classmates, just like the student who had indecent photos taken by the class monitor and her group. This violent scene was witnessed by the arriving teachers. The incident quickly spread throughout the school. Did you hear? Fu Sang beat up the class monitor and her group. Now she's been called to the office. If she wasn't so pretty, I wouldn't feel so bad for her. A 2-timing, 3-timing slut. Her character is so trashy. Xiao Yu heard everything they said. He didn't know why, but a burning rage filled his chest. A sudden bang interrupted the heated discussion. The young man stood up with a gloomy expression, his beautiful peach blossom eyes carrying a menacing glint. The few who had been gossiping the most gulped and fearfully hid behind their friends, inwardly complaining. What's gotten to Xiao Yu? They were talking about Fu Sang. Why was he so agitated? If you're so brave, why didn't you say that to Fu Sang's face? You're all cowards like dogs, just whispering behind people's backs. Xiao Yu used sharp words to expose them. The atmosphere became awkward. The young man's scorn was unconcealed. He looked at them as if they were ants. As they watched Xiao Yu leave, they lost their nerve to gossip further. It seems that Fu Sang 2-timing 3 guys is true. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fu Sang, you transferred to our school this semester. I believe the headmaster familiarized you with the rules and regulations on your first day. We have a zero-tolerance policy for bullying and violence. The headmaster's face was angry, using his usual disciplinary tone. Unjustly reprimanded. Although annoyed, Fu Sang still tried to explain. She pointed to the smug class monitor. Shun Lucy and I, there are 2 of us. The class monitor and her group, there are 4 or 5 of them. You take a good look and see who's the real bully. Bang. Don't try to avoid the issue. No matter what, fighting is your fault. The headmaster roared, interrupting Fu Sang's explanation. For some reason, Fu Sang didn't argue further, but looked at the teacher with a strange expression. Isn't it supposed to be I came to break up the fight? The victim, Shun Lucy, spoke up indignantly. Teacher, Fu Sang wasn't fighting. She pointed at the class monitor again, not afraid of being ridiculed. She recounted the bully's crimes, including dragging her by the hair, taking embarrassing photos, and other offenses. Pulling Fu Sang closer, she said, Fu Sang was acting bravely and saved me. Hearing the victim's testimony, even the class monitor and her group showed panic. The headmaster noticed this. Although he believed Shun Lucy, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face as he gave the class monitor a questioning look that is what she said true. Receiving the signal, the class monitor understood immediately and put on a way cheap expression. She and Fu Sang, are together. You can't trust what she says. We just accidentally bumped into Fu Sang in the restroom, and she started attacking us. Her lackeys chimed in agreement. Didn't you see it when you arrived? She finished with a smug glance at Fu Sang. After all, there were no cameras in the restroom. With their numbers, they could say whatever they wanted. Their ability to lie through their teeth was truly a wasted talent. Enough. Everyone says you were the one fighting, and I saw it myself. Don't make excuses. Write a 3,000-word essay reflecting on your actions, the headmaster declared, bringing the chaotic scene to a close. After all, the class monitor and her friend's parents are all investors in the school. He can't offend them. This trick of his always works. Even if the students are unhappy, no one will directly confront him. But the next second, Fu Sang's voice reached his ears. Shen Lucy and I have been bullied for so long. You weren't there when we needed you. You show up now, but your favoritism is way too obvious. He had been observing them, naturally seeing their little actions just now. Seeing a student dare to talk back to him, the headmaster immediately glared at Fu Sang, using his ultimate move that I've never seen such a perfect student like you. Not only do you not admit your mistakes, but you also accuse the teacher. I should send you a rice cooker. This trick of his never fails. Even the most arrogant students would endure it and even obediently admit their mistakes. But reality reversed again. Teacher, are you getting angry out of embarrassment? Fu Sang's delicate face showed no panic, even a hint of playful doubt. She wouldn't give a good look to this kind of scum who wore a sacred cloak, but was actually a bootlicker. Knock, knock, a knock on the door. Xiao Yu was standing outside. A girl saves a classmate from being photographed indecently, but the teacher punishes her for being violent. Even the victim, disregarding her embarrassment, told the teacher the truth, but he still insisted on punishing her. Just because the parents of the perpetrators are investors in the school. Fu Sang wouldn't give a good look to this kind of scum who wore a sacred cloak, but was actually a bootlicker. If she weren't considering the teacher's identity, she wouldn't mind letting him see what a violent young lady looked like. Knock, knock. A knock on the door attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Yu had heard their conversation clearly from outside the door. Teacher, I can testify that the class monitor was bullying Shun Lucy. Also, Du Shuang went to see Yong Mei. Fu Sang was a little surprised to see who it was. She didn't want her cub to get involved in this. Xiao Yu, how did you know what happened inside? The teacher's voice was countless times gentler when speaking to Xiao Yu, who was first in the grade. Xiao Yu's handsome face wore a smile. His alluring peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, looking charming. But the words he spoke were icy. Didn't the teacher also push the blame onto Fu Sang without seeing anything? These words pressed down on him like a mountain. For someone like him, who was a bootlicker, he naturally knew that the Gu family was the biggest financial backer of the school. He really couldn't retort. Sure enough, Xiao Yu's originally alluring peach blossom eyes were filled with a threatening glint when they opened, his voice full of intimacy. If this school is full of teachers who can't distinguish right from wrong, then the Gu family doesn't need to invest in this kind of school. If it came to comparing financial resources, he was undoubtedly the biggest financial backer of the entire school. The world of the rich really is unreasonable. Even the system felt warmth in its heart. Zai Zai had saved the damsel in distress. Fu Sang felt extremely refreshed inside, but told the system, this is triggering the plot of protecting the female lead. Shen Lucy, at this moment, was only immersed in Xiao Yu's handsome face. Marveling at the plot development, the teacher coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. I will investigate this matter further. You all can go back now. Neither of these two groups were people he could afford to offend. The class monitor and her group were slyly trying to sneak away. Fu Sang and Xiao Yu said in unison, just trying to leave like that. The class monitor stiffly turned her head, looking somewhat dazed, perhaps from nervousness, to go and apologize to Shen Lucy. Fu Sang and Xiao Yu said in unison again, their expressions identical. Their words synchronized again. Otherwise, your father should watch out for his company. Next time, it'll be you getting beaten up. Their voices were equally icy and bouillonjui. The teacher, whose face had been lost, didn't dare to retaliate, but instead rushed to clean up the mess for the financial backers. IT takes two to tango. You must have made mistakes too. Hurry up and apologize to Shen Lucy. Witnessing this, the class monitor's face was like a wilted eggplant. If she didn't apologize, the school's demonist Fu Sang would go home and her dad's company would go bankrupt. That would definitely be a mixed doubles beating. Soon, the class monitor and her lackeys bowed 90 degrees to Shenlucy. "We're sorry, we were wrong." Shenlucy was a little incredulous. These bullies were just leaving like that? Could it be that her protagonist halo was working? She felt a little smug inside. On the way back, their moods were incredibly cheerful. The three chatted all the way, seemingly forgetting the unpleasantness they had just experienced. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Gu residence, the male lead, Chu Yin-sui, was lying on his bed, lazily scrolling through short videos when a ding-dong notification on his phone made him forget to like the video he was watching. It read, "Boss, it's bad. Fu Sang has been snatched away by Xiao Yu." The delinquent male lead skips school and slacks off, while the girl he admires has her Halgon boosted by the villainous top student. At this moment, Chu Yin-sui stared at the message his lackey sent, his heart filled with shattered vinegar jars. The next morning, in the boring classroom, the teacher was explaining the lesson. Fu Sang rested her chin in her hand, her thoughts long gone, as languid as a cat. At this moment, a crumpled piece of paper landed in the middle of the desk. Tu Sang picked it up and glanced back towards where Chu Yin-sui was sitting. He saw him mysteriously point at Xiao Yu. Having witnessed everything, Xiao Yu clenched the hand at his side. His gaze was deep and cold as ice. Tu Sang looked down to read the note. "Zhang Yubai bothered you this morning." Although the male lead was still a slacker, his handwriting was quite beautiful. Tu Sang found it hard to connect his current image with how he was as a child. Although his obedience as a child was an act, at least he bothered to pretend. Now, he didn't even bother to put on an act. Just now, he must have overheard some of the classmates' discussions. He picked up a pen and wrote down the first word. Then Xiao Yu's voice rang out, "Teacher." Chu Yin-sui passed a note to Tu Sang. His indifferent, emotionless voice silenced the entire classroom. The teacher's train of thought, mid-lecture, was completely derailed by Xiao Yu's interruption. Chu Yin-sui turned his head and looked at Xiao Yu with a cold expression, tattling like a little kid. How childish. A sly look flashed across the young man's face. Xiao Yu retorted, "You disturbed Tu Sang's learning by passing notes. Don't be so selfish." The two locked eyes, their gazes sharp and hostile. Seeing this scene, Tu Sang felt a headache coming on. Why were the male lead and the villain so childish? Especially the villain. He passed a note and then immediately tattled. What kind of grudge did they have? In the end, Chu Yin-sui was made to write a 1,000-word self-criticism essay. Would he even write it? Suddenly, the system came online and quickly issued a task to Tu Sang. Please have the male lead accept the villain's apology. Time limit, within half an hour. Overtime, and you'll suffer the consequences. Tu Sang looked at the system's mischievous expression with a strange look. Are you sure you're not making things difficult for me? Let's not even talk about whether Chu Yin-sui will accept the apology. Xiao Yu definitely won't apologize on his own. He reported him so readily in class. Do you think an apology is possible afterward? But the system was full of confidence. There are no difficult tasks, only brave hosts. If you want the boys to get along, a little scheming is necessary. Tu Sang never would have thought that after the male lead and the villain, two childish boys, had a quarrel, the system would give her the task of making them reconcile. The system, full of curiosity, asked Tu Sang, who was taking a drink, to Chu Yin-sui, "What are you doing?" Tu Sang proudly revealed her plan. The task only requires Chu Yin-sui to accept Xiao Yu's apology. It didn't say Xiao Yu had to apologize in person. I can do it on his behalf. Seeing Tu Sang's smug expression, the system was speechless. She actually stated this loophole so matter-of-factly. The scene changed. When Tu Sang arrived at the basketball court, she saw Chu Yin-sui playing, facing the opponent's block. With a faint and elegant, agile footwork, the basketball seemed to come alive in his hands. He leaped and made a clean three-point shot. Tu Sang watched his smooth, fluid movements and was about to compliment him when a sudden burst of cheers from girls erupted beside her. "Wow, Chu is so handsome. He looks like the male lead in a novel I've been reading recently. Go Chu, you're the best." Wow, their professional outfits and cheers were truly impressive. Tu Sang couldn't help but admire Chu Yin-sui's popularity. Then, she walked inside with the milk. Chu Yin-sui only called out when Tu Sang got closer. Chu Yin-sui turned around at the sound. A thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. His narrow, dark eyes held an inquiring gaze. His gaze lingered on the drink in the girl's hand for a few seconds. Had she come to give him a gift? Usually, when Chu Yin-sui played basketball, girls would rush over to give him water. Although he never accepted, this time, the corners of Chu Yin-sui's lips curved upwards. However, the next second, his expression froze. His line of sight was blocked by the drink. "This is from Xiaoyu. He didn't mean to report you in class. He felt very regretful afterward, but he was too embarrassed to apologize to you in person. So he asked me to come." Tu Sang's voice reached his ears. Chu Yin-sui was truly surprised. After moving his gaze away from the drink, he looked at the girl standing in front of him. She was wearing the autumn school uniform. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright, even without any lipstick. Her lips were still rosy. "Will you accept his apology?" Catching Chu Yin-sui's surprised expression, Tu Sang felt incredibly smug inside. Handling this little guy wasn't difficult at all. But the worst thing was the sudden silence. Chu Yin-sui didn't say a word. Tu Sang just kept holding out the drink. Meanwhile, the fangirls who were cheering just moments ago now stood with their arms crossed, thinking Tu Sang was their competition. Just because of her, she dares to confess to Senior? Reject her quickly. I can't have a man I can't get, and neither can anyone else. The system urged anxiously from his side. "Master Fusong, there are only 5 minutes left for the mission." Fusong suddenly felt a headache. He hadn't prepared a plan B. Never mind. He somewhat anxiously placed the drink in Chu Yin-sui's hand. "Xiaoyu really wants to reconcile with you. Please forgive him." Chu Yin-sui was truly sharp. While accepting the drink, he scrutinized Fusong's eyes. "Did Xiaoyu really send you to apologize?" Although he asked this, Chu Yin-sui already had an answer in his heart. He and Xiaoyu had lived under the same roof for over 10 years. He didn't know everything about the other person's character, but he knew enough. They had grown up together. Apologize? The earth could be destroyed, and Xiaoyu still wouldn't apologize. What was Fusong's real purpose? Fusong nodded repeatedly, urging him to accept the drink. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "When did I ask you to apologize? You've definitely never seen such bizarre and refined punishments." The girl helps the villain apologize to the male lead. When the mission failed, the system actually made him experience level 10 period cramps. Just when Fusong thought his plan was about to succeed, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "When did I ask you to apologize?" Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu, the person himself, appeared at this moment. Caught red-handed, Fusong felt so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and hide. Chu Yin-sui and Xiaoyu locked eyes. Their faces completely hardened, neither willing to give way. A cat-and-dog fight was about to erupt. A high-level quarrel ensued, without a single curse word. Caught in the middle, Fusong was enveloped by this sudden surge of resentment. He instantly closed his eyes in comfort. This intense resentment was truly irresistible. However, in the next second, he was pulled back to reality by the anxious system. "Master Fusong, wake up. There are only 30 seconds left for the mission." Fusong abruptly woke up. It seemed it was too late. Let the punishment come. What else could he do? Seeing his own awkward situation, he didn't even have time to absorb the resentment. He slowly backed away, trying to sneak off. However, his hands were grabbed, one by Chu Yin-sui and the other by Xiaoyu. Chu Yin-sui's face was full of displeasure. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiaoyu added, "You can't leave without explaining yourself." Fusong felt that the male lead and the villain were particularly unreasonable at this moment. When did he become someone they could just manipulate? Was this reasonable? Fusong wanted to break free, but the next second, the system's notification came. "Host, mission failed. Period cramp punishment activated." The sudden pain in his abdomen made him feel terrible. His face turned pale, and his body started to tremble slightly. Fusong felt like cursing. Chu Yin-sui and Xiaoyu noticed his abnormality and became flustered, not knowing what to do. His face was far too pale. Then, he fainted directly onto the ground. Chu Yin-sui hurriedly supported Fusong. Seeing the physical contact between the two, Xiaoyu suddenly snatched Fusong away, scooping him up horizontally to "I'll take him to the infirmary," he said, his voice cold and laced with a meaningful warning. By the time Chu Yin-sui reacted, Xiaoyu had already turned and left. Staring at Xiaoyu's back, Chu Yin-sui clenched his fists even tighter. This feeling was like having his wife stolen. Chu Yin-sui quickly followed. The girls watching exchanged glances, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Was that Xiaoyu just now? Could he also like that girl? A four-way love triangle? I'm so jealous. How could she get the attention of two school heartthrobs? Fusang lay on the infirmary bed, the hair at his temples damp with sweat. Beside the bed, two figures watched Fusang with deep concern. Despite their usual composure, their voices were now filled with anxiety. At that moment, a doctor walking outside the door caught their attention that it's probably a stomachache caused by eating something bad. Let him stay here for observation. You two should go back. It's class time now. It's not good for students to linger here. But then, Chu Yin-sui pulled over a nearby chair and sat down, responding coldly with a single word, no. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, said with a smile, we'll stay here and watch over him. You can go ahead and attend to your other duties. We'll call you when he wakes up. His polite words carried an undeniable firmness, leaving the doctor feeling rather awkward. As he left, he looked back and sighed. These two students are so assertive. One's a smiling tiger, the other's a cold-faced demon. I'm out of here. With the doctor's departure, the two of them looked at Fusang intently. The room, though not entirely empty, was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Fusang slowly woke up. He struggled to sit up, but in the next second, he was pushed back down by two hands. What's it like to be liked by two extremely possessive stray guys? The girl, due to a mission failure, was hit by the system with level 10 period pain and fainted. When Fusang woke up, she struggled to sit up but was pushed back down by two hands. Xiao Yu's concerned voice rang out, don't move. Chu Yin-sui added, where else does it hurt? Both of their faces looked pale, but Fusang could feel the concern in their words. Let me up. Only after she said it didn't hurt anymore did they withdraw their hands. Xiao Yu was the first to speak, instructing the doctor. She has a stomach problem. Her diet needs to be light recently. He thoughtfully brought her a glass of warm water. Chu Yin-sui was inwardly filled with disdain for this suicidal act of telling a sick girl to drink more hot water. Recalling a pickup artist manual he'd read a long time ago, he naturally walked to the side and picked up a piece of fruit. His movements were clumsy, but he peeled it quickly. Soon, a sharply angled apple appeared before Fusang. Although she appreciated the concern from these two blockheads, Fusang refused it. Right now, she couldn't stand the sight of either of them. The 5 minutes of abdominal pain she just experienced almost sent her straight to heaven. This was also the first time Fusang felt the punishment from a mission failure. Xiao Yu chuckled. Then, Fusang, shouldn't you explain the matter of me asking you to apologize to Chu Yin-sui? Fusang was the first person who dared to act using his name. Chu Yin-sui chimed in, you should explain yourself. Faced with their pressing questions, Fusang blushed and hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. She was originally trying to exploit a loophole in the system's mission, but this whole thing had backfired spectacularly. After a while, Fusang recovered slightly. Is it wrong for me to want you two to be friends? It's a shame for two such handsome guys not to be friends. Fusang spoke sincerely. Chu Yin-sui and Xiao Yu felt that this reason was quite absurd. Could they believe it? Definitely not. The problem was, how could she say it with such a straight face? Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. He leaned forward, his alluring peach blossom eyes fixed on Fusang. That I won't lie to you. Why are you suddenly concerned about my affairs? Before Fusang could answer, she was suddenly pulled over by the sly Chu Yin-sui. Fusang came to give me a drink. A smug look appeared on his handsome face. Xiao Yu was furious, but he couldn't really refute it. If looks could kill, Chu Yin-sui would have died 50 million times already. Seeing that the cat and dog fight 3.0 was about to begin, Fusang felt a sense of foreboding. This would never end. She had to think of a way out. Her eyes fell on the spare school uniform nearby, and she suddenly had an idea. Reaching out, she began to untie her bow tie. I'm sweating all over. Are you two going to stay here and watch me change? As she removed her bow tie, her delicate neck was revealed. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was mortified, and Chu Yin-sui was stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. Both of their faces flushed crimson. The two school idols awkwardly walked out of the room with their hands in their pockets, looking like delinquents. Fusang finally breathed a sigh of relief. These two were getting harder and harder to deal with. She thought the matter was over, but she didn't know this was just the beginning. In class, the teacher suddenly announced that the monthly exams were coming up and that they needed to form study groups. Those with higher rankings would choose first. The group with the highest average score would receive a mysterious gift prepared by the teacher. The word gift piqued everyone's interest. Fusang yawned lazily, resting her chin on her hand and looking at the blackboard. She wasn't very interested in the gift the teacher mentioned. Chu Yinsui, sitting next to her, kept staring at her, seemingly still embarrassed about what happened in the infirmary. The girl, in order to get rid of the two male school idols' harassment, used the excuse of changing clothes to drive them away. But she didn't know that her unintentional action had planted a strange seed in someone's heart. Fusang suddenly remembered something and asked the system why she always felt so tired and weak lately. The system, with a knowing look, frantically hinted, "Isn't it because you're getting old?" If it were before, Fusang would have slapped the system away. But she was preoccupied that don't you think it's strange? Recently, you've also become a garbage system that issues mandatory missions and implements punishments. The system felt wronged and tried to explain, "Boss, this isn't my fault. It's because the higher-ups detected some changes in this world, which led to the current situation." What changes? They haven't detected anything yet. Before it could finish, the system received an urgent mission. "Host, please tutor the male lead and the villain to form a study group and achieve a top 10 ranking in the grade." Fusang was stunned. Was this level of difficulty deliberately meant to punish her? She slapped her forehead, lamenting her miserable fate. Lu Sang lowered her eyelids as she turned around. "Chu Yinsui, join my study group." Their eyes met. "Yushun." Chu Yinsui, who had been peeking at him, went completely blank. Stunned, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Looking at the boy's failing test paper, Lu Sang felt a surge of anger. Her voice sharpened. "With these grades, shouldn't you be looking for a study group?" Chu Yinsui hadn't yet reacted, but Xiao Yu, also known as Lao Lu, overheard their conversation. The boy put his hand to his mouth, lost in thought. He quickly got up and went over to Lu Sang, that Lu Sang, "My grades have been slipping lately. I want to join your study group. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Lu Sang was completely taken aback. Xiao Yu's grades were the best in the whole school. "No way," Lu Sang blurted out. Chu Yinsui's face darkened. He flatly refused. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, asked with a smirk, "What right do you have to object?" Chu Yinsui, the struggling student, argued, "Just because I'm a member of the small group." Great, the cat and dogfight 4.0 was starting again. Lu Sang, already weak, was caught in the middle. Her head was spinning. She slammed her hand on the desk. "Stop it. Both of you come to my house for tutoring this weekend." The two rivals quieted down. The arguing stopped. Only the thick air of resentment hinted at their unfinished battle. The weekend soon arrived. Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu arrived at Lu Sang's house as agreed. One looked energetic, the other nonchalant. Seeing the two boys already deflated before they even started, Lu Sang stepped between them. She snapped her fingers and slapped the table. "Hey, get yourselves together. From now on, I'll be tutoring you." Xiao Yu chuckled, his alluring peach blossom eyes captivating. "Group leader, how do you plan to tutor us? Just give us the answers directly." Hearing him mention the last time she helped him with a test, Chu Yinsui's face darkened. Judging by Xiao Yu's tone, Lu Sang had tutored him recently. Their familiarity irritated him. He pulled out the chair beside him. "Come here," his low voice rang out abruptly. Lu Sang shook her head, "No, I'm fine standing here." But the next second, Chu Yinsui pulled her closer. "Lu Sang, since this is a tutoring session, wouldn't it be better to be closer?" Now it was Xiao Yu's turn to be unhappy. He felt a pang of jealousy. He reached out to grab something, but grasped only air. Noticing Chu Yinsui's flushed cheeks, Lu Sang asked with concern, "Why is your face so red? Haven't you recovered yet? Your forehead is still a little warm. Take a nap first. We'll start in the afternoon." Chu Yinsui reached out to stop Lu Sang. He was about to refuse, but Lu Sang's other hand firmly pushed his head down. "Don't be stubborn. Go to sleep. How can you study if you're sick?" How could he complete his mission if he was sick? Feeling her cool fingertips brush against his cheek, Chu Yinsui suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and buried his head in his arms. Lu Sang smiled with satisfaction. "That's a good boy." Xiao Yu watched the scene unfold with a cold expression. It was truly an eyesore. Chu Yinsui was such a nuisance. Because of their affection, they wanted to possess her. The two boys, usually indifferent to everything, were now vying for the attention of a girl. A perfectly good study group had turned into a grand stage for vying for affection. Xiao Yu, watching Lu Sang's concern for Chu Yin-sui, felt his usually charming peach blossom eyes grow cold. For some reason, his heart felt like it had been cut by a small knife. The August breeze gently rustled the curtains. A moment later, he softly asked Lu Sang, "How you do this problem?" Hearing the antagonist's question, Lu Sang turned around. As she leaned down, a strand of her hair, stirred by the breeze, brushed against his face. Xiao Yu caught the scent of her hair, and his disheartened heart began to race. As Lu Sang finished reading the problem and was about to explain it, she noticed the boy's gaze drifting elsewhere, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Following his line of sight, she saw Chu Yin-sui, who had just been sleeping, now staring at them with a resentful look. He reached out and grabbed Lu Sang's wrist. His previously tired face was now full of energy. "Lu Sang, I can't sleep." Before Lu Sang could react, the boy had already stood up and picked up his textbook. His slightly husky voice echoed, "Lu Sang, I still don't understand the problem you explained to me earlier. Let's continue." There was a hint of ambiguity in his words. He hadn't deliberately lowered his voice, but rather intended for others to hear. As Lu Sang looked at him, completely puzzled, wondering when she had explained a problem to him, Xiao Yu was fuming. He immediately grabbed Fu Sang's hand, complaining with a look of grievance, "You haven't finished explaining the problem to me yet. Can you teach me?" The room was filled with the resentment emanating from the two boys. Fu Sang lamented inwardly. If they kept arguing, how would she ever complete her mission? She took the exercise book and looked at the problem Xiao Yu was pointing at. Her mind was filled with shock. Poetry questions just rely on memorization. Xiao Yu, however, said he didn't know it. Chu Yin-sui, standing beside them, sneered, "You're asking about poetry? Do you not even know how to read?" Mocked by Chu Yin-sui, Xiao Yu appeared very calm. He glanced at Chu Yin-sui's exercise book impassively. A second later, he retorted, "You can't even explain such a simple problem. If you don't understand it after hearing it once, will you understand it the second time?" The underachiever had been hit where it hurt by the top student. Chu Yin-sui's expression turned cold. He met Xiao Yu's eyes and raised an eyebrow. "What's it to you?" Xiao Yu responded fluently, his words hitting the mark. "The monthly exams are coming soon. You're deliberately disturbing his revision here. Who knows what your intentions are?" The two of them bickered back and forth, neither willing to give in. Chu Yin-sui's face flushed with shame. He gritted his teeth. "Don't tell him I'm disturbing you." Xiao Yu immediately followed up, "Don't be afraid. Tell the truth." Fu Sang, sandwiched between the two, felt tormented. "Is tutoring this difficult? I might as well just accept the punishment." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her inner rage finally erupted. "If you don't understand the questions, what were you doing in class? Slacking off and not paying attention?" Seeing Fu Sang angry, the two boys immediately stopped arguing. They stood there like children who had done something wrong. "Both of you, separate tutoring sessions. I'll tutor Chu Yin-sui in the morning, and Xiao Yu in the afternoon." Hearing this, Chu Yin-sui glanced at the clock and curled his lips maliciously. "It's 10:30 a.m. now. It's my tutoring time. Please move aside." Xiao Yu glared angrily at Chu Yin-sui's smug expression. Fu Sang tried to appease him. "Your foundation is better than his. Go to my room and get a practice test to work on." These unintentional words were overheard by Chu Yin-sui. "What do you mean my foundation is worse than his?" Fu Sang had truly offended both of them with a single sentence. The two boys stared at each other, the conflict seemingly deepening. The girl, in order to motivate the underachiever to study hard, actually promised him a reward if his grades improved. After Xiao Yu left, only Fu Sang and Chu Yin-sui remained in the living room. The boy seemed to have something on his mind, his dejected mood evident in his voice. "Oh, you think Xiao Yu is better than me?" Somehow, he was afraid that in Fu Sang's heart, he was inferior to Xiao Yu. Although she didn't know why Chu Yin-sui would ask such a question, Fu Sang answered frankly, "At least his grades are better than yours." Chu Yin-sui felt a pang of dejection. Couldn't she be a little more tactful? "I'm curious. How do you manage to stay last in the class every time?" Chu Yin-sui drawled lazily. "By not writing anything, I get the same score." Fu Sang couldn't really argue with that logic. However, the conversation took a turn. For this monthly exam, please write a few more words. I want you to be in the top 10 in the grade. Surprised by her seriousness, Chu Yin-sui could hardly believe his ears. He asked, from last place to the top 10. Suddenly, a smile played on his lips. You have that much faith in me? Although Fu Sang didn't know why the boy's mood had changed so quickly, she thought, wouldn't completing the mission be a piece of cake then? If you really can get into the top 10, I'll give you a reward. The boy's eyes lit up, the furrow in his brow disappearing. All right, if that's what she wanted. Fu Sang and the small system were both stunned. Was a reward really that effective on children? Unbeknownst to them, Chu Yin-sui was already scheming. He would definitely make Fu Sang stay away from Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu went to the study to look for the test papers. He stopped in front of a drawer. The test papers should be here, right? The boy wasn't sure, but he still opened the drawer. The contents made Xiaoyu's pupils constrict in an instant. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. Trembling, he took a small bag into his hand. This is the birthday present Chu Yin-sui, and I gave to my sister. Even the markings on it were still there. How could it be here? Could it be? A thought he dared not believe formed in the boy's mind. Just then, Fu Sang's voice came. Xiaoyu, did you find the test papers? Xiaoyu forced himself to calm down and replied, I found them. When there was no more sound outside the door, perhaps from overexcitement, a secretive smile appeared on the boy's face. Sister, have I found you? This boy's a bit bad. Not only did he rummage through her drawers on his first visit to her house, but he also wanted to stay overnight. When Xiaoyu discovered that he and Chu Yin-sui, along with the gift for his sister, had somehow ended up at Fu Sang's house, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Past events flashed before his eyes. When Fu Sang had been Lu Sang, she had been a light in his dark life, bought from the hands of that devil. From initial unfamiliarity to dependence, until Fu Sang, as Lu Sang, sacrificed her life to save him and Chu Yin-sui. The young man tried to calm himself down. He suspected that Fu Sang was Lu Sang, reincarnated into another person's body. It was now 6 p.m. Chu Yin-sui, having gathered his things, was ready to leave. Xiaoyu sat there in a daze, clearly still disturbed by the recent events. There's a thunderstorm tonight. If she's my sister, she should come looking for me. Chu Yin-sui also noticed Xiaoyu's inaction. Don't you get it? Xiaoyu, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. He turned to Fu Sang and initiated the first step of his plan. Can I stay here tonight? What? Fu Sang's large eyes were filled with question marks. Chu Yin-sui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was their first time at Fu Sang's house. How could Xiaoyu say such a thing? Xiaoyu, on the other hand, offered a seemingly innocent explanation. The weather forecast said there's going to be a thunderstorm. I'm afraid I'll encounter thunder on the way home. Fu Sang suddenly remembered that Xiaoyu was terrified of thunder. Chu Yin-sui, feeling extremely anxious, slammed his hand on the table. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Fu Sang's words interrupted him. Then you can stay. There's a guest room. Xiaoyu didn't even look at Chu Yin-sui. Thank you, Fu Sang. Then I'll stay too. The young man immediately changed his tune, as if he hadn't been the one protesting just moments ago. Xiaoyu seethed inwardly. Chu Yin-sui being there would definitely ruin things. Turning to Chu Yin-sui, his smile vanished. I'm staying because of the weather. What's your reason? Chu Yin-sui, self-righteous and full of conviction, replied, Of course, it's to prevent you from having ulterior motives towards Fu Sang. Fu Sang, sensing the thick animosity between them, knew that Cat and Dog War 4.0 was about to begin. Listening to their incessant bickering, Fu Sang sighed in exasperation. She started to miss the times when they were children. Even if their brotherly affection was fake, it was better than this. Stop arguing. Both of you stay. I'll arrange rooms for you. The girl went to the boy's room late at night to offer comfort, but she didn't expect the boy's nearsighted scheming. A clap of thunder jolted through the passionate body. Fu Sang, in her sleep, let out a muffled groan. The system anxiously called out, Fu Sang, your mission. Wake up. Still half asleep, Fu Sang, in her wrinkled pajamas, walked towards Xiaoyu's room, grumbling about the annoying interruption. The system reached out and gently knocked on the door. Receiving no response, It directly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. You don't lock your door when you sleep. With a sigh, Fu Sang entered. Inside, it was pitch black without a single light on. Another rumble of thunder echoed. Fu Sang tentatively called Xiao Yu's name. Just like before, there was no response, only the curtains swaying in the wind, letting in slivers of light. She was about to turn on the light when a weak, trembling voice stopped her. Don't turn on the light. Following the sound of Xiao Yu's voice, she finally found him huddled in a corner by the bed. Because there was no light, Fu Sang couldn't see his expression. She tentatively reached out to take his hand. His skin was icy cold, his palm covered in sweat. His body trembled almost imperceptibly, seemingly terrified. He didn't say a word, just bit his lower lip tightly. Fu Sang sighed and embraced him. The warmth of the girl's body made Xiao Yu feel comforted. She whispered, "Don't be afraid." Xiao Yu instantly snapped back to his senses. At this moment, his gamble had paid off. She really did come. If they were just ordinary classmates, she definitely wouldn't have come. His hand touched Fu Sang's slender waist. What if I go a step further? He pulled the girl into his arms. The young man's grip was tight, as if afraid she would disappear the next second. Seeing that Fu Sang didn't resist, Xiao Yu was 90% certain of her identity. The remaining doubts needed to be confirmed through further probing. After sensing Xiao Yu's trembling gradually subside, Fu Sang gently asked if he was afraid of thunder when he was little and had to endure it alone. Fu Sang didn't remember Xiao Yu coming to her whenever it rained and thundered. Hearing Fu Sang's question, Xiao Yu buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling the pleasant, sweet scent of the girl, even finding himself somewhat reluctant to leave. "I was afraid of troubling my sister," he murmured, his warm breath brushing against her collarbone. Fu Sang didn't think too much about it, gazing tenderly into Xiao Yu's eyes. "Maybe your sister wouldn't find you troublesome at all." "Really?" Xiao Yu's voice unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. Fu Sang nodded affirmatively. After all, younger Xiao Yu was soft and squishy. He must have been nicer to hug than now. This man was so pitiful. On a rainy night, he discovered the girl he liked was in the same room with another man. Xiao Yu looked up at Fu Sang, about to say something, when the light suddenly flicked on. The abrupt brightness made them both instinctively squint. Chu Yinsue's tall figure appeared before them, a man and a woman alone in a room late at night, maintaining such an intimate and seemingly affectionate posture. Anyone would think there was something going on, especially when that person was Chu Yinsui. He stared intently at the embracing pair, his heart inexplicably racing. After a long moment, he finally found his voice. "Why are you two hugging?" Fu Sang looked up calmly. She was afraid Chu Yinsui would glance down and see Xiao Yu's hand still resting on her waist, showing no intention of letting go. The boy was even angrier. What was he afraid of? Fu Sang felt the male lead was overestimating the villain's omniscience. She countered with a question, "Are you afraid of anything?" A large hand immediately grabbed Fu Sang's wrist. The boy separated her from Xiao Yu. Men and women shouldn't be so close. Fu Sang, go to sleep. At this moment, he was trying his best to remain calm. "I'll comfort Xiao Yu." The last few words were practically gritted through his teeth. Xiao Yu remained silent, staring coldly at him. It was always Chu Yinsui who spoiled things. Still, it was quite satisfying to see him so angry. Fu Sang looked back and forth between the two of them. After confirming they wouldn't start fighting, she left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. The atmosphere became strangely tense. The two boys just stared at each other without speaking. "Does Xiao Yu have feelings for Fu Sang?" Chu Yinsui's cold voice rang out, laced with warning. Xiao Yu replied coldly, "So what if I do? So what if I don't? What's it to you? Are you jealous of my relationship with her?" His alluring, peach blossom eyes were filled with playful amusement. Chu Yinsui was fuming inside, maintaining a facade of composure. He retorted, "How is that possible? You must be jealous of my grades." Xiao Yu's smug expression added fuel to the fire. Chu Yinsui seethed. Furious, he turned and stormed out. A while later, the boy returned, holding a test paper. "How about this? Let's see who's jealous of whom on the next monthly exam." Xiao Yu stared blankly, speechless. Had Liang Jingru given this slacker the courage? After the wager, the two boys began studying seriously. Fu Sang observed this. They no longer slept in class, and even when asking questions, they lost their initial perfunctory attitude. Fu Sang stared in disbelief. On the day of the exam, the two diligently filled their test papers with answers. Fu Sang felt uneasy. What had happened to these two? Were they sick? After the exam, Fu Sang was still worried about their condition. Everything felt too abnormal. Fu Sang, want to walk together? Seeing it was Xiao Yu, Fu Sang agreed. That where's Chu Yin Sui? Him? It seems these past few days of studying have worn him out. He ran home early to catch up on sleep. My liking for you is such that a single word from you can make me change all my bad habits. It's such that even if your reputation is tarnished, I will still bravely stand before you. As Xiao Yu and Fu Sang were about to head home, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. The boy's first reaction was to shield Fu Sang behind him. The woman's voice trembled. Her clothes were dirty, and her face was wrinkled. Yeah, it's Mom. Do you still remember Mom? Even though she had aged considerably, Fu Sang recognized Xiao Zhenyi immediately. Seeing Xiao Yu's indifferent reaction, she reached for his wrist while lamenting her regrets. Xiao Yu flung her hand away. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, were filled with disgust as he looked at the mother who had brought him so much childhood trauma. That I don't have a mother. She died a long time ago. The cold, heartless words escaped the boy's lips. Xiao Zhenyi wore a wounded expression. Mom had her reasons back then. That woman looked rich. She could give you a better life. That's why I raised the price, trying to strike gold. Xiao Yu wasn't affected by her words in the slightest. He knew this so-called mother all too well. Disgust filled his face. She died a long time ago. When he said the latter part of the sentence, an unnamed fury was evident. Xiao Zhenyi's face darkened. This little bastard was surprisingly difficult to deal with. Xiao Yu grabbed Fu Sang's hand, preparing to leave. Xiao Zhenyi panicked instantly. Clutching Xiao Yu's wrist, she wailed loudly, "You ungrateful wretch! You're cursing your own mother. You heartless thing. Just like that good-for-nothing father of yours. You've been tainted by the stench of the slums." Xiao Zhenyi's insults were as vile as they could be. Seeing people gathering around, she started crying dramatically. "Everyone, come and see. This Fuzhong student won't acknowledge me as his mother. How have I wronged you? I made the difficult decision to send you away for a better life, and this is how you treat me now. Everyone, judge for yourselves." Many students gathered on the playground, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. The topic revolved around Xiao Yu, one of the two most popular boys in school. That really Xiao Yu's mother? She looks so old. She doesn't resemble him at all. Xiao Yu doesn't acknowledge this mother of his. He must be after the Gu family's fortune. It was as if Xiao Yu's clothes had been ripped away, exposing him to the harsh sunlight. Those stares felt like thorns piercing his skin, causing him intense pain. Fu Sang looked at the boy with heartache. Just then, the system's voice rang in her ear. "Master Fu Sang, Xiao Zhenyi is in debt and attempting to extort money." The system didn't finish its sentence. Fu Sang's eyes were filled with fury. She had underestimated this woman's shamelessness. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of the boy. He was adopted by the richest man when he was young. After inheriting the fortune, he refuses to acknowledge his destitute mother, only because this vicious woman constantly brought home different men and beat and abused him daily, leaving him covered in scars at a young age. He was forced to eat the leftovers of the woman and her lovers. Now, this aging woman has come to the school to smear his name in order to pay off her gambling debts. The surrounding students were buzzing with gossip. Fu Sang looked at the woman, acting like a scoundrel and slandering her own child. She pointed out, "You sold your child for 2.5 million yuan back then." Xiao Zhenyi's ranting abruptly stopped. Her eyes darted around nervously. She wondered how Fu Sang could look so much like the person who adopted Xiao Yu all those years ago. But in order to pay off her gambling debts, she stubbornly insisted this is a family matter. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Fu Sang let out a snort. Family matter? Xiao Yu's current guardian is Mr. Gunan Shu. Who do you think you are? A woman who sold her son dares to call herself a mother. Her lie exposed, Xiao Zhenyi was furious but speechless. The woman's silence was like a bomb dropped on the gossiping students. They were shocked to learn that their school idol had been bought. Some were curious how Fu Sang knew all this, but when they looked at Xiao Yu, their gazes held a trace of sympathy. Xiao Yu remained deaf to the harsh whispers, his gaze fixed on the girl before him, a mixture of sadness and complexity in his eyes. "I didn't sell my son." Xiao Zhenyi suddenly yelled in a panic. She lunged towards Fu Sang, seemingly intending to slap her. Xiao Yu's first instinct was to shield Fu Sang, but Fu Sang wasn't one to be easily bullied. She accurately caught Xiao Zhenyi's arm in midair. Why does it always have to come to this? She sighed internally. With a casual shove, she sent Xiao Zhenyi tumbling to the ground. Just then, the security guard rushed in, feather duster in hand. They escorted Xiao Zhenyi off campus. As she left, she spat out a parting threat. "This isn't over." Fu Sang turned to comfort the dejected Xiao Yu. A gentle breeze rustled the boy's slightly long hair. His beautiful, dark peach blossom eyes were now filled with a deep sadness. "What's wrong?" She reached out, but before her hand could touch him, he grabbed her hand. Xiao Yu's questioning voice filled her ear. "How do you know all that? Are you, sister?" Xiao Yu's vision blurred. He saw Fu Sang standing protectively in front of him. "Are rumors all it takes these days?" Fu Sang retorted, referring to Xiao Zhenyi. The Gu family had wanted to adopt Xiao Yu, but she had raised the price to 2.5 million yuan. Xiao Zhenyi was determined to deny everything today. Xiao Zhenyi panicked when she saw Fu Sang's face. How could this person look so much like Fu Sang? But she remained defiant, insisting this was a family matter. Fu Sang was furious. She pointed out that Xiao Yu's current guardian was Gu Nanshu and demanded to know who Xiao Zhenyi thought she was. Someone who sold her own son had no right to call herself a mother. Xiao Zhenyi was struck by the painful truth and couldn't respond. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd murmured, expressing doubt about Fu Sang's claims. But the tide was turning in Xiao Yu's favor, and Xiao Yu seemed to have something to say. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Xiao Zhenyi started yelling that she hadn't sold her son. She screamed at Fu Sang to shut up and even lunged forward to attack her. Fortunately, Xiao Yu quickly shielded Fu Sang and grabbed Xiao Zhenyi's attacking hand. He muttered that her constant outbursts were really annoying. As soon as he let go, Xiao Zhenyi stumbled and fell. Just then, the headmaster arrived. The astute headmaster quickly apprehended the troublemaker. Xiao Zhenyi, still defiant, spat out a vicious remark. A dark aura surrounded her. With the matter resolved, Fu Sang turned to comfort Xiao Yu, but he remained silent, his expression grave. Worried, Fu Sang reached out to caress his cheek, but Xiao Yu grabbed her hand and questioned her. "How do you know those things?" he asked. Then, his expression brightening, he said, "Fu Sang, you're actually Sister Fu Sang." Fu Sang, seeing her disguise about to be blown, stubbornly insisted she was just Fu Sang. She hastily explained that she had heard about Xiao Yu's situation from others. This, however, backfired spectacularly. Everyone at school believed Xiao Yu came from an orphanage. No one knew he had been adopted from Xiao Zhenyi by the Gu family. Fu Sang could only backpedal, saying she hadn't heard it from anyone at school. Internally, she frantically asked the system if Xiao Yu was setting her up. The system mercilessly shattered her hopes. Fu Sang had effectively torn off her own disguise. Thinking fast, she claimed to know Xiao Yu. She said she'd overheard the details in the hospital. Xiao Yu, clearly aware she was making things up, looked at her with exasperation. He then sighed and said he wouldn't force Fu Sang. He understood that Fu Sang must have a hidden reason for not acknowledging them. But he made it clear that in his heart, he knew Fu Sang was his sister. Fu Sang was overwhelmed with emotion. Remembering the two of them as adorable children, her resolve wavered. But for the sake of the bigger picture, she vehemently denied it, claiming she didn't understand what Xiao Yu was talking about. Xiao Yu, seeing this, looked dejected but didn't press the issue. He invited Fu Sang to come home for dinner, mentioning he hadn't been back to visit in a while. Fu Sang initially declined, saying she had plans that evening. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu said he might have let slip something about Fu Sang. Fu Sang was now trapped. Looking at Xiao Yu's sly face, she thought he was becoming less and less adorable. At that moment, the Gu family driver arrived. Xiao Yu played the emotional card, saying their grandfather missed him terribly. Fu Sang's heart softened, and she stopped refusing. She went back to the Gu residence with Xiao Yu. Just as they entered the grounds, they heard a familiar male voice. The man kept repeating "sang sang" in a pleading tone, seemingly trying to win Gu Nanshu's forgiveness. Upon entering the house, the scene became clear. It was Fu Sang's biological father, shamelessly kneeling on the floor and begging for forgiveness. Fu Sang recognized him instantly, her expression hardening. Chu Yinsui grew increasingly angry as he listened. He was about to give Gu Shuehai a beating, but Gu Nanshu stopped him just in time. It wasn't worth getting his hands dirty for someone like that. Gu Shuehai seized the opportunity to grovel and beg for mercy. Although Chu Yinsui obeyed Gu Nanshu, he was still unwilling to let Gu Shuehai off so easily. At this point, Gu Shuehai seemed to have given up all pretense. His expression turned resolute. From Fu Sang's perspective, he was enveloped in a dark aura. Strangely, this dark aura was identical to the one surrounding Xiao Zhini. Just then, Xiao Yu stepped forward to defuse the situation. She told Uncle Gu that she and Chu Yin Sui would take Fu Sang back to rest. But Uncle Gu refused. He probably also wanted to hear what other absurd things Gu Shuahai could say. Seeing his softened attitude, Gu Shuahai's true colors gradually emerged. Uncle Gu was furious upon hearing this. Chu Yin Sui couldn't control his emotions any longer. He stepped forward and grabbed Gu Shuahai by the collar. Fu Sang herself couldn't stand it anymore either. Her outburst interrupted them, making them notice her presence. Her first words were to condemn Gu Shuahai that I've never seen such a shameless person. Everyone, upon seeing her familiar face, had their own thoughts. Gu Shuahai's expression was a mixture of surprise and fear. He muttered, Sang, you're not dead. Fu Sang, of course, denied it, saying Gu Shuahai had mistaken her for someone else. Even someone as cowardly as Gu Shuahai didn't believe there could be two people so alike. Fu Sang also pointed out that Gu Shuahai couldn't escape responsibility for Fu Sang's death. He wanted to atone, but how could he? So what if he went to jail? The dead can't be brought back to life. He pretends to be pitiful and want forgiveness? What right does he have? Gu Shuahai was unable to refute, only emphasizing that this was their family matter and Fu Sang, an outsider, shouldn't interfere. Fu Sang no longer wanted to argue with her so-called biological father. Uncle Gu couldn't stand it any longer either. He directly stated that compared to Fu Sang, Gu Shuahai was more like an outsider. While he still wasn't holding Gu Shuahai accountable, he ordered Gu Shuahai to get out of the Gu house immediately. Seeing that they wouldn't budge, the dark aura surrounding Gu Shuahai grew thicker. Fu Sang sensed something was wrong. The little system also received a warning from above, saying that the will of this Mary Sue world was awakening. That dark aura was being controlled by the world's will. The little system also explained that the previous mandatory missions were to guard against this. Fu Sang was speechless. Such a big system like yours can be invaded? The little system hurriedly defended its honor, saying there are criminals everywhere. But most importantly, if this world were changed, Xiao Yu and Chu Yin Sui would be in danger. Then Fu Sang would lose her two walking resentment generators. Although Fu Sang kept saying it was for the resentment, in reality, she knew better than anyone her feelings for them. Fu Sang's silence caught Xiao Yu's attention. He asked Fu Sang what's wrong. Fu Sang could only cover it up, saying she was fine. Uncle Gu thanked Fu Sang. Fu Sang almost blurted out Grandpa, but caught herself just in time. She said she was tired and wanted to go back to her room to rest. Uncle Gu invited Fu Sang to stay a while longer, saying the house hadn't been this lively in a long time. Facing her grandpa, Fu Sang agreed, still regretting almost slipping up. Then Chu Yin Sui interrupted her regret, questioning how she knew so much about Fu Sang's situation. Fu Sang could only use the excuse that she learned about it from the news. Whether Chu Yin Sui believed it or not wasn't up to her. Just like with Xiao Yu, her excuses were weak in front of both of them. Chu Yin Sui seemed to have something more to say, but Xiao Yu interrupted him. Fu Sang, Xiao Yu said, pulling her away under the pretense of looking at his English notes. Faced with Xiao Yu's rescue, Fu Sang could only agree. She thought to herself, asterisk, that was close. Chu Yin Sui almost suspected something too. Asterisk. Xiao Yu had his own plans. He didn't want Chu Yin Sui to know about Fu Sang. Watching their backs, Chu Yin Sui seemed to have some unspoken dissatisfaction. Fu Sang followed Xiao Yu to his room, surprised to find it unchanged. Her flowers were still there. Xiao Yu explained that these were the flowers Fu Sang had planted before she died, a nostalgic look on his face. Seeing this, Fu Sang comforted Xiao Yu, saying she would watch over them from heaven. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu immediately denied it, saying he felt Fu Sang had always been by his side, protecting him. Chu Yin Sui thought the two were getting along quite well. Chu Yin Sui was puzzled. When did their relationship become so good? He even thought about sabotaging them. But when he walked over and encountered a mirror, he saw his own jealous expression. But why was he jealous of Fu Sang and Xiao Yu? Did he see Fu Sang as an older sister? Or had it always been that way? Lost in his thoughts, he noticed the two had spotted him. Chu Yin Sui immediately turned and left. Fu Sang was still wondering what was wrong with him. Xiao Yu simply said to ignore him. He wanted to take Fu Sang around for a walk. This time, Fu Sang refused decisively. She knew that if she stayed any longer, she would reveal her true self. Xiaoyu didn't insist. He just told Fu Sang to stay longer next time. Fu Sang gave a non-committal response and turned to leave. It was the day the exam results were posted, and everyone was buzzing with discussion. Fu Sang was particularly concerned about Chu Yinsue's results. She was afraid he would be last again. But the little system had full confidence in Chu Yinsui. Unexpectedly, this time, Chu Yinsui was practically neck and neck with Xiaoyu. The prophetic little system was filled with admiration, and Fu Sang's mission was considered complete. At this moment, Chu Yinsui walked over. Fu Sang asked him if he had seen his results. Chu Yinsui, unsurprisingly, was disappointed. Fu Sang was also prepared to fulfill her promise and give him the reward she had promised. Chu Yinsui was surprised that Fu Sang still remembered and secretly anticipated what gift Fu Sang would give him. Fu Sang rummaged through her bag, having apparently prepared the gift long ago. As expected, the unexpected happened. Fu Sang happily pulled out the dreaded 53. She proudly told Chu Yinsui that after finishing this, he would definitely improve next time. Chu Yinsui's face darkened. He wondered what he had been expecting. Fu Sang, seeing Chu Yinsui's expression, thought he didn't like it. Chu Yinsui, not wanting to disappoint Fu Sang, reluctantly took it and turned to leave. Even Fu Sang, as oblivious as she was, could tell Chu Yinsui was a little sulky. But in Fu Sang's eyes, Chu Yinsui was just being difficult, not liking the gift she gave him. The little system pointed out the obvious. What normal person would consider a study guide a reward? Only a nerd like Fu Sang would do something like that. Just as Fu Sang was berating the little system, a person shrouded in black energy walked up behind her. He walked straight ahead, bumping into Fu Sang. Fu Sang looked closely and realized it was Shun Lucy. What caught her attention even more was the black energy surrounding Shun Lucy. At this moment, the little system also detected the intruder's aura. An urgent mission was issued. Fu Sang asked what the mission was. The little system stammered. The mission was for Fu Sang to spend the night with a female lead. These missions were getting weirder and weirder. Fu Sang reluctantly asked if the mission could be changed, as she wasn't used to staying at other people's houses. The little system was firm, saying that if Fu Sang wanted to protect Chu Yinsui and Xiaoyu, she had to do as it said. Fu Sang immediately recognized the threat, but couldn't do anything about it. After telling Shun Lucy said she was very welcome. She also revealed that she hadn't been sleeping well lately. Sharp as ever, Fu Sang immediately asked her what she meant by not sleeping well. Shun Lucy said she often had nightmares. Her expression suggested it was more than just nightmares. Fu Sang immediately pressed her about the nightmares. Shun Lucy said, with some difficulty, that she dreamt she was pregnant with Chu Yinsui's child, and then Xiaoyu and Chu Yinsui were chasing her. She had the same nightmare every night. However, she would always wake up just as they were about to catch her. She was confused by such a ridiculous dream. She had no feelings for either of them. Faced with Shun Lucy's plea for help, Fu Sang could only send the little system to investigate. The little system immediately responded. It turned out that the black energy was invading Shun Lucy's dreams. Once the story in the dream was complete, it would become reality. After hearing this, Fu Sang decided to intervene. She didn't want Chu Yinsui and Xiaoyu to become like that. He arrived at Shun Lucy's home. Even so, Fu Sang still didn't want to sleep with her. He turned to Shun Lucy and asked if she thought Chu Yinsui and Xiaoyu would do such a thing. Shun Lucy said with difficulty that she didn't believe it, but the dreams felt so real that they frightened her. Seeing this, Fu Sang resigned herself to sleeping with Shun Lucy. Sure enough, Shun Lucy began having a nightmare. Fu Sang prepared to enter the dream. The little system quickly got to work. It stuffed Fu Sang into Shun Lucy's dream, and she unexpectedly became a hotel receptionist. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. Shun Lucy appeared, being supported by a man, looking dazed and disoriented. The man seemed to have malicious intentions. Seeing this, Fu Sang quickly ran forward to stop him, but she was too late. The elevator doors closed. However, Fu Sang cleverly remembered the floor they stopped at. She planned to take the stairs directly to the 7th floor. Arriving there, she found they were already gone. Just then, a coworker called out to Fu Sang. Unexpectedly, the coworker was an old acquaintance. Without time to think, Fu Sang asked him if he had seen the two people who had just come up. The coworker proved helpful for once, pointing out their room. Having gotten the answer, Fu Sang rushed off without explanation. By this time, the man in the room was about to turn into a beast. Shen Lucy was powerless to resist. Just in the nick of time, Fu Sang finally arrived. She pulled the creepy man away. He cursed and threatened her. Fu Sang wasn't easily intimidated. She quickly resolved the fight. Shen Lucy, unsure of Fu Sang's intentions, quickly got out of bed to ask what was going on. Fu Sang immediately comforted her. Her handsome appearance might not impress men, but it certainly impressed women. The little system praised Fu Sang for preventing the plot from unfolding. Fu Sang expressed confusion. Apparently, in the altered plot, the female lead would have knocked out the creepy man with an ashtray and escaped. But while escaping, she would have mistakenly entered the male lead's room and been taken advantage of by him. She would then become pregnant with his child. Unable to bear his possessiveness, she would leave with the child and meet the gentle and refined villain, thinking he was her savior. But he would only want to imprison her. From then on, Shen Lucy would be toyed with by both men. Fu Sang was shocked after hearing this. The little system reminded her to settle Shen Lucy down and leave. Just as Fu Sang was about to leave, she ran into Chu Yinsui. It turned out Fu Sang had accidentally run into the male lead's room. Fu Sang could only hastily apologize, saying she had taken a wrong turn and prepared to slip away. But Chu Yinsui stopped her, refusing to let her go. He questioned whether they had met before. Fu Sang, of course, denied it. Chu Yinsui persisted, saying he felt she was familiar. Fu Sang also felt an indescribable feeling, but escaping was her priority. She shoved Chu Yinsui hard and ran, telling the little system to take her back. Finally, while Chu Yinsui was still stunned, she managed to escape. Chu Yinsui, not giving up, followed her. But the corner was empty. The seeds of suspicion had been sown. Fu Sang quickly woke up. Shen Lucy, looking refreshed, had prepared breakfast. She thanked Fu Sang profusely for sleeping with her, because her nightmare had turned into a good dream halfway through. Fu Sang thought to herself that while Shen Lucy had slept well, she herself was exhausted. To express her gratitude, Shen Lucy invited Fu Sang to go shopping. However, she underestimated Shen Lucy's shopping stamina. For the first time, I experienced the horrors of shopping. Lung Buting System also issued a mission, instructing Fu Sang to go to a bar to complete it. Fu Sang was exhausted and negotiated with the system to go tomorrow. But the system said the situation was urgent, and if she didn't go, she'd be collecting a corpse. But the system said the situation was urgent, and if she didn't go, she'd be collecting a corpse. Fu Sang never thought the bar would be related to Chu Yinsui. After a hurried farewell to Shen Lucy, she went. The scene shifts to inside the bar. There was a man openly harassing a girl. Fu Sang couldn't stand it and stepped in to help. Just then, the system confirmed Chu Yinsui's location. The man who was beaten was naturally not going to let it go. He grabbed Fu Sang to stop her from leaving. However, what he got in return was a fierce kick from Fu Sang. Following the location, Fu Sang finally arrived at the correct room. Inside the room, a group of people surrounded Chu Yinsui. The situation escalated quickly. It turned out they used Fu Sang being in danger to trick Chu Yinsui into coming. Chu Yinsui ignored their nonsense and just anxiously asked where Fu Sang was. However, these people were courting death and started making jokes about Fu Sang. Chu Yinsui couldn't bear it any longer and knocked the loudmouth to the ground. He asked them with murderous eyes, "Where is Fu Sang?" This guy wouldn't give up either. Even after being beaten down, he still continued to spout nonsense and directed the others to gang up on Chu Yinsui. He even boasted that Chu Yinsui wouldn't walk out of the room alive. Chu Yinsui naturally scoffed at this. He would never allow anyone to hurt Fu Sang. The words "kill them" raged in his heart. Chu Yinsui swung a bottle and smashed it down. The troublemakers didn't expect Chu Yinsui to be serious. They all thought Chu Yinsui had gone mad. Chu Yinsui, holding the now deadly broken bottle, was about to attack his next target when Fu Sang arrived just in time and called out to him. Looking at the unharmed Fu Sang, Chu Yinsui froze. It turned out he really believed those people and thought Fu Sang was in danger. Fu Sang snatched the broken bottle from his hand, relieved in her heart that she had arrived in time to prevent any fatalities. But Chu Yin Sui grabbed Fu Sang's hand, making sure she was really unharmed. Fu Sang reassured Chu Yin Sui, saying, "What could they possibly do to me?" She then asked Chu Yin Sui, "Why is a student here in a bar?" Chu Yin Sui unnaturally replied that it was for Fu Sang. Fu Sang was speechless, saying that as a good student, how could she be mixed up with them? She expressed her anger at Chu Yin Sui's stupidity. Fu Sang was anxious and angry. Because of a simple lie, she almost ruined Chu Yin Sui's life. Chu Yin Sui wouldn't let Fu Sang fuss. He said loudly that when it came to matters concerning Fu Sang, he lost his reason. Fu Sang was startled by his sudden outburst and asked why he was so agitated. And at that moment, Chu Yin Sui understood his own feelings. It turned out he felt this way about Fu Sang. It had nothing to do with whether Fu Sang was his sister or not. He simply liked Fu Sang. Understanding his feelings, things became simpler. He pulled Fu Sang, wanting to leave. Those people naturally wouldn't let them go easily. Several of them blocked their way. One of them continued to run his mouth, teasing Fu Sang. He taunted Chu Yin Sui, saying he was now being kept by a rich woman and even mentioned the rich woman's death. He was completely dancing on Chu Yin Sui's minefield. Fu Sang was also angry and prepared to teach them a lesson. Fu Sang stopped Chu Yin Sui first, preventing him from acting. She told Chu Yin Sui that she could handle it. Chu Yin Sui simply told Fu Sang to leave first. Fu Sang knew she probably couldn't persuade them. Following her gut, she knocked Chu Yin Sui unconscious. The others exchanged glances, thinking Fu Sang was ruthless. The system also worried that Fu Sang's blow was too heavy. Fu Sang, however, said she knew her own strength. She then almost provocatively asked them if they wanted to fight one-on-one or all together. The group, still defiant, wanted to fight. However, their stutters and beads of sweat betrayed their true feelings. Fu Sang stepped on one man's face. She added that she could rip his tongue out and also clear up the rumor about Chu Yin Sui being kept. Besides, Chu Yin Sui had to be good-looking to be kept in the first place. They, on the other hand, were just sewer bugs. They might as well line up for reincarnation now and hope to be born into a rich family. Fu Sang's sharp tongue angered the group. They yelled at Fu Sang, saying they weren't afraid to hit a woman. Fu Sang told them to bring it on. At that moment, the door burst open. The bar's security had arrived. The bar manager earnestly told Fu Sang not to go out alone at night. When asked about her guardian, Fu Sang said he would arrive soon. In reality, Fu Sang had no idea when he would arrive. Just then, Xiaoyu showed up and immediately told the manager that Fu Sang was his younger brother. The manager was surprised that Fu Sang had found someone younger than herself. Xiaoyu wasn't happy with this designation either. Fu Sang quickly explained the situation to the manager. Xiaoyu was speechless. How was he taking advantage of the situation? The meticulous manager asked why they had different surnames if they were siblings. Fu Sang lied, saying they had the same mother but different fathers. Xiaoyu seemed even more displeased with this. Seeing the manager's hesitation, Xiaoyu used his superpower, saying he could compensate for all the damages. The manager seemed taken aback by this display of wealth. Fu Sang then brought up another matter. She said Chu Yin Sui was also with them. The manager cautiously asked about their relationship. Fu Sang displayed unprecedented fabrication skills, claiming one took their father's surname and the other their mother's. The manager's main concern was determining responsibility. He said if they couldn't resolve it, he would call the police. At this point, a woman stepped forward and said Fu Sang was acting in self-defense. Fu Sang recognized her as the woman who had been harassed earlier. She seemed to hold some sway. After hearing her speak, the manager let them go. Outside the bar, Fu Sang thanked the woman. She offered to escort the woman home. Chu Yin Sui and Xiaoyu were not happy. Seeing the low pressure emanating from the two behind Fu Sang, the woman decided it was best to decline the offer. The system suddenly asked Fu Sang if she had noticed the black aura around the woman. Fu Sang gave a serious affirmative answer. The system then revealed the woman's identity. She was the Chu family's adopted daughter. Chu Yin Sui was the Chu family's abandoned child. According to the plot, Chu Yin Sui would eventually return to the Chu family. Seeing this, Fu Sang asked the system to arrange for her to visit the Chu family and investigate. Xiaoyu suddenly asked Fu Sang why she went to the bar. She honestly replied that she wanted to find Chu Yin Sui. Xiaoyu felt that Fu Sang cared deeply for Chu Yin Sui. Seeing this, Chu Yinsui apologized to Fu Sang, saying he shouldn't have involved her. Fu Sang took the opportunity to flick Chu Yinsui on the head, asking if studying at home wouldn't have been better. Xiao Yu found their playful banter irritating. Chu Yinsui then asked Fu Sang how she knew where he was if she hadn't been bullied. This stumped Fu Sang. Xiao Yu intervened, saying he had someone watching Chu Yinsui. He then draped his jacket over Fu Sang and reminded Chu Yinsui that it was late and he should go home. Chu Yinsui's doubts remained unresolved. Fu Sang's timely arrivals always made him suspicious. Xiao Yu, however, simply didn't want Chu Yinsui to know he was the older sister. Meanwhile, Fu Sang was scheming. Maybe I'll go to the Chu family's tomorrow. The next day, she arrived at the Chu family's home. Fu Sang was still puzzled about how the little system had arranged it. The system explained that Fu Sang and the Chu family were originally acquainted. One person, one bucket. Completely unaware, Chu Xinran was spying on them. A voice inside Chu Xinran was clamoring, urging him to kill Fu Sang, saying that this way, Chu Xinran could control the course of the world. Chu Xinran was still rational. He thought he didn't need to control the course of the world, because having his own family was enough. At this moment, a man walked towards Fu Sang. It turned out to be Chu Xinran's older brother. He took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Fu Sang and asked for her contact information. Fu Sang was surprised. The man glared angrily. At this time, the little system issued a timely reminder. It turned out that this person was the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Yinsui's older half-brother. Fu Sang quickly grasped the key point and asked the system why he was an older brother, not a younger brother. The system replied that Chu Yinsui's father had had an affair during his previous marriage and had a child. When Chu Yinsui's mother learned about this, she became depressed and abandoned Chu Yinsui in a trash can. By the time she sent someone to look for him, the child was gone. This was also the catalyst that forced the couple to divorce. After hearing this, Fu Sang sighed. Men, none of them are any good. The little system gently reminded her, the two money-making machines are also men. Fu Sang, displaying double standards, said, that's different. They're ATMs. At this moment, seeing that Fu Sang was ignoring him, Chu Xinran's older brother took the initiative again. Although Fu Sang was speechless, she endured it and finally added him as a friend. Chu Xinran's older brother was still narcissistic about his charm. However, Fu Sang just thought he wasn't very bright. It would be convenient to pump him for information later. The man suddenly cried out in pain. Fu Sang hurried over to ask about his condition. He clutched his chest and said he had a heart attack. At this moment, Chu Xinran couldn't hide anymore. He ran out and told Fu Sang that his brother was having a heart attack and urged her to call an ambulance. The three of them rushed to the hospital. Chu Xinran thanked Fu Sang and told her about his brother's serious heart condition. Fu Sang took the opportunity to make a subtle dig, saying, if your heart's not good, don't hit on girls. Chu Xinran quickly explained that his brother wasn't like this before. Since getting this illness, he developed the idea of enjoying life to the fullest, since he didn't know which would come first, tomorrow, or an accident. But actually, his brother was very good to his family. Chu Xinran recalled his childhood, when his brother protected him. Fu Sang could also see that the siblings had a good relationship. The little system, however, pointed out that Chu Yinsui never had such siblings when he was young. Fu Sang felt it was unfair. The mistakes of adults were often borne by their children. At this moment, she keenly sensed the smell of resentment. That resentment had an indescribable feeling to it. She suspected it was Chu Yinsui's biological father. So she turned and asked Chu Xinran where their parents were. Chu Xinran said dejectedly that they seemed to be delayed on the road. He added that if they could make time to care about his brother wouldn't be like this now. After saying that, he started to cry. Seeing this, Fu Sang offered a few words of comfort and didn't want to disturb him further. By now, she was certain that the Chu couple were downstairs. The Chu couple were arguing loudly in public. It turned out that Chu Yinsui's father wanted to find him, but Chu Yinsui's stepmother disagreed. The two were at daggers drawn, almost coming to blows. The man saw through the woman's thoughts and said that she just didn't want to use her own private money to save her son. The woman said guiltily, this bottomless pit, he couldn't fill it, and the man seemed to have run out of patience. He laid his cards on the table, saying that no matter who the heir was in the future, he would still give his shares. This time the woman readily agreed. Fu Sang and the little system, the two onlookers, were furious. They felt that these two were not acting like parents at all. Chu Yin-sui having a father like this was 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Fu Sang said that it wasn't a good time for him to intervene. He asked the little system to keep an eye on things. If anything unusual happened, it should tell him immediately. The little system told Fu Sang not to worry. No one could hurt the children. Chu Xinran also overheard his parents' scheme. He was shocked that his parents were actually planning to abandon his brother. At this moment, that voice appeared again. Are you really willing to accept this? Chu Xinran was certainly not willing. The voice slowly coaxed him, urging Chu Xinran to make a pact with it. The task was to kill Fu Sang, to make the male lead and the villain turn against each other. He would then become the true, fated one of this world. Then he would be able to change everything, including his brother's situation and even Chu Xiaoheng's life or death. Chu Xinran lost all reason. He only wanted his brother to live. He started to resent Fu Sang intensely. She could protect others as she pleased, while Chu Xiaoheng had no one to protect him. Then he would be the one to protect his brother. So he made up his mind to make the pact. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to protect Chu Xiaoheng. No matter the sacrifice, he would not hesitate. At this time, Chu Yin-sui asked if Fu Sang had gone back. He saw that Fu Sang had fallen asleep in the car, looking exhausted. Returning home, he found 2 children standing at the door. Why were Chu Yin-sui and the other child here? Chu Yin-sui replied that they were afraid something had happened to Fu Sang. Fu Sang was slightly touched. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu ruthlessly exposed them, saying that they were already there before the message was even sent. Fu Sang then asked if they needed anything from her. Xiao Yu sold out his teammate again. He said he didn't need anything. It was Chu Yin-sui who did. Fu Sang asked Chu Yin-sui what he needed. But Chu Yin-sui said he couldn't say with Xiao Yu present. Xiao Yu, however, said directly that he wasn't leaving. Fu Sang was speechless at the 2 childish boys. She was about to call them a car to take them home. At this moment, the 2 seemed to have some unspoken understanding. They both told Fu Sang to rest well. They both said there was no need for Fu Sang to bother. The 2 took the elevator downstairs together. Xiao Yu broke the silence. He asked Chu Yin-sui if he saw Fu Sang as an older sister. Chu Yin-sui said that Fu Sang was just Fu Sang. Xiao Yu blocked Chu Yin-sui's path. He asked if he was admitting that he liked Fu Sang. Chu Yin-sui also saw through Xiao Yu's intentions. He said they would compete fairly and let the best man win. Xiao Yu agreed. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye. Fu Sang munched on popcorn specially provided by Chu Yin-sui. She wondered why she had been dragged to watch a basketball game. Chu Yin-sui already had a lot of fangirls. Fu Sang watched the game for a while. She thought Chu Yin-sui played well. Amidst the cheers, Chu Yin-sui scored another basket. The cheers of his fangirls rose and fell, but his first glance was towards Fu Sang. Fu Sang felt that Chu Yin-sui was being overly cheerful compared to usual. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her. Without a word, it took away her popcorn. Xiao Yu thoughtfully handed Fu Sang a bottle of water. He also said that eating only popcorn was too dry. Fu Sang stared blankly, stealing glances. Chu Yin-sui also noticed Xiao Yu's presence. Xiao Yu looked provocatively in Chu Yin-sui's direction. Seeing Xiao Yu's smug look, Chu Yin-sui was extremely annoyed. He suddenly took out a math problem, saying he didn't understand it. He asked Fu Sang if she could teach him. Seeing that Fu Sang's eyes were only on him, Xiao Yu couldn't have been happier, but Chu Yin-sui was very displeased. A slam dunk to vent his emotions. A handsome figure, earning even more cheers from his fangirls. But the person Chu Yin-sui most wanted to see still hadn't noticed him. Chu Yin-sui was very displeased. He strode over and was about to drag Fu Sang away. At this moment, Xiao Yu wasn't happy. He said that Fu Sang wasn't Chu Yin-sui's accessory. The atmosphere between the 2 was tense. Fu Sang was speechless but couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran was peeking from upstairs. That evil voice was tempting him again, urging him to take Fu Sang's place. Thinking of his brother still in the hospital bed, Chu Xinran made up his mind. He said he would transfer schools soon. Back in the classroom, Fu Sang was trying hard to think of a way to ease the relationship between the 2. When it was time for class, she discovered Chu Yin-sui had skipped class again. She asked Xiao Yu directly. It turned out Chu Yin-sui had gone on a business trip. Fu Sang asked if Xiao Yu helped with the family business. Xiao Yu said he wasn't interested in that. Fu Sang was surprised, thinking Xiao Yu would compete with Chu Yinsui about everything. But the book in Xiao Yu's hand revealed his interests. Fu Sang asked Xiao Yu directly if this was his passion. Xiao Yu gave an affirmative answer. He then showed it to Fu Sang. Fu Sang looked at it and asked Xiao Yu if he wanted to be an engineer. She mentioned hearing about Xiao Yu modifying his grandfather's wheelchair. Xiao Yu seemed uncertain about his future. Fu Sang knocked on his head, telling him he might as well start thinking about it now. Xiao Yu asked if he had the talent. Fu Sang was full of confidence in Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu happily replied, "Then I'll trust my sister." Fu Sang was stunned, wondering why she was being mistaken for his sister again. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked in, followed by a familiar long-haired girl. The teacher introduced her to the class as the new transfer student, Chu Xinran. She really had transferred as quickly as she said, but Fu Sang felt something was off. She noticed the darkness around Chu Xinran was gone. The little system explained that the darkness had fused with him. Fused? What the heck? Fu Sang heard this kind of thing for the first time. The teacher originally arranged for Chu Xinran to sit in the first row, but Chu Xinran insisted on sitting next to Xiao Yu. Passing by Fu Sang, she even greeted her proactively. Fu Sang felt even more that something was wrong. Chu Xinran was clearly different from before. As soon as she sat down, she tried to get close to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu ignored her, leaving her in an awkward silence. At this moment, that voice was urging Chu Xinran to please Xiao Yu. Chu Xinran replied impatiently, "Xiao Yu is completely ignoring me." The voice kept saying it was only temporary, that she would soon be able to replace Fu Sang. It also threatened her by mentioning her brother. Chu Xinran could only try harder, using Fu Sang to get close to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu coldly replied, "Don't try to claim a relationship you don't have." Chu Xinran gave an awkward laugh, saying Xiao Yu was really joking. At this time, Fu Sang reminded Xiao Yu to be polite. Xiao Yu picked up his books and stationery and sat next to Fu Sang. He said the new transfer student was noisy and he wanted a quieter place, and that he could only concentrate if he sat next to Fu Sang. Fu Sang retorted, asking when Xiao Yu ever concentrated in class. She picked up a book, ready to sleep, and told Xiao Yu to keep watch and wake her up if the teacher came. Xiao Yu gave Fu Sang an earphone, saying music would help her sleep better. Fu Sang asked back, wasn't Xiao Yu supposed to be concentrating? Why was he listening to music in class? Without waiting for Xiao Yu's answer, Fu Sang had already fallen asleep. Only then did Xiao Yu softly reply that he just wanted to share a song with his sister. Seeing this, Chu Xinran suspected Xiao Yu liked Fu Sang. However, a voice vehemently opposed this idea. It said it was just bad timing. A few more days passed. Chu Xinran decided to redouble her efforts to get close to Xiao Yu. She said she could help him improve his declining grades. Xiao Yu, with a deadpan expression, pulled out a perfect test paper, effectively slapping her in the face. He bluntly told Chu Xinran she was annoying and asked her to stay away from him. Chu Xinran was startled by this sudden turn of events. Fu Sang, who was asleep, was woken by the commotion. Xiao Yu tearfully complained to Fu Sang that Chu Xinran thought his grades were slipping and that he was dragging the class down. Fu Sang quickly comforted Xiao Yu, saying she could tutor him. Xiao Yu seized the opportunity and asked Fu Sang if she could accompany him to the library the next day. Fu Sang readily agreed, enjoying a moment of metaphorical dog petting. Seeing this, Chu Xinran felt like she was just there to play Cupid. She decided to prepare to pursue someone else instead. At that moment, Chu Yinsui, who was away on a business trip, sneezed. He thought someone was cursing him. In reality, no one was cursing him. It was just a random sneeze. Chu Yinsui also received photos of Xiao Yu and Fu Sang. His expression immediately soured. He then asked Uncle Lu to bring him the files. He needed to work overtime frantically so he could return to Fu Sang quickly. While Xiao Yu and Fu Sang leisurely strolled through the library, Chu Yinsui was working. While Xiao Yu and Fu Sang leisurely strolled through the streets, Chu Yinsui was working. While Xiao Yu and Fu Sang enjoyed a peaceful moment, Chu Yinsui was working. 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work had exhausted him. But looking at Fu Sang's photo on his phone, he was instantly revitalized. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lu, he left. Uncle Lu advised him to rest, but he said he had more important matters to attend to. That evening, Fu Sang heard a knock on the door. She wondered who would come this late. She was even more surprised to see Chu Yinsui. She asked, "You're back?" Chu Yinsui didn't answer, but instead rushed into Fu Sang's embrace. Cuddling with Fu Sang felt very healing. Seeing his exhausted state, Fu Sang invited him in to rest. She asked him how long it had been since he'd had a proper rest. Chu Yinsui said he hadn't slept in days. Fu Sang thought this wouldn't do and wanted him to go back and rest properly. Chu Yinsui grabbed Fu Sang, acting coquettishly and saying he couldn't walk. Fu Sang, her mind clouded by his cuteness, readily agreed to let him stay the night. She then said she would go and tidy up a room for him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yinsui had already fallen asleep. Fu Sang figured he must be truly exhausted. Chu Yinsui even called Fu Sang's name in his sleep. Comforted by Fu Sang's presence, he slept soundly. The next day, Fu Sang woke up and left her room to find Chu Yinsui busy in the kitchen. She was surprised he could cook. Just then, Chu Yinsui noticed Fu Sang and invited her to try his cooking. Fu Sang voiced his surprise. Chu Yinsui played it coy, telling her to just try it. Chu Yinsui fed, Fu Sang habite. She thought his cooking was quite good, and even joked that if he didn't want to be a CEO anymore, he could open his own restaurant. Chu Yinsui wondered why Fu Sang was so certain he could be a CEO. Fu Sang replied that she had faith in him. After all, that was the plot of the story. Chu Yinsui was happy that Fu Sang believed in him. He continued talking, inching closer and closer. Noticing this, Fu Sang immediately told Chu Yinsui to eat his own food, and quickly finished hers, leaving none for him. Seeing this, Chu Yinsui wanted to try the other dish. Of course, Fu Sang didn't let him. Their playful banter almost made them late. Chu Yinsui asked if Fu Sang, a good student, wasn't worried about being tardy. Fu Sang retorted, which part him screamed, "Good student?" As they were talking, they ran into Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu asked why they were together, his expression immediately turning sour. Chu Yinsui boasted that he'd stayed over last night, so of course they were together now. Xiao Yu was utterly shocked by this news. Chu Yinsui proudly emphasized it again. Xiao Yu threw a left hook at Chu Yinsui. The mark on his face was clearly visible. Xiao Yu's anger prompted an immediate counterattack. Fu Sang stepped in to stop them. Xiao Yu demanded to know if Chu Yinsui had been at Fu Sang's house ever since he got back. Chu Yinsui retorted that it was none of Xiao Yu's business. Xiao Yu flew into a rage. Fu Sang seized the opportunity to grab both their hands. She stormed off from between them. The system consoled Fu Sang, saying their relationship couldn't be that strong. After all, this was part of the assistant's plot. Fu Sang questioned the system in return. Wasn't their mission to make them become like brothers? Now, without a female lead, there was already this much conflict. What would happen in the future? Seeing Fu Sang's anger, the system could only try to appease her with flattery. It even suggested a solution, joining a stay-at-home mom group. Fu Sang figured she might as well try. After joining the group, she discovered that indeed, every family had its own troubles. She posted her own predicament, and some helpful members actually offered advice. Someone even suggested intervening between the two. She wondered if it would even be effective, considering how old they were. After some thought, she decided to try anyway. She started thinking about where to take them on the weekend. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She thought of the perfect place, an amusement park. Fu Sang asked if they would like to go. They were naturally thrilled to be invited out by Fu Sang. However, they didn't expect the other to be there as well. Seeing this, Fu Sang could only play the role of peacemaker, saying that brothers shouldn't hold grudges. With that, she pulled them both into the amusement park. The first stop was the haunted house. Her goal was to make them so scared they would rely on each other. But she herself didn't find it scary. After all, she was practically half a ghost herself. Xiao Yu, watching the young couple clinging to each other at the entrance, hatched a plan. He grabbed Fu Sang's hand and pretended to be afraid of the dark. Fu Sang told him that if he was scared, he could stand in the middle, and she and Chu Yinsui would protect him. Chu Yinsui saw right through this. He knew Xiao Yu was faking it. He thought, who wouldn't do that? And immediately turned to Fu Sang, claiming to be afraid of ghosts. Xiao Yu retorted that he saw through him too. Then they started bickering. Fu Sang was truly speechless. So, the three of them walked forward without a trace of fear. They showed no fear of the haunted house. The staff dressed as ghosts could only watch them go. The three emerged from the haunted house, ignoring each other. Fu Sang felt the need to lighten the mood and suggested riding the roller coaster. Unexpectedly, they both said in unison that they would only go if the other didn't. Fu Sang then suggested the carousel, only to be met with another simultaneous response. Fu Sang was truly at a loss. Just then, the three of them arrived in front of an antique-looking building. It turned out to be a murder mystery game center. The staff enthusiastically promoted their services, and Fu Sang was immediately struck by the improved relationships feature. This time, both of them simultaneously thought of Fu Sang dressed in ancient attire. Their hearts fluttered. When Fu Sang suggested it, they both immediately agreed. Their eagerness made Fu Sang start to doubt herself. After changing into their costumes, both of them looked like refined ancient gentlemen. Chu Yinsui seemed a little uncomfortable in the costume. Xiao Yu said he didn't have to wear it if he didn't want to. Chu Yinsui, of course, refused, saying he wouldn't give Xiao Yu an opportunity to take advantage of him. At this moment, Fu Sang also came out, changed into her ancient costume. Both of them widened their eyes in unison. Fu Sang praised them, saying they looked handsome. Secretly pleased with her money trees that she raised, Chu Yinsui was the first to reply, saying as long as Fu Sang liked it, that was all that mattered. At this time, a staff member came over to explain the script to them. It was a tragic and romantic story about country, the world, love and hate. The story took place during the Warring States period. The three of them were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. The two boys were always playful and mischievous, often getting into fights. Fu Sang was the peacemaker between them, and they only listened to her. At the same time, they were also Fu Sang's followers. Whenever Fu Sang called them to play, they would follow her excitedly. As the years passed, one of them pursued literary studies, the other martial arts, and both developed feelings for Fu Sang. When they were 15, their country fell into chaos. Fu Sang sacrificed herself to protect the two of them during the turmoil. Fu Sang died, but her soul was reborn into the body of the Dai Kingdom's princess. Chu Xi and Xiao Mu became prominent officials. Years later, the three met again. The familiar feeling emanating from the princess made them suspicious of her identity. After carefully reading through the script, Fu Sang felt that it was too deliberate. The system, however, denied this, saying it was a touching and tragic story that it had carefully selected. Xiao Yu and Chu Yinsui also started reciting their lines. Chu Xi felt that the princess was familiar, but Xiao Mu disagreed. Chu Xi sensed something was off with Xiao Mu, but Xiao Mu told him not to make wild guesses. After that, the two parted on bad terms. Fu Sang, observing from the side, thought they were too into their roles. Next came the scene where Xiao Mu questioned the princess. Fu Sang stiffly assumed Fu Sang's role, saying she only resembled Xiao Mu's old friend. She also advised Xiao Mu to move on. Xiao Yu was amused by Fu Sang's nervousness. He comforted Fu Sang, telling her not to be nervous and to just follow his lead. Fu Sang was touched by his thoughtful gesture. Xiao Yu, playing the role of Xiao Mu, then delivered his lines. He said that although Fu Sang was gone, the princess was Fu Sang to him. Seeing this scene, Chu Yinsui recalled the times Xiao Yu and Fu Sang spent together. He also wished that Fu Sang would only have eyes for him. The story returned to the script. The princess was to be married off to a foreign land for a political alliance, but both of them thought of elopement. Fu Sang snapped back to reality, feeling that the story was too pointed, as if it had been orchestrated. The system, however, vehemently denied any involvement. As it spoke, the wedding sedan's curtains were opened. Fu Sang knew the play was starting. Someone lifted Fu Sang's red veil. It was Chu Xi, who had come to elope with her. But the princess, bearing the responsibility of her kingdom, knew she couldn't just leave. Chu Xi, however, ignored her concerns, pulling her along and saying he would shoulder any consequences. The princess had to leave today. The princess rationally asked Chu Xi where he was taking her. Fu Sang also felt that Chu Yinsui was acting strangely. Chu Xi said that after they escaped, she would stay by his side. He then confessed his love for her. Fu Sang was stunned, asking Chu Yinsui if he had gotten his lines wrong, as this wasn't in the script. Chu Yinsui took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. He used this opportunity to confess to Fu Sang, saying he liked her. Fu Sang was taken aback by this sudden confession. The play continued. Discovering the princess was missing from the wedding, troops attacked. Chu Yinsui knew he had to take this opportunity to make his feelings clear. Meanwhile, the staff continued diligently with their work. The script indicated that their characters were about to attack. Xiao Yu, observing from upstairs, witnessed all of this. His expression was troubled, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, he descended the stairs. Staying in character, he attempted to lead the princess away, mentioning that they would leave as soon as the carriage arrived. At this moment, Fu Sang was still pondering Chu Yinsue's words. She couldn't quite grasp what he meant by like. It felt different from her own understanding of the word. Just then, Xiao Yu approached, addressing Fu Sang as sister. Fu Sang was visibly startled. Xiao Yu directly asked her what she was thinking when Chu Yinsui confessed his feelings. Fu Sang looked confused, questioning confession. At this point, Xiao Yu realized Fu Sang's obliviousness. He asked her directly if she didn't understand what Chu Yinsue's like meant. Fu Sang, as if struck to the core, was speechless. Without waiting for her reply, Xiao Yu explained. Chu Yinsue's like means blatant favoritism, understanding, and acceptance. It means thinking about you constantly and being overjoyed at the prospect of spending time together, and that just one hug from you would give him courage and strength. Fu Sang latched onto a key phrase, plus. Xiao Yu then confessed his own feelings for Fu Sang, claiming his affection was no less than Chu Yinsue's. Fu Sang's eyes widened in shock. Faced with this awkward situation, it was unclear who she would choose, just as the script dictated. Which person would the princess leave with? Fu Sang, after a moment of thought, declared she would choose neither. Using the princess's persona, she expressed her true feelings. Fu Sang wished for them to get along harmoniously, stating that she belonged only to herself. Both men were clearly taken aback. Seeing their lack of cooperation, the staff threatened to complain to the manager. To avoid trouble, Fu Sang quickly dragged both men away. On their way back, Fu Sang, unable to bear their continued dejection, acknowledged their confessions, but reiterated that she wouldn't choose either of them. Chu Yinsui persistently asked if she disliked them. Xiao Yu listened thoughtfully. Fu Sang chuckled, admitting that she liked them both, a statement that deeply shocked the two men. However, Fu Sang added that her like seemed different from theirs. She couldn't currently comprehend their feelings for her, but if they wanted her to understand, she would try her best. Until then, she hoped the three of them could get along. Especially, she hoped the two of them could reconcile and try to be friends. Both men remained silent. Chu Yinsui was the first to break the silence. If it was Fu Sang's wish, he would do it. Xiao Yu, looking dejected, said he would try. Fu Sang was satisfied with their responses. She then suggested they make wishes at the wishing tree. Fu Sang's wish was simple, for their friendship to last. This led to Chu and Xiao's second strategic meeting. Xiao Yu asked Chu Yinsui about his plan after their failed confessions. Chu Yinsui, straightforwardly, said he knew what Xiao Yu was thinking and told him to be direct. He also suggested they could temporarily cooperate. Chu Yinsui proposed feigning illness as an excuse to have Fu Sang stay at his house to care for him. This plan required Xiao Yu's cooperation, which he readily agreed to, adding that their collaboration would extend beyond this. They would work together to help Fu Sang understand what like truly meant. They reached a consensus. That day, they successfully invited Fu Sang to Chu Yinsue's house. Fu Sang was puzzled by this. Was it really necessary to move in just for tutoring? They said, echoing each other. Fu Sang promised to take us to the amusement park, and then we got sick. Fu Sang is responsible. Plus, our study efficiency is higher with him around. Fu Sang greedily agreed. The two inwardly rejoiced that their plan had succeeded. Suddenly, Chu Yinsui asked Fu Sang, "Do you remember our first meeting?" Fu Sang answered affirmatively. Chu Yinsui said he was late for class that day. "Weren't you deliberately cold to me?" Fu Sang. To get my attention, Xiao Yu enthusiastically applauded from the side. Fu Sang was completely bewildered. Then Xiao Yu said, "My first meeting with you was also quite interesting." Fu Sang remained bewildered. Xiao Yu said, "We were in the hallway. You were walking and bumped right in my arms." This time, Fu Sang immediately denied it. Chu Yinsui chimed in, "Smooth move, bro." Fu Sang finally understood. These two rascals were tampering with his memories. Fu Sang exploded. "Just do your homework," he yelled. The brothers' plan too had failed. So they decided to initiate their ultimate plan. Chu Yinsui lay on the bed. Fu Sang came over and told him to stop being lazy and get up to do his homework. Chu Yinsui grabbed Fu Sang, pinned him down on the bed, and asked, "Which problem?" Fu Sang asked in alarm, "Chu Yinsui, are you crazy?" Chu Yinsui replied affectionately, "I really don't understand this problem. Teach me." Fu Sang. Even Fu Sang's heart started racing. He shoved Chu Yinsui away, threw the book in his face, and said, "Do it yourself." Then he ran downstairs. He spoke into the miniature communicator near his collar, telling the other person, Fu Sang is downstairs. Get ready. The other person replied, Roger. Chu Yin-sui picked up a book and muttered, this book is really useful. Little did he know, it was a cheesy tutorial from years ago. As Fu Sang went downstairs, he replayed the recent events in his mind, wondering if Chu Yin-sui had lost his mind. Just then, a servant ran up to Fu Sang and said, Xiao Yu fainted. Come quick. Fu Sang hushed away anxiously. Xiao Yu was slumped in a chair. When Fu Sang approached, Xiao Yu grabbed him. Honey, I feel so bad, he said. Fu Sang replied gently, if you feel bad, go back to your room and rest. But Xiao Yu protested, but I want to see you, Fu Sang. I can only see you during tutoring. He then asked Fu Sang pitifully, can I have you all to myself today? Fu Sang blushed, flustered by the question. He made an excuse, saying he wasn't feeling well and needed to cancel tutoring for the day. Then he dashed out the door. Xiao Yu smiled slyly. He thought the book Chu Yin-sui was reading was surprisingly useful. Little did he know, it was another cheesy tutorial from years ago. Having escaped the two, Fu Sang asked the system, what is this strange feeling? The system replied, it's the feeling of your heart fluttering, of course. Fu Sang wondered, is it really? The next day, Chu Xinran noticed that Chu Yin-sui had finally come to school. Xiao Yu happened to be absent. It was the perfect opportunity for him to act. Chu Yin-sui asked Fu Sang, after these past few days, do you feel anything for me? Fu Sang didn't understand what he meant. Chu Yin-sui thought Fu Sang was lying. Seeing Chu Xinran, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. What if I got close to another girl? Would you be jealous, Fu Sang? He then walked straight towards Chu Xinran. Chu Xindan wonder why Chu Yin-sui was suddenly approaching him. At that moment, the dark aura was urging Chu Xinran on, saying, don't waste such a golden opportunity. The dark aura would manipulate a street sign to fall, giving Chu Xinran the chance to save him. This was a sure win for Chu Xinran. The street sign began to wobble precariously. Just as Chu Yin-sui walked by, the sign fell. Fu Sang happened to see all of this. Seeing the situation, he ran over and pulled Chu Yin-sui back. That was close. Both of them were unharmed. He then hugged him tightly, because Chu Yin-sui almost had an accident. Chu Yin-sui was touched that Fu Sang was worried about him. Just as the two were still rejoicing that neither of them was injured, they heard a bang. Looking ahead, they saw Chu Xinran bleeding and injured. Fu Sang didn't say much, only that they needed to save her first. Fu Sang accompanied Chu Xinran to the hospital. He had a strong feeling that the falling sign was no coincidence. And the little system confirmed his suspicion, saying it was most likely the dark aura's doing, solely to make Chu Yin-sui grateful to Chu Xinran for saving him. Fu Sang thought this tactic was despicable and clumsy. At this time, Chu Yin-sui hugged Fu Sang from behind and asked why he had saved him earlier. Fu Sang blushed at the sudden embrace and awkwardly said he just saved them both, no reason needed. Chu Yin-sui then looked dejected but still pressed on. Was it really not because you like me? This time, Fu Sang hesitated. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. It turned out to be Jiang Wei, Chu Xinran's nominal mother. She demanded to know from Fu Sang if he was the one who caused Chu Xinran's injury. Fu Sang retorted angrily. Chu Xinran was trying to play the hero, but it backfired on her. Jiang Wei argued back, saying Chu Xinran had always been kind and wouldn't have any ulterior motives for saving someone. Fu Sang questioned this. Jiang Wei angrily accused Fu Sang of being disrespectful. Don't think you can act recklessly just because your parents have connections. She then tried to hit him, claiming to be disciplining him on behalf of his parents. Chu Yin-sui quickly grabbed Jiang Wei's hand and threatened that if she touched Fu Sang, the Chu family would make her pay. He stared Jiang Wei down, saying he meant what he said. Jiang Wei was distracted. However, she realized Chu Yin-sui looked a lot like that person. Suddenly, it hit her. Could this be the illegitimate son Chu Xiuda was looking for? Fu Sang nervously pulled Chu Yin-sui away. Chu Yin-sui immediately reassured him that he was fine. Fu Sang then told Jiang Wei, for the sake of being classmates, to be reasonable and not delay Chu Xinran's treatment. But Jiang Wei was relentless, insisting that Chu Yin-sui was the one responsible for her daughter's injuries. She also warned Chu Yin-sui to stay away from her daughter, her true intention being to keep Chu Yin-sui out of Chu Xiuda's sight, but Fu Sang refused to take the blame. He said they should wait for the police to arrive and review the surveillance footage to determine who was responsible. He also told Jiang Wei to control her daughter. He then told Chu Yinsui to leave with him. After they left the ward, Fu Sang seriously told Chu Yinsui to stay away from Chu Xinran in the future. Chu Yinsui's heart leaped with joy. He asked Fu Sang if he was jealous. Fu Sang seemed unfamiliar with the concept of jealousy. Chu Yinsui rephrased his question, asking if Fu Sang was unhappy because he was interacting with Chu Xinran. This time, Fu Sang understood and said yes, he was very unhappy. Chu Yinsui immediately explained that this was jealousy, meaning Fu Sang wasn't completely indifferent to him. Fu Sang was speechless. He simply thought Chu Xinran was dangerous. But it didn't matter, as long as Chu Yinsui stayed away from her. Chu Yinsui then pressed on, asking if this meant his chances of pursuing Fu Sang were higher now. Just then, the elevator arrived. Fu Sang quickly stepped inside. Looking at the descending floor numbers, Chu Yinsui was inwardly delighted and certain. Fu Sang's heart raced for a while. Later, the weekend arrived. Vacation meant being able to sleep in without a care in the world. However, bright and early, someone rang Fu Sang's doorbell. It was Chu Yinsui. He self-righteously told Fu Sang to get up and study. The two sat at the desk. Fu Sang asked if he understood the problem he had explained. Chu Yinsui's eyes involuntarily drifted to a strange place. When Fu Sang caught him zoning out, he blushed. So, changing the subject, Chu Yinsui said he was hungry and asked if Fu Sang had anything to eat. Fu Sang brought out instant noodles. Chu Yinsui casually asked if Fu Sang usually ate this. Honestly, I don't know what to say about you, Fu Sang retorted, saying that Chu Yinsui's hunger wasn't her problem. Chu Yinsui wasn't annoyed though. He even said that he would take care of the meal today. Chu Yinsui could be seen busily working in the kitchen, looking quite professional. The aroma made Fu Sang exclaim, "Truly a man who's both capable in the hall and skilled in the kitchen." The little system chimed in, saying, after all, he's the male lead. Fu Sang suddenly had a brainwave and asked the little system when her outstanding wish would be fulfilled. The little system asked Fu Sang if she had made up her mind. Fu Sang said she wanted Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu to leave with her, one as a cook and the other as a resentment generator. The little system, however, said that Fu Sang couldn't take everything with her because Chu Yinsui and Xiao Yu could only live in this world. Hearing this answer, Fu Sang was visibly disappointed. By this time, Chu Yinsui's noodles were ready. They looked and smelled delicious. Fu Sang was instantly cheered up. Chu Yinsui certainly knew that the best way to capture someone's heart was to capture their stomach first. Suddenly, they heard someone banging on the door. Just as they were wondering who would come at this hour, Chu Xiaoheng yelled from outside, saying that if Fu Sang had the guts to bully his sister, he should have the guts to open the door. Seeing this, Chu Yinsui went to open the door, annoyed that someone was disturbing their alone time. He opened the door and found he didn't recognize this person. Chu Xiaoheng then proceeded to introduce himself and said he was here to settle the score because they had bullied Chu Xinran. Chu Yinsui scoffed at these words. At this point, Fu Sang also came over and asked Chu Xiaoheng what he wanted. Chu Xiaoheng was intimidated by Fu Sang, and his aggressive demeanor suddenly deflated. He stammered, saying, "Don't think I don't hit women," and warned Fu Sang not to bully Chu Xinran, or he would get people to beat him up. Chu Yinsui put an arm around Chu Xiaoheng and said that he was the one who hurt Chu Xinran, so whatever Chu Xiaoheng had, he should direct it at him. Feeling threatened, Chu Xiaoheng started name-dropping his father, saying that if Chu Yinsui didn't let him go, he'd make him regret it. Fu Sang thought Chu Xiaoheng was being ridiculous. She couldn't let Chu Yinsui interact with the Chu family any longer. So, she pulled Chu Yinsui away, saying, "The noodles are getting cold. Let's go back and eat. Don't mind him." Chu Yinsui suddenly became shy. He quickly sent Chu Xiaoheng away and went to eat noodles with Fu Sang. Back at the Chu family home, Chu Xiaoheng was indeed whining to Chu Xiuda, saying that Fu Sang and Chu Yinsui had bullied him. Chu Xiuda thought that someone actually dared to bully the Chu family and planned to go to the school tomorrow to settle the score. Jiang Wei, surprisingly, said, "It's just kids fighting. Why should adults get involved?" Chu Xinran also said that she would handle it and that Chu Xiuda shouldn't worry. Jiang Wei agreed, saying that there was already enough going on with the company and that Chu Xiuda shouldn't overwork himself. Chu Xiaoheng, however, felt that neither of them was on his side and he was very angry. Chu Xiuda thought his son was truly useless. Jiang Wei was also exasperated by Chu Xiaoying. Chu Xinran looked dejected, thinking about her foolish brother. She just wanted to protect him. However, she would also never allow anyone to replace Chu Xiaoying. That Jiang Wei's attitude this time was unusual. He still decided to go to the school to see for himself, feeling uneasy. He personally went there. Suddenly, he ran into Fu Sang and Chu Yinsui at the school. He also noticed that Chu Yinsui's appearance was strikingly familiar. He wondered if this was the blood relative he was looking for. Chu Xiota called out to them. Chu Yinsui instantly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Chu Xiota greeted Fu Sang first. Fu Sang thought, "Oh no, Chu Xiota has come after all." But she still wanted to salvage the situation. Said if it was about Chu Xinran and Chu Xiaohong, they could just come to him. Chu Xiota, however, pointed his finger directly at Chu Yinsui. He even pointed out that Chu Yinsui was the person next to Fu Sang. At this time, Chu Yinsui also stepped forward and said it was his fault, telling Chu Xiota to direct his anger at him. Chu Xiota then asked to speak with Chu Yinsui alone, and Chu Yinsui agreed. Watching the two walk away, the little system asked Fu Sang if she wasn't going to follow them. Wasn't she afraid that Chu Xiota would play tricks? Fu Sang, however, understood that some things Chu Yinsui had to decide for himself. Chu Yinsui asked Chu Xiota what he wanted to talk about. Chu Xiota, in turn, asked Chu Yinsui if he grew up in an orphanage. Chu Yinsui replied, "So what if I did?" and asked Chu Xiota what he was getting at. Chu Xiota excitedly tried to acknowledge Chu Yinsui, saying that he was his long-lost son. Chu Yinsui's first reaction was that this man was talking nonsense. Chu Xiota said that back then, his mother suffered from postpartum depression and then, due to mental instability, abandoned him. He completely brushed aside his own infidelity. Then he said that when he went back to look for him, Chu Yinsui was already gone. Immediately, he started calling himself Dad and played the victim, saying he had been searching for Chu Yinsui for many years until now. He then stiffly hugged Chu Yinsui and told him to come home with him so that they could be a family again. Chu Yinsui saw through Chu Xiota's act. He pushed Chu Xiota away. He didn't believe that Chu Xiota had been looking for him for many years and he wouldn't go back with him. Chu Xiota tried to tempt him, saying that if he went back with him, the entire Chu family would be his. Chu Yinsui declared boldly that he didn't care about the Chu family, because compared to the Gu family, Chu Xiota was insignificant. Hearing about the Gu family, Chu Xiota was stunned. He immediately contacted his secretary to investigate information related to Chu Yinsui and the Gu family. Unexpectedly, Chu Xinran was eavesdropping in the shadows again. He also learned that Chu Yinsui had returned, meaning Chu Xiaohong would lose his position. And Heiqi added fuel to the fire, saying that only a healthy heir was worthy of inheriting the Chu family. Chu Xiaohong, with his limited time left, would inevitably be abandoned. Chu Xinran collapsed to the ground, muttering in refusal, thinking about the hospitalized Chu Xiaoying. He decided not to let this happen. If he couldn't have Chu Yinsui, he would destroy him. Heiqi was surprised by Chu Xinran's thoughts, but was naturally pleased. He said he could help him. Chu Yinsui was seen walking casually down the hallway, but in reality, his mind was filled with thoughts about his birth parents, driving him to the brink of a mental breakdown. He could neither accept being abandoned by his birth mother nor the sudden appearance of his birth father. He walked as if he had lost his soul and almost fell. Fortunately, Fu Sang arrived in time and caught him. Chu Yinsui showed his vulnerability, murmuring Fu Sang's name and hugging her for warmth. He asked Fu Sang if he could hold her for a while, and Fu Sang agreed. She then asked if he was feeling any better. Chu Yinsui told Fu Sang about his birth parents. Fu Sang asked him if he believed it. Chu Yinsui said he didn't know. Fu Sang said that no matter what, she would be by his side. At this moment, Chu Yinsui suddenly remembered his older sister. She had once said the same thing to him when he was young. Once the memory was triggered, it was like finding a loose thread, pulling at all the other connected events. He started to notice that Fu Sang's scent was very similar to his sister's. Fu Sang's appearance and expressions also resembled his sister. Even the way Fu Sang comforted him felt familiar. Chu Yinsui couldn't help but suspect that Fu Sang was his sister. He then voiced this question, but before he received an answer, he collapsed in Fu Sang's arms. Fu Sang could only rush Chu Yinsui to the hospital. Once there, she asked the doctor what had caused his sudden collapse. The doctor couldn't determine the cause. Fu Sang turned to the little system for help, which quickly identified Chu Shinran as the culprit. It explained that Chu Shinran had overheard the conversation between Chu Xiuda and Chu Yinsui. To prevent Chu Yinsui from returning to the Chu family, he made a deal with He Qi, sacrificing his own life. He crossed over to a parallel servant. These space-times influence each other by killing or winning over Chu Yinsui in other space-times. Chu Yinsui in this space-time becomes vulnerable. This would transfer Chu Yinsui's luck to Chu Xiaoying. Just as Fu Sang suspected, it was Chu Shinran behind everything. The little system, ever helpful, said it could send Fu Sang to the parallel space-time where Chu Shinran was. Together, they would save Chu Yinsui in all space-times. After crossing over, Fu Sang realized they had arrived at the orphanage where she had first met Chu Yinsui years ago. She immediately spotted the solitary young Chu Yinsui. At this point, Fu Sang belatedly realized she could fly. The little system explained that this was due to the mental energy consumed during the Chanyurt. She currently existed as a spirit and would gradually recover. Fu Sang was surprised when young Chu Yinsui glanced in her direction. She wondered if he could see her. At that moment, young Chu Yinsui confirmed her suspicion. He pointed to the sky where Fu Sang was floating and told the orphanage director that someone was there. The director, unable to see Fu Sang, assumed young Chu Yinsui was making things up again. Impatiently, she told him to stop causing trouble and shoved him. A child couldn't withstand such a push from an adult. Fu Sang watched anxiously, flying over to try and catch the falling Chu Yinsui, but her efforts were futile. Fu Sang found herself passing right through him. At the same time, a hand reached out in front of young Chu Yinsui, offering to help him up. It was Chu Shinran. Not only was he wearing the same clothes as Fu Sang, but he was also imitating the way Fu Sang had adopted Chu Yinsui years ago. Young Chu Yinsui seemed indifferent to Chu Shinran. Instead, he glanced back at Fu Sang. He dusted himself off and stood up, ignoring Chu Shinran completely and walking away. Undeterred, Chu Shinran told the director he wanted to adopt him. Hearing that Chu Shinran wanted to adopt him, Fu Sang rushed to warn young Chu Yinsui, telling him that Chu Shinran wasn't a good person and not to go with him. Young Chu Yinsui didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked who Fu Sang was. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Fu Sang gently replied, "I'm your older sister. I'm here to protect you." Young Chu Yinsui's eyes widened at her words. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran was pressing him, urging him to come home. Young Chu Yinsui glanced at Fu Sang, seemingly making a decision. Then he declared himself a jinx, saying he would bring bad luck to Chu Shinran. Chu Shinran pretended not to care, offering him false comfort. Young Chu Yinsui refused to play along. He stated plainly that Chu Shinran wasn't his sister and he didn't want to go with him. In Fu Zaitet Chu Xindan grabbed young Chu Yinsui. In her current spirit form, Fu Sang felt powerless. Ignoring young Chu Yinsui's protests, Chu Shinran forcibly took him away. Seeing this, Fu Sang could only comfort young Chu Yinsui, telling him not to be afraid and that she, as his older sister, would find a way to rescue him. Having successfully gotten him into the car, Chu Shinran was smug. He still planned to win young Chu Yinsui over, but the boy was unresponsive. Fu Sang, who had secretly followed them, found Chu Shinran's tactics ridiculous. Chu Shinran, however, thought that this world's Chu Yinsui was too difficult to win over, so it might be better to just ruin him. He suddenly swerved the steering wheel hard. The vehicle collided violently with something beside it. Fu Sang thought Chu Shinran must have gone mad. In that critical moment, Chu Shinran still instinctively shielded young Chu Yinsui. But as a spirit, he couldn't do much. At that moment, there was another violent collision. Chu Yinsui in the real world was also affected. His blood pressure and heart rate continued to drop. They needed to prepare for emergency treatment. And at this time, Fu Sang fainted. She didn't know where she woke up. Her first reaction was to ask how Chu Yinsui was doing. Before the little system could answer, she noticed a child beside her. Fu Sang recognized him at a glance as the young Xiaoyu. The little system then explained that Chu Shinran, in that time and space, had died together with Chu Shinran. Chu Yinsui in the real world was also affected because of this. His vital signs were constantly declining. Fu Sang was very distressed to hear this. The little system said that in order to save Chu Yinsui, it had transferred Fu Sang to Qiao Yu's time and space. Because their fates were intertwined, they had to save Qiao Yu before Chu Xinran could harm him. So Fu Sang looked at young Xiao Yu and said she understood. Fu Sang looked around, but found young Xiao Yu unusually nervous. Fu Sang instantly understood. Young Xiao, you could also see her. At this moment, Chu Xinran appeared again, like a lingering ghost. He pretended to be kind and wanted to take young Xiao Yu home. Seeing that young Xiao Yu seemed a little tempted, Fu Sang quickly called out to him, telling him not to listen to anything Chu Xinran said. Just follow Fu Sang. Trusting Fu Sang, young Xiao Yu turned and ran. Chu Xinran gritted his teeth, hating Fu Sang intensely. He took young Xiao Yu to a secluded place. Fu Sang asked how young Xiao Yu could trust her so easily. What if she were a bad person? Young Xiao Yu said Fu Sang was a good person. He could tell. Fu Sang was surprised. Young Xiao Yu had just met her and already friend-zoned her. Young Xiao Yu also said he had a question for Fu Sang. Fu Sang asked him what he wanted to ask. Young Xiao Yu asked if Fu Sang was a fairy. Why couldn't Chu Xinran see her? Fu Sang was also puzzled by this way of questioning. She explained to young Xiao Yu that in this world, only he could see her. Only then did young Xiao Yu ask his real question. He asked Fu Sang if she could protect him. He was very well-behaved and obedient. Fu Sang, of course, gave him an affirmative answer. She said that even if he wasn't well-behaved and obedient, she would still protect him. Only at this moment did young Xiao Yu show a genuine smile. But Fu Sang was gradually becoming transparent. Just like that, she dissipated in front of young Xiao Yu. Looking at the disheartened young Xiao Yu, Fu Sang hurriedly asked what was happening. The little system apologetically explained that Fu Sang had used up too much spiritual energy last time and needed to replenish it. It also told Fu Sang that overdrawing her spiritual energy would harm her. The scene shifted to Qiao Yu's home. Xiao Zhini was seen beating and scolding Xiao Yu again. Fu Sang resolutely demanded the little system make her corporeal. The little system tried to persuade her, but to no avail. Just as Xiao Zhini was about to deliver a harsh blow, Fu Sang materialized in time and grabbed Xiao Zhini's hand. She snatched Xiao Zhini's weapon. Xiao Zhini asked Fu Sang who she was and how she got in her house. Fu Sang directly flung Xiao Zhini off and said, "I'm your ancestor." Xiao Zhini, seeing the big trouble Xiao Yu had caused her, wanted to sell him to Chu Xinran immediately. After all, people offering such a high price were rare. She couldn't miss this opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still shrouded in the shadow of being beaten by his mother. Fu Sang hurried over to comfort him. Xiao Yu also recognized Fu Sang, who had saved him before. Then he started crying again, feeling wronged, because Fu Sang disappeared for 105 days. She promised to protect him, but suddenly disappeared for so long. After saying this, Xiao Yu started crying sadly. Fu Sang quickly apologized, saying she had something to do and had to leave. This was a chance they couldn't miss. Xiao Yu hurriedly asked if Fu Sang would leave again. Before Fu Sang could answer, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. It was Xiao Zhini who had arrived with Chu Xinran. Xiao Zhini kept saying she was going to sell Xiao Yu to Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran also had a treacherous look on his face. He said he was here to take Xiao Yu home. Fu Sang turned around and coldly said, "Who are you saying you're taking?" Chu Xinran asked in shock, "How is he here?" Fu Sang didn't answer, just firmly shielded Xiao Yu. Xiao Zhini became impatient. She said she could sell her son however she wanted. Fu Sang firmly grabbed and stopped Xiao Zhini's hand that was pulling at Xiao Yu. She also said that she had recorded the conversation and called the police. After all, human trafficking is illegal, and Xiao Yu was her younger brother. No one could take him away. At this moment, the sound of a police siren blared. Everyone knew the police had arrived. Chu Xinran could only give up, deciding to try again in another world. He drew a knife, intending to die together with Fu Sang and Xiao Yu. Fu Sang swiftly grabbed it, telling him to try if he dared. She then backhanded Chu Xinran, preparing to hand him over to the police. She whispered in his ear that she wouldn't let him succeed again. Turning back, she comforted Xiao Yu, saying that with Xiao Zhini having a criminal record, she wouldn't dare sell him. Fu Sang would also use her own methods to stop Xiao Zhini from hitting him. But Xiao Yu had already lost hope in this family. He asked Fu Sang if she could take him away and threw himself into her arms. He He begged her not to leave him. At this moment, something slowly approached the two of them. Fu Sang was taken away again. Xiaoyu tried to grab her, but couldn't. Fu Sang opened her eyes and found herself back in Chu Yinsue's orphanage. The small system explained that they had been attacked by He Qi. Moreover, He Qi had repeatedly disrupted parallel worlds, causing chaos. He Qi brought them here to deal with them first. Fu Sang looked up and saw Chu Yinsui being bullied again. The small system said with surprise, Chu Yinsui is still alive in this world. But Chu Yinsui was still being bullied by his classmates. Seeing this, Fu Sang wanted to save Chu Yinsui. The small system reminded Fu Sang that she had already overdrawn too much spiritual energy. Fu Sang insisted, saying she would take responsibility if anything happened. Understanding Fu Sang's determination, the small system could only comply with her wishes. It materialized Fu Sang once again. Fu Sang commandingly yelled, "Get away from Chu Yinsui, you bullies!" Seeing no one react, she grabbed the leader and threw him to the ground. Everyone scattered and ran. Fu Sang hurried over to comfort Chu Yinsui. Chu Yinsui asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Fu Sang said she was there to protect him.